Section 1 of Revelations of a Spirit Medium. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Revelations of a Spirit Medium, or Spiritualistic Mysteries Exposed. A detailed explanation of the methods used by fraudulent mediums, by A. Medium. Preface. The author of this book does not consider it a literary gem by any means, but claims that it accomplishes the object for which it was written, namely, gives the reader an exposé of the methods pursued by the spiritual medium in the various deceptions they practice in their circles, sittings and séances, which does expose. The author has been a working medium for the past 20 years and is not guessing or theorizing in what he has written. He will experience great pleasure in demonstrating to the scientific and reverend would-be exposers of spiritual phenomena how infinitely wrong have been the theories advanced by them as an explanation of the wonderful manifestations occurring at the séances of the medium. He will exult in proving to such persons and their followers and admirers that however learned they may be or are supposed to be, they have never yet offered an explanation that would hold water, no matter what their followers may have thought regarding it. It has been a case of the blind leading the blind. Nothing but facts and actual experiences will be mentioned, and when an explanation of any of the phenomena is given, the reader, by a little experimenting, can easily demonstrate to himself that the writer is not guessing. There will also be a grim sort of satisfaction experienced by the author to see the wonder-working shops of various mediums throughout the country close their doors who were not content to attend strictly to their own particular fakes, but spent much of their time and went out of their way to hinder the writer's business prosperity. There is a large number of mediums who are white men that the writer would be very much pleased to pass, leaving them to continue their tricks undisturbed. But by doing so this book would be of no more value as an exposé than any of the abortive efforts of the egotistical preacher or the amusing mistakes of the scientist. The most wonderful of the medium's phenomena will be so thoroughly explained and so completely dissected that, after reading this book, you can perform the feats yourself. The work is anonymously written for reasons that the average reader will understand without an explanation being necessary. The author is going to engage in other business, possibly not so profitable, but altogether more pleasant and honourable, and will partially atone for his past career by exposing the methods employed by himself and others while playing the role of medium. No phase of mediumship but will be treated to a general overhauling and ventilating. The reader may rest assured that after a perusal of this book he will search long and diligently for a medium he cannot show to be a fraud. There has not at any time in the past been anything written on the same subject by anyone who knew that what they wrote were facts, and when the theories offered were put to test they would not stand. It is said it takes a thief to catch a thief, and it is the writer's opinion that a medium of 20 years' experience in almost every phase is a very well qualified individual to tell you all about the way it is done. The writer was never one of the jealous, backbiting species of the animal known as the spiritual medium, and at no time derived any pleasure from gaining business by exposing the tricks of other mediums. He did not give out the impression that he was the only genuine medium now on earth, nor intimate that other mediums were afraid to give a séance when he was present. But when he did make up his mind to do any exposing, he determined that everything should be given, including his own work. If any medium has even a remote idea that the writer has gone out of the business through fear of them, they can dismiss it at once, as, in an experience of 20 years, there is not a solitary exposé to his credit. However, it is usually the female medium who is up to tricks of that kind, and they are generally very poor workers indeed and have not the ability to do any work that will interest any but the most simple of minds and persons not capable of taking good care of themselves. The average professional female medium is a very detestable personage. The author intends to write such a book that no medium will feel safe until he or she has read it, and after reading will be under the necessity of getting up something new or of quitting the business. End of section 1. Recording by Jordan Watts, Oxfordshire. Section 2 of Revelations of a Spirit Medium by A. Medium. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Spiritual Mysteries Exposed, Part 1. In the year 1871, the writer of the following pages was a young man aged 17 years, working steadily at his chosen occupation in one of the capital cities of the Middle States. There was nothing out of the ordinary in his physical, moral or mental organization, which is true of him today, with the exception of a portion of the moral attributes. No individual can become a spiritual medium and retain all his moral qualities. To be sure, there are mediums full to overflowing with the milk of human kindness, who will divide his last dollar or dime with a poor hungry wretch, and whose tears are as ready to spring forth at a tale or sight of misery or suffering as the most humane and kindly-hearted Christian or stainless humanitarian. Yet they are ready the next quarter hour to prey upon those same human affections in quest of the almighty dollar. Nearly all mediums are, in reality, materialists, atheists or agnostics. The writer, at the date above given, was a materialist of the most pronounced type. He did not believe anything, holding that what was truth could be demonstrated beyond cavil as true, hence there was no excuse to take anything on faith, simply because the principle was pleasing or in accordance with his views of what was right and pleasant to contemplate. Although he was satisfied that his views and ideas were correct, and that materialism covered and answered every question in regard to man's immorality, and a life beyond the grave, he, like all humanity, craved something different, better, more in accord with the crudest idea of justice. Still he had unanswerable logical argument to support his views at command, and with all his yearning and researches for something better to replace his materialism, did not expect to find it. Later on we will see if anything has replaced it. He had been, up to the date given, a frequent attendant of the churches of various denominations, but could not understand from whence the ministers derived the authority for the statements they were making each Sabbath, and why there should be such a wide difference in opinion between the ministers of the various denominations. He was quite a Bible student himself, and could not understand why he was not as well qualified as the minister to read and understand plain English. He could not conceive any reason why the preacher should say that in the account of the creation the Bible means to say that the earth was created in 6 epochs or 6 ages, when it says in plain English 6 days. Their reason for interpreting days to mean ages or unlimited epochs he could understand easily enough, but how they were to prove that they were correct, if questioned, he could not understand, and cannot yet. For if there is an anthropomorphic deity who created the earth in 6 billion years, he believes he could have done it in 6 days of 24 hours each. He may have been wrong, and the preacher have some special pull on divine sources of information not accessible to ordinary mortals who have not passed through a theological college course. Such was his religious attitude at the time his attention was drawn to spiritualism. His family, with the exception of his father, were converts to spiritualistic philosophy and phenomena, and were regular attendants at the séances of the 3 or 4 local mediums and the meetings held on Sunday by the organized society of spiritualists of his city. The family, at no time, obtruded their views upon him, nor said anything in opposition to the ideas held by himself. He was as generously thoughtful of their feelings, and no word of cavil or argument was uttered in their presence. Not being given to airing his opinions in speech at any and all places and times, it came about that the members of his family had been numbered in the fold of the spiritualistic flock for the period of about 4 years before his attention was sufficiently attracted to the subject to undertake an investigation of its peculiar claims. Knowing that the members of his family were possessed of ordinary intelligence and exhibited average powers of logical argument on questions other than religious or spiritualistic, he concluded that either there was some fire beneath the smoke, or there were some very clever artists engaged in the business. From the accounts of the phenomena occurring with and in the presence of their favourite medium, given him by his eldest married sister, a lady with a liberal education, an even, cool, analytical mind, with travel and associations with experiences and cultured people of the world, not given to accepting everything for what it appeared on the surface to be, he was forced to the conclusion that those "kings of magic," Hermann, Helle and Baldwin, still had a few things to learn. He had witnessed the performance of the expert gentlemen named, besides the entertainment of others in the same line, who had not the reputation, but were equally as skilful performers and performed as apparently wonderful feats of magic or legerdemain, but in comparison with the medium's achievements, as they were related to him, they were as amateurs. Knowing, as he did, the immense quantities of apparatus carried about by the prestidigitateur to aid in his deceptions, that at the conclusion of each feat he invariably retires behind the wings to dispose of the apparatus used and supply himself with a different piece for the next trick. Also that the stages are admirably fitted up for his use, and that he holds his audience at a distance of at least 20 feet from the seat of his operations, he knew that it would be a very easy matter to deceive. But in the case of the medium it was entirely different. The medium referred to was a gentleman of perhaps 30 years of age, weighing about 150 pounds, something like 6 feet tall, dressed in an ordinary business costume. His clothing was subjected to a searching inspection for apparatus and he was placed in a cloth cabinet furnished by a stranger to himself. The cabinet was erected in a house and room never having been previously visited by the medium. Under these circumstances, it was said, with the medium securely bound hand and foot to the chair he sat in, that faces, hands, feet, arms, legs, and even the busts of supposed dead persons were protruded through the openings in the curtains. Messages were written to different members of the "circle," giving the full names and relationship of the spirit to the sitter. At intervals of a few minutes the members of the circle would make a critical examination of the condition of things in the cabinet, but at no time could they detect the slightest evidence that the medium had even stirred. Now, here was legerdemain with a vengeance. The physical part of the séance might possibly have been perpetrated by the medium, but where did he get the full names of the sitter's spirit relatives and friends? From whence came those faces that were positively recognized as belonging to the relatives of some of the sitters present? That was the point that puzzled him and he could scarcely credit the recital, although given by his sister who could possibly have no reason to deceive him in the matter. He will tell you where they came from later on. Little did he think while listening to the recital of above facts that at one day in the future he would have the reputation, and deservedly too, of being the best and most satisfactory phenomenal medium in the United States. Little did he suspect that he should be able not only to duplicate the above performance, but improve it, and be the means of converting hundreds to a belief in the phenomena of modern spiritualism. Such, however, are the facts in the case. He has not only converted the lowly and ignorant, but individuals of great learning, people of all classes and conditions, the day labourer, physicians, lawyers, bankers, preachers, college professors and presidents, statesmen and scientists. He has been tested by self-constituted committees of learned men and women, who, through the report of the wonderful nature of the phenomena occurring in his presence, have sought to explain the occurrences through other than supernatural power. They have invariably given up the task, either convinced that the medium had genuine spirit manifestations, or been the first to discover some law of nature that gave the key to the entire class of phenomena produced by him, and was making the best possible use financially of his discovery. Another scientific error. Science many times, in dealing with the question in hand, undertakes too complicated a method in their efforts to discover a natural solution to the mysterious and wonderful works of the generally illiterate, ignorant medium. It does not seem to occur to their pregnant minds that ignorance and illiteracy is many times assumed by the medium for the very purpose it serves so well on occasions. Mediums have been known who obtained written messages from spiritland in from 6 to a dozen different languages and in as many as 20 totally different styles of chirography. It is possible that under the eye of an expert the 20 different specimens of penmanship could be accredited to one and the same hand, but every investigator is not a medium in chirography. Hence a medium can build up quite a reputation on the ignorance of those who imagine themselves competent judges of the phenomena passing under their observation. It is a fact though that the medium would 100 times over rather be investigated by the man reputed by all his friends to be an uncommonly shrewd or fly man. The reason is obvious, he has satisfied his friends that he knows a thing or two about legerdemain and has exposed to them a few of the old moss-grown feats that have done duty ever since the prestidigitateur has been in the business, and through his knowledge of the few antediluvian tricks he is credited with a knowledge of all the arts of deceit. This is the foundation for his alleged brilliancy. When such a one visits a medium for the phase of independent slate writing, he does so with the system by which the medium does his work already exposed in his own mind. This being the case, he is in the best possible condition to be bamboozled by even an ordinarily sharp medium. The medium, sharper and more fly than his fly sitter, in a few moments knows by the talk and actions of the sitter just what system he is watching, and does his own work without his sitter noticing a wrong move, for the reason that he was intently watching for his own ideas to be worked upon him, and goes away without any more knowledge of the modus operandi, although he has received writing than he had before. In order to watch a medium with any show of success, one must not go into his presence with the idea that he knows how the fraud is perpetrated, for by so doing he disarms himself to a great extent. Go, keep your mouth shut and eyes open. You cannot expose his methods of procedure at home with paper and pen without having visited him in his lair and 99 times in 100. Not then except you have 100 times greater knowledge of magicians and magicians' tactics than most of those who star the dime museums throughout the country as wizards of the wand. With the aid of apparatus and the facilities afforded by the ordinary theatrical stage, Hermann, Keller, Heller and a number of others perform some startling deceptions, but in their efforts at exposition of the phenomena of spiritualism they are at sea. Did they know the means by which the mediums obtain their results, they would not be slow to use them, for the reason that the act would be enhanced and bear some semblance to the séance of the séance room. As they do it at present, not one man or woman in 1,000,000 who had attended even one séance, but would go away disgusted at the miserable attempt to carry out what the programme promised. There is absolutely no resemblance of any kind or description to the séance of the medium in these alleged exposés of the professional magician. They reflect great discredit on the cunning of the medium, for, with their ton or so of tables, chairs, cabinets, wooden skeletons, sheets, poles and various other properties, absolutely essential to the success of their manifestations, they do not even approach the medium in the variety of phenomena produced, nor the noiseless, beautiful, accurate work of one man against from 4 to 6. Besides, the medium has no apparatus, or if he has it cannot be found, and he gives his séances in strange rooms, with but a few minutes for preparation. Ordinarily the physical medium is an artist in his line. He must be, else his calling is soon gone and he must earn his bread in other and perhaps better occupations. If a man becomes at all clever in giving physical manifestations, he is assured of plenty of remunerative business, and can travel round the world and have his entertainment at the hands of spiritualists, no matter in what country he may tarry. And just here it may be said that his entertainers would by no means be the people of the lower classes. Those whose business it is to attempt an exposé of the phenomena of spiritualism in order to please and gratify the desires of their congregations, or to create a little cheap notoriety for themselves, make many gross misstatements regarding the believers and adherents of that religion. They are invariably depicted as a mob of free-loving, licentious and bestial lunatics and criminals, and it is claimed that the insane asylums and penitentiaries are overflowing with them. They are said to be lean, lank and lantern-jawed, with clammy hands and long or short hair, as best suits the fancy of the speaker. It is the writer's intention in this work to demonstrate that the ranks of the medium is overflowing with tricksters and humbugs of the first water, and their most wonderful phenomena will be described, and so thoroughly dissected and fully explained that the wayfaring man, though he be a fool, can understand and can perform the same feats with a very little practice and patience. But, while doing so, it is his intention to confine himself strictly to the truth regarding the believers to the best of his knowledge. He is not writing this book on the strength of some pet theories as to the manner in which the phenomena is produced, but as one who has made use of the ideas divulged for a number of years. It is not being written for the purpose of persecuting or maligning anyone, but for the purpose of explaining in as plain language as can be used what the writer is positively certain of through his experience as a medium for 20 years, and through his associations with scores of other mediums in all branches of the business. This work will not be a compilation of opinions, persecutions of malicious priest or preacher who speak without knowledge and trusts the equal ignorance of his congregation to give weight and seeming knowledge to his abusive rantings. Neither will it be long-drawn, technically worded, ambiguous mistakes of our scientific gentry, nor yet the wild and wide-of-the-mark guesses of the notoriety-seeking news reporter. As to the morality of spiritualists, as a class, outside of the fraternity of mediums, it would be a difficult task to establish their rating one jot below that of the Methodist, Presbyterian, Catholic or any other denomination of Christians. At the same time, it is probable that any of the denominations mentioned, outside the fraternity of preachers, are equally as moral as the spiritualists. But when you get down to the insane statistics of the country, you will find that the orthodox religious lunatics outnumber the spiritualistic lunatics about 100 to 1. In the penal institutions the odds are very much greater in favour of our friends the spiritualists. Denunciation of the spiritualists as a class will not answer for arguments against their philosophy, nor disprove one of the miraculous manifestations they will tell you they are receiving daily. When one begins the use of abuse and vilification of his opponents in debate or out of it, it begins to appear that he knew he was fighting a losing battle or had exhausted his stock of arguments and knowledge of the subject in hand. To abuse anything or anybody is a cowardly proceeding. The writer, it will be seen, is especially disgusted with the rattletrap explanations offered by the learned gentlemen occupying pulpits in the churches of various denominations. The reason for this will be apparent to anyone who has ever listened to one of their spiteful, malicious and slanderous denunciations against the spiritualist. It is certainly true that the preachers cannot prove to you the truth of what they are teaching. They may convince you they are right, but they do not offer such proof as you would desire produced against you were you on trial for your life. It is especially distasteful to the author to listen to a man denouncing anything that he knows nothing about. Did they know for a certain there is nothing in spiritualism, it would imply that they were familiar with the methods of the medium used to produce the phenomenon. Oh, did they but know those things, spiritualism would long ago have been an ism of the past. But not knowing what they would have their congregations believe they do, and, of course, being unable to demonstrate the methods of the medium, thus proving to their congregations that they are only guessing and know no more than their own ordinary selves, spiritualism thrives and grows apace. There have been clerical efforts enough made to crush spiritualism, to move the earth, but they amounted only to a general abuse and slandering of the spiritualist, and have come to naught. Their explanations did not explain. In order to successfully contradict and refute the claims of the spiritualist, you will find it necessary to devote several years to the study of its mediums and phenomena, and become something of a chemist. Among the first things you will learn is the fact that the medium is not under the necessity, neither does he, buy any apparatus of the magical supply houses throughout the country. It had previously been your opinion that you could have expended $100 with Martin & Company, J.W. Judd or C.M. Chase and duplicate the phenomena of any medium on the globe. This was your idea previous to your having witnessed any of the phenomena. It is only necessary, in order to have the whole phenomena of spiritualism exploded and explained, to form the acquaintance of a gentleman wearing a seedy silk hat in connection with a blazer shirt, pop bottle diamond and loud pantaloons, who has executed the wonderful rope necktie trick at the county fairs, while selling his soap or plating compound, or has fed the monkeys in some fourth-class travelling menagerie. The only other qualification absolutely necessary is that he never saw anything of the phenomena, nor ever read anything of the philosophy, never attended their lectures or circles. This description of man can give you more information to the square inch of his silk tie than it would be possible to obtain from any other source. It depends in a great measure on the ignorance and intensity of a man or woman's prejudice against the subject, as to just the number of preposterous explanations they will offer, and it depends entirely on the ignorance of their listener as to the amount of confidence they place in the revelations made. A sample verdict of a learned and scientific committee will be of interest here, as illustrating the far-fetched and absolutely ridiculous solutions of the physical phenomena, concocted and offered the hungry sceptic and churchman by those who, through their intellectual capabilities and scientific attainments, are supposed to be eminently fitted for the task they assume. The writer had been giving séances in a western city for a number of weeks in 1887. The phenomena produced at these séances had created considerable discussion and newspaper comment, besides converting quite a number of well-known and a portion of them prominent citizens of the town. In a near-by city there lived and transacted business a preacher of the Presbyterian persuasion and a physician of great prominence and supposed learning in the science and wiles by which the ancient prince of black magic, Cagliostro, produced the results that puzzled the wiseacres of his day and generation. These gentlemen concluded to form an investigating committee of a dozen persons, from among their large number of friends, choosing none but those gifted beyond the ordinary in intellectual attainments or versed in some of the sciences that it was supposed would materially aid in disentangling the web of mysteries surrounding this young man and his strange phenomena. Accordingly, there finally was associated together the minister, who was noted for his scholarly sermons, disclosing a deep knowledge of many of nature's laws and the isms and ologies that perplex so many of the lesser learning and researches, the physician, who also bore a reputation for a profundity of information on subjects other than physics, a very popular lecturer on occultism, hypnotism and kindred subjects, two wholesale merchants of the city who were blessed with extraordinarily large bumps of self-esteem, with the perceptive faculties largely developed, and a state legislator who had the points down fine, but withal a well-informed individual. Each gentleman was accompanied by his wife, each one of whom was accredited with a large share of brilliancy in an intellectual way. This composed a circle or committee of 12, sharp and keen, who were ready to wrest from the blonde, hatchet-faced, gentle-eyed medium all his secrets, whether he would or no. One of the merchants was deputized to visit the medium and bargain with him for his services one evening, to be designated by himself. The visit was duly made, arrangements satisfactorily concluded, and the medium was in for it. A few evenings after the merchant's visit found the medium in one of the drawing rooms of the minister's residence, in the presence of the aforementioned dozen of investigators. The time set for the séance to open was 8 o'clock. At 7:30 the ladies withdrew to another apartment, and the preliminaries began by the minister saying, "Mr. Smith, I call the medium Smith for convenience, it is my duty to inform you that you were engaged for this evening for the purpose of more fully and carefully testing your claims than possibly has ever yet been undertaken. Will you submit to the means proposed to be used by us in our work? I will submit to anything reasonable and do all in my power to aid your experiments," replied Mr. Smith. "But as to my claims, I will say that I make none whatsoever." "We have understood that you are a spiritualistic medium for materialization and physical phenomena," pursued the minister. "I believe myself to be the equal of the best of them, yet do not make any claims for the phenomena produced in my presence. I leave all conclusions and deductions to the investigators and am satisfied to have them name it what they choose. What I do claim is that the phenomena is very wonderful and given under test conditions that make my participation in its occurrence apparently one of the impossibilities. It is your business to discover whether I do have a hand in it or not, replied Mr. Smith. They now searched his clothing thoroughly and even took the precaution to explore his mouth and ears. After satisfying themselves that he carried nothing contraband, he resumed his clothing, the ladies re-entered the room, and he proceeded to arrange them in a semicircle, male and female alternating, in front of the cabinet, which was constructed by hanging a pair of heavy portière curtains across a corner of the room and making a cover to it with a pair of blankets. The séance now began, it will be minutely described later on, and continued about 1½ hour to a successful termination. Everything, including the medium, was examined every few minutes by the learned gentleman, who felt the pulse, took the temperature and affixed some kind of apparatus on his limb for recording the muscular activity or contractions, pried into his eyes and mouth, and conducted themselves very much as learned men are supposed to do in their experiments in quest for more light. At the conclusion of the séance, the ladies were a unit in declaring it as wonderful as the printed stories of the wonders worked by the fakirs of the Indies. The gentlemen held a conference of their own in one corner of the spacious apartment, in low tones, while the medium made mysterious passes about his own anatomy, presumably to aid in recovering the exhausted vital forces expended during the séance. After some 30 minutes had passed, the gentlemen, after making a last examination of the medium's condition, confided to him that they were positive that the manifestations were not caused by the spirit world after all. They also stated to him, in reply to an interrogation, that they did not think, in fact were positive, that he did not cause the manifestations knowingly, but innocently made the entire entertainment. On being asked for an explanation, the lecturer on hypnotism unburdened himself in the following fashion. Our solution to the matter, and I for one would stake my professional reputation upon its correctness, is that you throw yourself into a self-induced cataleptic trance and while in that condition your soul principle leaves the body and causes all the manifestations, causing the pictures hung on the walls 20 feet from the cabinet to rattle and shake and the piano to sound, besides the dozens of other manifestations occurring in and about the cabinet. Your soul principle can read our minds as easily as if we could read a printed book, and that is the source from whence came the names given of our spirit friends. They express themselves as immeasurably pleased and satisfied with the séance and its results. There, reader, is an explanation of some really very simple operations that are, in reality, more wonderful than the performance itself, even though it was produced through the agency popularly supposed to cause it. There is an explanation calculated to cause the medium to smile right out loud every time he thinks of it. Think of the aggregate of intellect there on that evening, using their every faculty to discover the true source of the manifestations bringing in such a verdict. It is the opinion of the medium of the occasion that, in reality, they were convinced it was the work of disembodied spirits, but it would never do to admit it, hence the ridiculous explanation as the only respectable way out of it. It is only the medium who can enjoy these displays of brilliant ideas and profundity of the supposed profound men and women who undertake to unearth the true inwardness of our puzzling ism, for only the medium is absolutely certain they are wrong, and he alone could tell just how simple were the operations that befuddled the brainy man of science. The first séance attended by the writer was one given in his native city, by a man reputed so wonderful that he found it impossible not to go him just once anyway. Maledictions on that first séance, for it changed the whole course of his then honourable life and led to one of deception and adventure. The medium referred to was a young man of apparently 27 years, of blonde complexion and slight build, with a prepossessing face and manners. His voice was soft and low and pleasantly modulated. He was not, certainly, a man from whom you could expect anything resembling dishonesty from his appearance. The séance was held in the house of a well-known wealthy citizen, a spiritualist and thorough gentleman. The writer was accompanied by his sister, and besides themselves there were present 10 couples. The fee was $2 or $3 per couple. His audience on that evening netted him $36, quite a snug little remuneration for 2 hours of his time. The company numbered 2 "skeptics" beside the writer. At a few minutes before 8 o'clock the company were ushered into the séance room, which was the host's dining room. The cabinet was constructed in one corner of the room by hanging across it 2 curtains of double-faced Canton flannel in a dark maroon colour. The curtains lapped one over the other about 6 inches in the middle of the front. A thorough inspection of the cabinet was desired, and with several of the others present the writer did his utmost to discover the nigger in the fence, but after a thorough inspection was forced to admit that there was nothing suspicious in or about it. Another gentleman and himself then had the pleasure of taking the "medium" into an adjoining room and exploring his pockets, which they did most thoroughly. All they contained was a few letters, a breast pocket book, his handkerchief, pocket knife and a few coins. As the breast pocket book could not contain a great amount of apparatus, they passed it without opening. They were satisfied that there was nothing about his person that could aid him in deception, and so reported to the audience on their return to the séance room. Everything now being in readiness, the "medium" seated himself in a chair, after first bringing a tambourine, guitar, tea bell, tin trumpet and a pair of castanets, and depositing them in the cabinet. After being seated, he proffered some pieces of rope and stated that any one was at liberty to bind his hands and feet or secure him in any way they saw fit, in order to preclude the possibility of his having the use of any of his members during the continuance of the séance. Again did the writer, in company with the only other sceptical gentleman in the company, exert all his ingenuity in binding the "medium" so that he felt positively assured that he would still be in the chair when the séance closed. After the tying was finished the writer would have wagered any amount that it was an utter impossibility for the "medium" to free himself. He would not take those chances with his money today. He has learned better. Medium and chair was now picked up and deposited in the cabinet and the curtains drawn. We had no more than reached our seats when the guitar was seen to be gyrating around in space over the top of the cabinet, with no visible contact with anything. The light had been shaded until you could just distinguish the forms of the sitters, without being able to discern their features. After a few seconds the guitar was joined by the tin trumpet, and out of it came a voice saying, "I am the spirit father of Mr. B , and my name is J B , giving his name in full. The test was instantly recognized by one of the gentlemen, and there followed a commonplace message to his daughter-in-law, the wife of Mr. B, who was present. While this was transpiring the guitar had disappeared into the cabinet again. As soon as the speaking had ceased and the trumpet fallen to the floor, we were requested to examine the condition of things in the cabinet. Again the sceptics were permitted to do the investigating. We found the medium in precisely the condition in which we had left him at the beginning, it not appearing that he had stirred. We had not reached our seats, which were distant about 8 feet from the cabinet, when the guitar again made its appearance and began playing an air of great beauty, the entire instrument being visible, but the hands that created the music upon it could not be seen. The music produced was subdued, soft and sweet, as though the strings were being manipulated by very gentle, soft fingertips. The sceptics were now very much interested. Again the horn joined the guitar, and when the latter had ceased its music announced that its name was W E , son of Mr. and Mrs. E . The horn was correct again, and after giving a message, in which he gave some instructions concerning his pony, that the parents still kept, the horn fell to the floor of the cabinet, and an examination disclosed everything as we had last seen it. The medium appeared to be in a trance, or sleep, his eyes closed, teeth set, and breathing heavily. We had just turned our backs on the cabinet after our examination when a shapely white hand protruded through the opening in the curtains. Before we had seated ourselves there were 2, 3, 4, all of different sizes and doing considerable finger snapping, thus doing away with the idea of rubber hands or stuffed gloves. Then came a bare foot at the bottom of the curtain, and in response to a request by one of the circle the toes were wiggled. No one was allowed to touch the hands or feet that appeared, but it was evident to anyone in possession of one of his five senses that they were human hands and feet and not rubber or wax, even did we not know that nothing of the kind had been carried in by the medium. After a few moments of these manifestations, another examination of the cabinet and medium was made, and everything found satisfactory. Now the tea bell began ringing, and was soon joined by the castanets and tambourine. Ever and anon one or the other of the instruments would swoop around above the cabinet and disappear again. They seemed to be flying about in all parts of the cabinet and to be travelling with great swiftness and force, and it appeared as though the medium's eyes stood a fair chance of being decorated in black. Another examination and everything found satisfactory. The writer was wavering, and was most intensely interested, to the great delight of his sister. The horn now requested that the company sing Sweet By and By. Whilst the company were singing they were joined by the horn in a deep and powerful voice, which claimed afterwards that it was at the time John King, the medium's main "control." After the song was finished a rustling noise was heard in the cabinet, and presently the curtains were agitated, and slowly a face presented itself at the opening. Plainly it was a face, but it was not recognized. Then other faces appeared, but without recognition. Once more the guitar strikes up its music, and during its continuance the curtains open sufficiently to reveal to our astonished gaze a form draped from head to foot in a dazzling white robe, in which there appeared to be a great many yards of material used. The face in this instance was much plainer, and in fact was recognized by one of our number, who, however, said nothing until the form announced its name as Mrs. E.L., mother of the lady sitting next to our host. The form spoke in a loud whisper and no movement of the lips were visible. It stood stock still and might have been mistaken for a dummy were it not that the face was so absolutely identified by the lady it claimed as daughter, and the full name it gave being entirely correct. The form remained in sight for a period of about 20 seconds, and after it had disappeared the horn announced that the daughter carried the mother's watch, and that it contained the photo of her father. This the lady declared to be correct, and after the séance exhibited the watch with the photo inside and the name given by the spirit graven on the inside of the back lid. The lady declared that she had never before met the medium. The props were being knocked from under the writer's materialism in beautiful shape. Other forms now presented themselves and four of them recognized. One of the faces was in exact likeness to an uncle of the writer's, and he was almost paralyzed with astonishment and ready to throw up his hands in surrender, when his sister, addressing the spirit, said, "Uncle L for she too had recognized the face. "Have you something to say to brother? Tell him something to convince him." The writer was just about to say that it required no more evidence to convince him of the possibility of spirit return, when the apparition spoke, saying, "Indeed, I should be pleased to grant the lady's request, but not being the spirit I am mistaken for, I cannot do so. I am the spirit of S.W. and the cousin of Mrs. D." The lady named said that she had never seen him in life, but there was a resemblance to a photograph of him in their family album. None of the forms or faces remained more than from 5 to 20 seconds. Now, if this was the work of the medium, why did he not take the opportunity presented of palming off one of his dummies on one who had already accepted it as an uncle and make an absolute test of it, instead of denying that it was the spirit supposed to be and make an uncertain test of it? This thought also struck the gentleman sceptic who assisted the writer in the examinations. Occurring as it did, it certainly went far towards sustaining the medium as honest and having no part in the presentation of the phenomenon. Both sceptics were by this time pretty well hors de combat. All that was now required was that some spirit friend or message presented itself that could be recognized, and the turn was made. The horn now made itself heard again and began announcing the names of the spirits present. In all about 20 were given and 11 of them recognized. Among them were 4 full names of the author's deceased relatives, 2 of them giving date of death and the cause thereof and sending messages of love to members of the family not present, in each case giving the name of the one the message was for. My sister informed me that she had never even heard of this particular medium before that week, and this was the first visit of any member of the family to him. The writer struck his arm and capitulated. After another examination of the condition of things in the cabinet, which resulted satisfactorily, there was a regular bedlam of noises, begun, made by each one of the instruments setting out on erratic aerial excursion about the confines of the cabinet. Occasionally 1 or 2 of the instruments would dart up out of the top of the cabinet, and after executing a few fantastic movements go below and join the general rumpus on the inside. It was, apparently, impossible for the medium, even were he free, to put the instruments where they were seen, and besides this the entire instrument was visible, and it was impossible to detect anything in connection with them, they seeming to float about the atmosphere as a balloon. Certain it was that the guitar could not perform on itself, and there was no human hand visible to cause the vibrations of the strings. The only thing appearing strange regarding the guitar was that only 1 air was executed upon it. Immediately the rumpus ceased, another inspection of the cabinet was made, and everything found as it had been. The trumpet now requested that a writing tablet and pencil be placed in the cabinet. This was done, and in a few minutes 5 messages of greeting from the controls were handed out. One was in English and signed by John King, another in French, another in German, another in Spanish, and the last in Hebrew, which no one present could read. It was taken next day by the writer and others to a Hebrew clothing dealer, who read and interpreted it with ease and stated that it was elegantly written. The medium claimed to have no knowledge of any language save English, and was unable to speak that correctly, which was a fact, for he did badly mangle the language every time he spoke. While we were waiting the thrusting out of the 6th sheet, the medium was heard to moan and yawn and move uneasily. In the course of a minute and a half he called for light and stepped out of the cabinet, freed from the ropes that had bound him less than 2 minutes before. An examination revealed the fact that the medium had not only slipped out of the ropes, but that every knot had been untied and the ropes lay in a heap in the corner. Think of it! Something had untied the knots in less than 2 minutes that had required 10 minutes of the time of 2 men. The instruments were handled and examined and found to be perfectly innocent of any mechanism not properly belonging to them, with the exception of a small hole about the 1/8 of an inch in diameter bored into the neck of the instrument on the lower side and near the body of the guitar. The medium explained that it was for the purpose of attaching a music holder to the instrument, and as he was stopping with our host of the evening, he soon brought the holder and put it in position. It answered the purpose admirably and satisfactorily explained the presence of the hole. There, reader, is an unvarnished recital of the phenomena occurring at the first séance witnessed by the writer. In fact, it does not sound as wonderful as it appeared. You have probably read the statements made by spiritualists that appeared, if anything, even less wonderful than the above narrative, and pooh-poohed the idea. You said that it was trickery, or the spiritualist was mesmerized, or was stretching the truth. You asserted it was trickery, you knew it was, but knowing it, you could not explain the method used to produce the result, hence the conclusion is that you knew nothing about it. You may have believed it the result of legerdemain, but should have so stated. If you knew how foolish is the theory of mesmerism, how immensely it is out of the way, you would never advance it again. Wonderful, was it? That was the opinion of the writer, especially when he had learned that the medium had never before been in that portion of the country and had never before met any of the parties present of that evening, save the host, and he only within 2 days. The medium had a reputation among the spiritualist organs for being the finest physical test medium in the country at that time, and well did he sustain that reputation. Reader, how did he do these things? You give it up. So did the author at that time. Since that time the writer has been a celebrated medium for a number of years, and in due time it will be his pleasure to tell you how it was all accomplished so plainly that you can do it yourself. When the writer left that room it was as a believer in spiritual phenomenon. It is the writer's opinion that he was not more easily fooled than is any other one man in 1,000. From that time forward he discussed spiritualism at home and elsewhere whenever he found anyone who would talk on either side of the question. It came about that through his talks with others and reading the accounts in the newspapers of the exposé of some of the mediums, he again found himself in a state of doubt. The printed accounts of the different exposés did not thoroughly settle the matter, for not one of them explained the modus operandi of the medium, and were it possible, they would have taken a fiendish delight in doing so. This being the case, it left large room for doubt in his mind as to whether they had really been exposed, or the reporters had drawn upon their proverbially fertile imaginations for the major portions of their articles. That which had most to do with his doubtful state of mind was due to his attending private circles at the houses of various spiritualists whose acquaintance he had formed since he had become a convert. At these circles there would be assembled from 6 to 15 persons, mostly ladies. There was one house in particular that was visited most frequently for the purpose of holding these circles, where the husband was a retired doctor and zealous spiritualist, whose wife was a medium for tests and inspirational lecturing. It was there he first learned to doubt that which he had so recently learned to believe was true. A description of what usually occurred will aid the reader to understand what queered the new convert. Operations usually began by the hostess becoming entranced. This was accomplished by her seating herself in an easy chair, facing the sitters, who were ranged in straight rows across the room, each clasping their neighbour's hand. After sitting quietly a few seconds, her eyes would slowly close, her face twitch, and her breath begin to come in gasps. Next her head would begin to wobble from side to side, and her hands begin to open and close spasmodically. Now her feet begin a tattoo on the carpet, and she is endeavouring to swallow her tongue. She was not a beautiful specimen of feminine humanity at best, and during these contortions of form and feature was absolutely ugly. After a few taps of her feet on the carpet would come a mighty snort, 3 or 4 deep drawn sighs, a gradual cessation of the spasmodic symptoms until she becomes perfectly quiet, and the result sought for was achieved. She was entranced. Slowly she would rise to her feet with closed eyes and deliver at times beautiful invocations addressed to Father and Mother Nature. The language employed in her prayers and lectures was invariably good, and her lectures usually eloquent. But the lady was educated beyond the point attained by most women, and she said nothing but what anyone with the same education could have said with their eyes wide open. After the invocation would come the lecture, of perhaps 30 minutes duration. During the delivery of the lecture there were usually 2 to 5 female aspirants for mediumistic honours in the company, twitching, jerking, gasping and snorting. By the time the lecture was concluded, 1 or more of the amateurs were on the floor, writhing, gasping, choking and making unintelligible guttural sounds. They were supposed to be personating the death scene of some spirit who had friends in the assemblage. They would keep up their contortions until someone made a guess as to who the spirit might be. After the recognition the medium would regain consciousness, and the bewildered "where am I and what have I been doing" looks they assumed was acting such is seldom seen. After conditions were restored, the hostess would attempt the test-giving phase. She would open the proceedings by a liberal massaging of her eyes and numberless finger snappings, presumably for the purpose of throwing off all earthly conditions from her optics. She would finally settle on the person she saw fit to open up on and go for him in this fashion. "I see by you, sir," as if it happened to be a gentleman, old enough, apparently, to have a mother in the spirit world, a lady. She has blue eyes and grey hair. I should say she had been a blonde in younger days, with light brown or golden hair. As I see her she is of medium height and looks to be about 50 or 55 years of age. She may be older or younger. Do you recognize the spirit by the description? "What is the name given?" is the question put to the medium. "I did not hear the name, but if I get it during what's that? A little plainer, please?" Breaking off in her reply and addressing the spirit. "I get the name of Mary, Murray, Mandy, Maggie or something like that. Have you any friend of that name? Mary?" "No, to my knowledge I have not," answers the gentleman, "nor Murray, nor Maud, nor any name beginning with M." She seems to smile when I mention the names. "I do not remember that I have any spirit friend by either name," protests the gentleman. "Yes, but she comes to you and smiles. Now she lays her hand on your head and says, 'What is it she says, my son? Is that it? The lady must be your mother. Have you a mother in spirit life?' 'No, madame, my mother is still living.' 'Are you sure? Have you not heard from her lately, and know she has not passed over?' 'It must be your mother,' pursued the medium. 'I left my mother less than half an hour ago in her usual health,' he replies. 'Strange! Oh, your mother in law, is it not? She has passed over within the past 2 years, is it not so?' she asserts with brightening manner. 'Yes, my mother in law lately died,' assented the gentleman, 'but her name was Almira,' objects he. 'There, I knew I was right,' she triumphantly exclaims. 'She is so very much pleased that you recognise her, and has her arms about your neck. She says she brings you have a child in spirit land, have you not?' 'No, madame.' 'She says she brings your grandfather, who is pleased that you are investigating the glorious truths of spiritualism.' 'Oh my!' she exclaims, and sinks into her chair apparently very much exhausted. Her husband gives her a cool drink and fans her until she is able to tackle another, which she does thusly. Spying a lady, dressed in mourning, one who has not been present previously, sitting on the back row, she rises and pointing her finger at the lady says, 'There is a gentleman comes to you.'" "Me?" interrupts the lady addressed, showing the feeler was a true shot, and she was probably seeking word from her husband. "Yes," answers the medium, "and he appears to be a very near relative or friend, he comes so close. I should say your husband," declares the seeress. "Oh, my husband, have you come?" wails the grief-stricken widow. "I see written above his head George, G-E-O. Oh, my poor George," continues the lady, showing the medium she had struck it right. "George A. Is it A?" queries the medium. "Oh yes, oh yes. Why had you to leave me in such a dreadful way?" moans the poor lady, not realizing that her words were loud enough to be heard. "Who is it?" inquired one of another. "Why, that is Mrs. Smith," answers someone who knew her, and the medium caught the name. "Yes, it reads George A. Smith," announces the medium, and putting what Mrs. Smith had said and a recent railway wreck together, drew the conclusion that he met death in that accident, and the surmise proved correct. "He says to tell you not to mourn him, that he is happy and will watch over you. It seems, from the influence that comes over me, that he was killed in a railroad accident about 3 weeks ago. Is that correct, lady?" "Yes, in every particular." "Did you ever see me before?" asked the medium of Mrs. Smith. "No, ma'am," declares she, and another spell of exhaustion is in order, and this time quite a severe one. But Mrs. Smith is to be further entertained, for one of the personating mediums has collapsed again and is lying on the floor, making all possible motions and noises to indicate that she is suffering from wounds received in a railway accident. No one seems to recognize the spirit, and as the hostess wants to do another act, she brings her clairvoyant powers to the rescue and announces that the spirit controlling the medium is Mr. Smith, and if Mrs. Smith will take the hand of the medium for a moment, she will aid him in getting complete control so that he can speak. Mrs. S does as she is suggested, but the medium being an amateur and not yet developed to that point where the spirits can speak through her, gradually eases up on the contortion act, her eyes open, and after the hostess has made a few mesmeric passes over her head, she sighs, arises and resumes her chair, with the look and air of one who has just achieved a wonder and no amount of wed admiration is more than is due her. It may be remarked that she is not much of a medium yet, but it will not be long until her shingle will be swung to the breeze announcing Mrs. Blank Blank, test and business medium, clairvoyant. If not too illiterate she may, at some future time, be found on the spiritual rostrum, delivering spiritual discourses at from $5 to $25 per discourse. Mrs. Smith, however, has received that which will make her a spiritualist, rank as it was. It is not that class of mediums that convince and convert intelligent, well-informed people. Our hostess, after the personating has concluded, seats herself and proceeds to make use of her clairaudient accomplishments. After the indispensable massaging and finger snapping she announces that she hears the name Erastus. "Does any one recognize the name?" she asks. Nobody answers, and she continues, "The spirit throws its influence about the four persons sitting on the ends of the second and third rows of seats. It is either for one of them or somebody sitting very close to them. The spirit desires recognition, for he continues to repeat the name." "Is the name Erastus?" asks one of the parties designated. "It sounds like that, or something very similar," says the medium. "Can you describe the spirit?" pursues the person. "I cannot see him at all, only hear the name," declares the medium. "But since you have spoken, there has been a beautiful spirit light appeared above your head, and from the influence I get, I am sure the spirit comes to you." "Well, I have a friend in spirit life whose name is Erasmus, and it is possible that is lie," admits the party. "That's it," quickly adds the medium. "Now I see the name Erasmus written over your head in letters of white." "How wonderful!" exclaims the party. "Erasmus White was his name, how truly wonderful!" "Yes, and the medium was as much astonished as any one present at the luck that made her say the letters were white ones. Yes," continued the medium, "Erasmus White, and from the condition thrown about you, I should say a very intimate friend or relative." "Yes, he was a very dear friend," admits the person, "and the test was declared very wonderful." After more mesmeric business, the medium rises and pointing to a gentleman in the audience, says in her most positive tones, "You, sir, have lately met with a disappointment in some business transaction. I see you in very angry conversation with a gentleman of low stature, dark complexion, eyes and hair, and perhaps 50 years of age. You seem to be disputing over money matters, or the payment of money due from some business transaction between you. Have you had any such thing as a business disappointment in the way mentioned?" she queries. "Yes, I failed to collect some money due me on making the attempt lately," assented the gentleman. "Well, I see by the brightening of the aura surrounding you that you will get the money after some considerable trouble. I see also that you are to be more than usually successful in your business very soon, and prosperity, such as you never knew before, will be yours. You are to get money from an unexpected source, and by making a wise investment, this condition of things is to be brought about. You have a grandfather in spirit life who will guide you, and you cannot go astray. Am I acquainted with you or your affairs, sir?" she asked. "Not to my knowledge, madam," he replied. Another wonderful and indisputable test of the medium's wonderful gifts. But what man lives who has not had business disappointments and bad debts to collect almost daily? That is reasonably a safe subject to essay a test upon with anybody. The latter part of her statements could not be denied, and stood good for an indefinite length of time, yet those things are looked upon as wonderful by a great many persons. Nothing was said as to whether the description fitted the debtor or not, but the admission of the truth of a part of it made the whole of it go as correct in detail, the medium being careful not to refer to them, after an admission of correctness of the main point. After 3 or 4 such tests had been given, the medium's Indian control, who was supposed to be a maiden of 17 summers and whose name was Prairie Flower. Prairie Flower controls a great many different mediums in a great many parts of the United States. Prairie Flower always announces herself through the medium's organs of speech by suddenly exclaiming, "How's d'ye do, squaws and braves? Me's tums this night time to take care of my meddy. Say, chief," addressing a gentleman in the audience, "does zoo like Injun dirls? 'Cause if youse does, me's glad, 'tause me's like zoo. Me's glad me's peepers sees so much braves and straws here dis night time. Oh, such heaps of beautiful spiritum here's this dark." She would continue this style of talk for 10 or 15 minutes, the medium all the time rubbing herself and making the passes that were supposed to recuperate their vitality after such wonderful efforts as has just been described. When Prairie Flower had said "Doodbye," the circle was at an end. Men and women attended these circles who from manner, dress, conversation and intelligent appearance you would suppose could not only find anything of interest there, but would instead be disgusted, men capable of successfully engineering the affairs of large business institutions and receiving and executing large contracts, requiring more than an ordinary education and knowledge of men and affairs. Yet you would find them regular attendants along with lady teachers and business women, deeply interested and firm believers in the genuineness of all said and done by various mediums. As I said before, this class of medium do not convert the man or woman of brains, but after their conversion through other mediums, they come to believe anything offered in the name of spiritualism. This is the bosh that is met with at every private circle, and which set the writer doubting what he had witnessed at the first and really wonderful séance of the test and physical medium. Why the mediums will do these things is a question hard to answer. They open their houses once and twice a week, allow the public to tramp around their carpets and fill the room with dirt, making extra work, knowing that the majority of their company will go away jeering at what they have seen and heard, making all manner of sport of them, besides the ridicule and roasts of the newspapers. They invite and receive just such treatment without one penny of money as a balm for it all. Many of those who have these circles at their home are beyond the reach of want or the wolf, even did they live 1,000 years. They are frauds of the most thorough deception and know it. It appears to the writer that the most plausible explanation is that they are endeavouring to work up a reputation to do business on in the future, in the case of those who are not well off in the worldly goods. The other class may be self-deluded, for it must be admitted that outside their miserable mediumships they are excellent persons in the majority of cases. They give to charity freely, are honest and fair in their dealings with everybody, live upright lives, and are in every way desirable as friends. I have attended dozens of the class of medium circles named, and have proven each and every one to be frauds. The friends and supporters and believers in any one of them will ask, with an incredulous sneer, "By what means did you arrive at your conclusion, my friend? I have known her for years, and never knew her to be guilty of any act unbecoming a lady, or dishonest or deceitful in any way, and since she has been blessed with these powers, she has never received a cent of money through it, nor does she want any. She is doing this work solely for the benefit that will accrue to benighted humanity. I am sure that she has at no time asked pay from you that you should thus desire to do her an injury. I myself have tested her genuineness for the past 2 years and have found her to be honest and conscientious." In reply to the above interrogatory and argument, which by the way has been put to the writer in the language given, he will say that the operation was simple enough and will succeed every time it is tried. In effect, he allowed them to expose themselves. He will relate the method as it occurred in one case, and that will answer for all, as the same principle was used in each exposé. Being in attendance at one of the circles mentioned, wherein the medium was working for the benefit of benighted humanity, he was pointed out by the medium and the following tests given and received. By the young man sitting next to the window there comes a spirit of a gentleman past middle age, with light hair, having a bald front and crown, blue eyes, blonde complexion, and more than 6 feet tall, with medium slender form. He has in his hand one of the Masonic emblems of their order. The other hand is on your shoulder, and he says that he is your father and that he passed away about 2 years ago. I had, previous to the meeting being opened, stated to a gentleman sitting next to me that I should be pleased to receive a communication from my father, dead about 2 years. I said this in the medium's hearing, without appearing to be aware of her proximity. I also wore a Masonic emblem on the lapel of my vest. "Does the gentleman recognize the description as being correct?" asked the medium. She was answered that he did, with the exception of the eyes, they being grey instead of blue, and that he was just 6 feet tall and not more. Otherwise the description was perfect, he having been a mason. She replied that of course she had only guessed the height and the mistake was excusable, it being a very close guess. The grey eye could be hard to distinguish from blue at this distance, explained the medium. This being conceded, the medium continued by saying, "He brings with him a young lady who might, from appearances, be your sister." My face brightened so perceptibly and my manner became so attentive that she was sure she had struck it right. Hence she went on, "She now says she is your sister." "Does she exhibit anything that might have been a present?" was asked. "She holds out her hand, in which is 2 rings." "Right," interrupted the writer. "Is either of them set with a stone of any kind?" she was asked. "Yes, one of them is set with a beautiful diamond," she answered. "Right again. What is the other one like? Plain gold band?" was asked again. "It is a plain gold band, worn on the forefinger," was the reply. A message was given by her in which she was stated on being asked that she was with our brother and had frequently met with a friend by the name of Bard. My father, also on being asked regarding it, stated that he was satisfied with the disposition that had been made of the property he left and expressed himself as pleased that I had kept his favourite horse. I attended several of the circles held at this place with my father and sister, who gave her name as Effie and was recognized as correct, never failed to come and give me some word of love and instructions concerning the horse. In addition, my brother Robert frequently came along with several friends, including Mr. Bard, who is still living, while the others never had any existence except in my mind and the medium's. My father was still in the flesh, hale and hearty, and a brunette of short stature. My sisters were all living, and a brother I never had. None of my living sisters were named Effie, and none of them possessed a diamond ring. My friend Mr. Bard has never been dead and is doing business today on our earth. The 5 other friends who gave so many communications and described how different they found matters to what they had expected when they used to talk to me about it when I lived in New York City with them, a place I had never lived up to that date, were merely names that I have forgotten. The favourite horse was also a mythical one, my father or self never having owned one of any description. Yet many were the instructions received from my spirit father and sister concerning him. They even went so far as to say on different occasions that they were with me on drives I was supposed to have taken since they last communicated with me, behind this favourite piece of horseflesh that had no existence. End of section 2. Recording by Jordan Watts, Oxfordshire. Section 3 of Revelations of a Spirit Medium by A. Medium. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Spiritual Mysteries Exposed, Part 2. As to the argument that their friends had never known of their being guilty of a dishonest or deceitful act in long years of acquaintance, it is only necessary to say that the most hardened criminal committed a first crime at some time in order that it be possible to commit a second. Again, many women have lived for years with loving husbands who would strike you dead at their feet did you even hint that their wives were not what they should be, yet was grossly untrue to them every week of those long years. They did not discover it and probably went to their graves believing their wives as stainless as the lily. All deceptions and crimes, in fact, a very small percentage of either, or the perpetrators are ever detected. Another argument is that the writer was himself under the eye and in the pay as medium of a gentleman investigator for 3 years, not only being detected at any tricks but making a firm spiritualist of him. I guarantee too that of all the phenomena produced in that time that the writer was the sole proprietor thereof, not being in league with the devil, as has often been said of him, by ignoramuses, nor yet having any special pull on the spirit world. More than this, the writer during his mediumistic career was never heard to claim that his phenomena was the work of spirits, always dodging the question. However, he never objected to persons other than himself calling it whatever they chose, his little speech before taking his seat in the cabinet being in these words: "Ladies and gentlemen, you are here tonight and pay your money to witness and pass judgment on the phenomenon presented in my presence, phenomenon that have been occurring through me since I was 18 years of age. I am not here to proselytize anyone to spiritualism, simply to present to your notice the phenomena that is described as wonderful by all who have witnessed it. I make no claims for it, and you are welcome to explain it in any way you choose after witnessing it. I will say that it is not the work of the devil." If, after hearing that, they persisted in claiming that he was a medium and the phenomena the result of spirit work, I fail to see that he had any business to do anything but saw wood and say nothing. It was left entirely to their judgment and no claim made for it except that it was not the work of the devil. There were no pretences of any kind, simply a case of non-committal cunning. It is a fact, though, that, without a solitary claim being heralded, he rose from a disgusted backslider spiritualist to an individual mentioned and written of as the finest medium for physical manifestations, materialization and independent slate writing in the United States. Did the hundreds who visited his séances but know through what simple means they were deceived, they would make a grimace at themselves every time they caught sight of their reflections in their mirrors. Especially would this be true of the scientific gentlemen and other top-heavy investigators, as well as the expert committees of the spiritual societies throughout the country, before whose august presence he had to appear and demonstrate his mediumistic qualifications, before he had the endorsement of the organized spiritualists of their city. Oh, ye experts! You have been given a description of the style of spiritual work that queered the writer, and if you are a spiritualist of very long standing you will know, by the perusal, that he has been there. The description will answer for many an experience of your own. He will now relate an experience with the other kind of medium, and the experience that started him on the highway to mediumship. There came to the writer's city, during the year of '71, and after the time of visiting the circle just described, a professional travelling test medium. In this instance I will give the name, for there is nothing to be said concerning him as a reason I should not. His name was Frank T. Ripley. A glance at the movements of lectures and mediums in the pages of the Banner of Light today will disclose his name. He is still doing business in the old line. He was to occupy the rostrum at the Spiritualists' Hall 4 Sundays, afternoon and evening. A lecture at 2:30 p.m. and tests beginning at 8 p.m. The writer visited each lecture and test tournament. Mr. Ripley's professional work did much to strengthen his weakening faith. The particular meeting that made a medium of him was on Mr. R.'s third Sunday evening. A description of the proceedings on this evening will suffice for all, as they were all very similar. The festivities would open with singing by a choir, then Mr. R. would offer an invocation, then more singing. During the singing of the second song, Mr. R. would make passes before his face and eyes with his hands, and his hands, limbs and body twitch and jerk convulsively. As soon as the singing ceased, he rose from his chair and came hesitatingly forward to the front of the rostrum, with one hand spread open across his forehead and the other raised aloft and seemingly feeling for some object. Arriving at the front of the platform he stood some seconds in silence, and then with a start his hands dropped to his sides and he began to speak, saying: "I feel an influence, as though I were sinking in salt water. I am drowning. I have fallen from the yard of a vessel that is moving before the wind in mid-ocean. I had been sent aloft to make fast a brace that was playing through its thimble, lost my footing and fell. I have a brother in the audience. My name is blank blank. Does my brother recognize me?" "He does, beyond any doubt," answered a gentleman in the audience, having the appearance of a working man. "If you are not my brother, then you are someone who knows me and all the circumstances of my brother's death." "Now," said Mr. R., "I see standing in the aisle beside you, sir," addressing a gentleman, an old gentleman, with grey hair, grey eyes, one eye being sightless. He is bowed from age and has a cane on which is inscribed "From blank blank to blank blank, his father on his 65th birthday. He says you are his son and the donor of the cane. He passed away about 3 years ago of paralysis. Is what I have said correct, sir?" "It is, sir, in every particular," declared the gentleman. "Now," continued the medium, "there stands by you, sir," addressing the writer, "a gentleman of apparently 30 years of age, tall, slender and lithe of form, with light hair, blue eyes, fine features and even white teeth. He served a few months in the army and came home sick. He did not pass over through the sickness, but was accidentally shot. He says his name is L blank A blank, and that he is your uncle, that you mistook another spirit for him at a séance not long ago. He says to tell you that if you will sit for development in the cabinet you will get manifestations as wonderful as any you have witnessed. Do you recognize the person as the one he claims to be?" The author could not have told the story better himself, and as everything he had said concerning him was correct, there was nothing to do but admit it as fact. After from 10 to 20 of such tests the meeting would close. What would you think, reader, to sit in a public audience and have a man single you out and tell you all about some loved spirit relative? when it appeared impossible that he should know even yourself and much less your spirit friends. The writer had been careful to take a seat in some remote part of the room and never to enter or leave in company with his sister. He avoided an introduction to him and had never exchanged a word with him, arriving at his meetings at the last moment and taking his departure during the singing of the closing hymn. It was very satisfactory to him, but the memory of those private circles would present itself and he was in a quandary. One hour he would feel that there was a truth in it, and the next he would declare to himself it was all bosh. Had the writer never came in contact with other than finished professional mediums, the chances are excellent that he would not have become an adventurer. It finally struck him that, in order to make certain of the truth of the matter, it would be the proper thing to sit for the development of a mediumship of his own. He would use every endeavour to obtain some mediumistic gift, and if he succeeded, that would finally and indisputably settle the matter. If he did not succeed he would, of course, have the same uncertainty about it as before he attempted his development. It would cost nothing but a small portion of his time, and even if it was a failure there would be no loss. Accordingly, after seeking for the proper instructions until they were obtained and he had been assured that if they were carefully observed there was no such thing as failing, a cabinet was erected at the home of the writer and the attempt begun. The instructions were obtained through a trance medium and were as follows. Construct a cabinet in the corner of one of your rooms by hanging across it a pair of heavy curtains, fastening them to the walls of the room where they touch at the sides but leaving them open in the middle of the front. Put in the cabinet a guitar or banjo, tea bell, tambourine, pair of slates and tin trumpet. Have 4 or 6 persons to sit with you, equally divided between the sexes. They are to sit in a semicircle about the front of the cabinet, the sexes alternating, clasping each in the other's hand. You are to sit inside the cabinet alone and remain 1 hour in as passive a condition as it is possible for you to attain. The sitters, those outside, should sing about 4 songs during the hour you are sitting. You should sit twice per week, always on the same evening and hour, Tuesday and Saturday evenings, and from 8 until 9 o'clock. These instructions are all that will be necessary until you are able to get further advice through your own mediumship. There is no such thing as failure if you persist in following out these instructions, and you will begin to receive demonstrations within 3 months. That was satisfactory, and he began his development sittings in as handsome a cabinet and as good instruments as the purses of his friend, who would not allow him to go to any expense, would permit. Those who sat outside were spiritualists, 6 of them, all interested in seeing the prospective medium developed to the fullness of his capabilities, whatever they might be. They were friends of his family, and the writer found the development business quite pleasant. The sittings continued the 3 months named as the time that the manifestations would begin, but none had put in an appearance. Neither had the would-be medium experienced anything that led him to believe that any progress had been made. He was adjured to be patient by the sitters, who told him that it was an easy matter for the spirit to be mistaken as to the length of time required to bring about results, but that they were probably not far wrong, and possibly the next sitting would be the first of the manifestations. Thus encouraged, he continued the sittings until the 6th month had passed into the months that are gone. Nothing had occurred except a healthy desire on the part of both medium and sitters that the manifestations be forthcoming, begetting in the medium an inclination to cause some phenomena on his own hook. The more he thought about it, the stronger became the desire to practice a little deception on his friends. Then, after telling them of it, drop the matter entirely. After turning it over in his mind for some time, he concluded he would see what effect a few spurious manifestations would have on his friends. It would be easy, they having unbounded confidence in him. His mind made up to do it, he hardly knew what to try, and finally concluded he would wait until the sitting came around and after getting into the cabinet see what suggested itself. This was the course he pursued, and on one Saturday evening, after the first song had been sung, the sitters were delighted to hear sharp raps seemingly on the walls of the room within the cabinet. Of course the medium had to be happily surprised, or appear so, which he did, and his first act of deceit was done. He was forced to deny the authorship of the raps also, and the first lie had been given birth. The sitters endeavoured to get answers to questions, but did not succeed, for the rapper did not care to go to that length with his deception, and, besides, did not know what answer to make to the inquiries. Nothing occurred but the raps, although every eye and ear was alert to catch anything that might transpire. The sitters also displayed a tendency to connect any noise occurring to spiritual agency. Noting this, the medium could not help reflecting with what ease one could deceive them. It also gave him an idea that the average medium had pretty smooth sailing when he had none but spiritualists in his circle. If he could not readily offer an explanation for anything occurring, some one of the sitters would do it for him, thus educating him in the business. When 9 o'clock had struck and the medium come from the cabinet, you may rest assured he felt strange. He was sure that every time one of the sitters looked upon his face they knew he had not only made the raps, but had afterward lied about it. A dozen times was he on the point of peaching on himself, but as many times did a sense of shame overcome his resolution, and he told himself he would tell them one at a time as he met them, laugh it down and dismiss any further sittings. The sitters were so delighted and offered so many unselfish congratulations and encouragements, shaking his hand and patting him on the back, that it is no wonder he felt his smallness. One of the ladies remarked, "There! I am sure none of us need ever have any doubts regarding the physical manifestations after this. I am sure Mr. Blank would be guilty of no such act of deceit." Think of it, reader, a respected lady friend offering such an expression of perfect confidence in him regarding the very thing in which he had just been deceiving her. Would you have felt perfectly at ease in his place? I think not. He was glad when his sitters had departed and thought long and deeply on his deception of the evening and concluded not to say a word to any of them about it, but just shut down any more séances. His wits were at work the entire time that elapsed between the regular sitting nights trying to concoct some plausible reason why he discontinued the development course. The evening came, however, and no excuse that the medium could offer without exciting the suspicion that the manifestations of the previous sittings were a fraud had been formulated. After the sitting had gotten under way, the requests by the sitters for phenomena were so frequent and entreating that the medium's conscience smote him again and again for his previous deception. However, he soon found himself rapping again. This time he essayed answers to the questions regarding the progress made in the medium's development, rapping an affirmative answer to the question, is the development proceeding satisfactorily, and will he develop good physical powers? Nothing but raps occurred at this sitting, and the sitters were much pleased that the raps had been made to answer their questions. This was looked upon as a decided improvement over the preceding sitting. The medium was not so much abashed at their compliments and encouragements as on the previous occasion, and during the week actually caught himself wondering what new thing he could do that would create more interest and enthusiasm than the raps. The only things he could think of was to produce spirit lights. This he tried with match heads. It was successful and the sitters delighted. The lights and raps were all that were produced for some dozen or more sittings, for the reason that the medium could think of nothing more wonderful. On one evening he went to sleep in his cabinet, and on waking found that he was supposed by the sitters to be entranced, and it struck him as the proper thing to allow them to remain undeceived, which he did. Now the sitters were sure that some new phenomena was about to occur. It did not, however, until one evening he found about 20 feet of rope that had been concealed in the cabinet without his knowledge. He found it nicely coiled and tied with thread to the underside of the cane chair seat in which he sat. He had no knowledge of rope tying feats, but undertook to bind himself with the ropes, which he finally succeeded in doing. He now essayed his first speaking under control by exclaiming, "Look, look, look," until the sitters understood that the spirits wanted them to examine the medium's condition. They were delighted beyond measure at finding the medium apparently so securely bound. The light was so dim that it was impossible to detect anything wrong with the knots or manner of tying. The medium, though, was fearful all through the examination that some of them would discover his deception, and only breathed freely when the examination had been completed and he was admitted to be most securely bound and in a way that it was impossible to have accomplished himself. The medium realized, however, that the absolute confidence of the sitters in his honesty had as much to do with the successful termination of his rope tying test as anything else, and that, with a circle of skeptics, it would have been an entirely different matter. It was also his intention to stop his sittings and deceptions after he had satisfied himself as to what lengths he could go in the deception of the persons composing his circle. We shall see how he succeeded. It now became a study with him to invent new phenomena or duplicate that which he had witnessed. He could not account for what he had witnessed nor evolve a satisfactory theory as to how it was accomplished. Nevertheless, it was becoming more of a certainty in his mind each day that it was all the clever work of the medium. His success in deceiving his sitters as to the rope tying feat, crude and incomplete as it must have been, compared with the finished and expert work of the medium, led him to believe that with practice he could become expert to that degree that he could deceive the elect. This impression led to the spirit's writing on the slate at the next sitting that one of the gentlemen should bind the medium at the next following sitting, and they would see what they could accomplish. This was done, as he thought, at the time, in a tolerably thorough manner. His hands were tied to the top of his knees as he sat in the chair, and the rope continued down, binding his ankles to the legs of the chair below the bottom rung. He was put into the cabinet, and while the circle was engaged in singing, he found it very little trouble to free the right hand by putting his knees closer together, thus making the use of the left hand possible in securing the release of its neighbour. But could he get back into the ropes again so as to avoid detection? He made the attempt and found he could get back easily enough, but the best he could do, the ropes were not so closely drawn as they had been before he had released himself. Here was a pretty state of affairs surely. Just as certain as the gentleman examined the ropes, just so surely would his efforts be discovered. What was to be done? He did not see any way out of his dilemma until it occurred to him that he could remove the rope entirely, if he could do no better, thus removing the evidence of having unsuccessfully attempted any trickery. He concluded to do so, but the thought struck him, why not go on and attempt to put himself in the condition in which the gentleman left him, until he had either succeeded or proven to himself his inability to accomplish it. It was inky dark in the cabinet, and the sense of touch was his only mode of ascertaining the condition of things. The song was concluded, and the medium found it necessary to discontinue his experiments until the second song was begun, on account of the creaking of the chair at every move that was made. Questions were put to the spirits to which no answer were obtained, the medium still having his hands in the ropes. Hence it was impossible to produce the raps. He can get raps today no matter how he is secured or watched. Such are the advantages of experience and practical education in any line of business. The failure to get raps was accounted for on the theory that the spirits were working to overcome the condition of the ropes. They were correct in regard to at least one spirit, closely related to their medium. The second song was started and again the medium essayed to complete his task. After a few minutes he struck it. Later on he will explain in detail just what he struck. Now that he accomplished it once was an easy matter to do it again and again, as he discovered by experiment. It was his intention now to stir things up lively, to make as much of a noise and rumpus with the instruments as possible, and call for an examination of the ropes. On second thought, however, he concluded it would be better to do but very little, as the development might be considered too sudden to be of a healthy variety, and in comparison with the time required to obtain the raps, it would certainly appear bad. Therefore, after a few raps, a light or two, and 2 or 3 very light thrums on the guitar, an examination was called for, and the gentleman expressed himself as very thoroughly satisfied that not a rope or knot had been touched or tampered with. This statement created quite a murmur of pleased satisfaction among the sitters, and the prognostication of 2 or 3 of them that the medium was destined to become one of the finest and most satisfactory physical mediums in the world. This was calculated to cause the medium to feel his oats, and he declared to himself that he would furnish them more food for thought ere another year had passed, and would endeavour to fulfil their predictions. He had no idea why he came to any such conclusion, it not being as yet his intention to follow anything of the kind as a business. Nothing more was seen or heard at this sitting, and at its close the medium was found freed of the ropes, all knots being untied, and the rope neatly coiled lying in the corner. Great was the speculation indulged in regarding the probable result of the next séance. He was now, since the success of this séance, firmly convinced that the physical medium he had visited was simply an expert manipulator of ropes, and had means of his own to cause the manifestations he had witnessed, notwithstanding the seeming impossibility of such being the case. The one thing that puzzled him most was the source of the information he had regarding persons who were absolute strangers to him. How came he to know that Mr. and Mrs. E had a son, Willie E , and that he had owned a pony that the parents still kept, and that the pony was called Midget? From when came the faces that were so recognized in every feature and spoke so certainly on subjects the medium could not possibly know anything about? How came he to know the names of my spirit friends and the names of members of my family not present? Even if he did know them, how came he to know that I was their relative? I had not had any introduction previous to the séance. When he would think of these things he would be fearful, for a time, that he was perpetrating these deceptions on his friends and under the eye of his sorrowing spirit relatives, and was inviting all kinds of catastrophes to blight and ruin his prospects and life. Again he would explain the whole proceeding to his satisfaction as the result of mind reading, and determined within himself to acquire that power if it were a possibility. He has since learned how to accomplish those same feats, and if the reader will peruse this book to its close, he or she will know enough of the mediums employed to become, in a very short time, one who can work the same wonders and become a celebrated and much sought after medium. At the next meeting of the developing circle each one was in a state of pleased expectancy, and some very intemperate predictions made as to the wonderful nature and vast amount of phenomenon that would be presented. From the expressions of what was expected to occur the medium was positive that there would be some disappointed sitters present after the séance. By no possible means could he fill the bill they had prepared in their minds, and was so confident that would be produced at this sitting. They appeared more anxious than the medium had ever been, even in his most impatient moments. However, after being bound, and this time in a manner different to the previous occasion, and in a way that created a healthy doubt in the medium's mind as to whether he would be able to free himself, the singing was begun. This time the hands had been tied to the front legs of the chair at his sides, and there was no possible way to get them together. However, after a dint of hard work and much experimenting, he found his right hand free, and that the tactics employed on the previous occasion would restore the ropes to their original condition. He had been careful to place in the cabinet a chair that was sound in all its parts and would not creak with every movement, and he was enabled to work when the sitters were not singing. At this sitting raps were produced, the guitar twanged louder than before, the tea bell was heard to skip across the floor of the cabinet with considerable force, lights appeared at the opening of the cabinet, 3 or 4 at a time, and a message written declaring that the development was progressing favourably, and signed John King, Control. At the séance previously witnessed by the medium, John King was the control, and seemed to be quite well appreciated by the spiritualists present. Therefore the medium in this case concluded he might as well have a control of favourable mention as not, as all that was necessary to procure him was to subscribe his name to the communications written. This he did, and great was the pleasure expressed by the sitters, all of whom had attended the séances of the aforementioned physical medium. They were now positive that full form materialization would be the ultimate outcome of the sittings, as Mr. King was identified with nearly every medium getting that phase of physical phenomena. On the gentleman entering the cabinet to inspect the rope, he declared that he smelled phosphorus, brimstone or matches. The medium's heart jumped, and he was sure that his manner of making lights was about to be exposed. However, it was passed by as probably being an odour induced through some chemical proceedings on the part of the spirits in producing the manifestations. That theory was accepted and restored the medium's peace of mind, but he swore to never make any further use of matches in producing spirit lights, but would find some safer way or dispense with them entirely. After a few more sittings of substantially the same manifestations, except the lights, and being secured with the ropes in a different manner each time, the lights were missed by the sitters and their absence remarked. The medium saw that he must either furnish lights in some way or lay the previous ones open to suspicion. An idea struck him. He procured a flat 2-ounce druggist's bottle and filling it about 1/4 full of water, cut the heads off about 100 parlour matches and dissolved them in. When the composition was dissolved he poured off the water, saving it, and threw away the bits of pine left in the bottle. He now returned the brown fluid to the bottle and corked it. After labelling the bottle "cough medicine," he put it in his pocket and sought a dark closet to see how his cough medicine would work. Getting into the dark place he took the bottle from his pocket and was not disappointed to find that it was not at all luminous and of course a failure. However, he thought he would smell of it and see if it would have passed for a cough mixture in odour as well as appearance. What was his surprise on admitting a little air in the effort to extract the cork, to have the bottle become a beautiful yellowish luminous shape. Ha! Now he could furnish all the lights they wanted without any betraying odour being able to fill the cabinet or escape into the room. He actually exulted over the success of his experiment and was as pleased as though it was an invention for some useful purpose and would win for him fame and fortune. Really, it has won fame of a certain kind and money enough to travel and live comfortably upon, but he did not yet know of the possibilities of his cough medicine, and in the course of a few months had discovered a way in which to produce a great deal of interesting phenomena with its aid that was new to most spiritualists. Try it, reader. You will be astonished at the results you can obtain from a bottle of this cough mixture, a white handkerchief and a dark room. More concerning it presently. After having been tied in several different ways, and easily freeing his right hand and replacing it again so as to present the appearance of not having been removed or tampered with, the medium began to have a pretty good opinion of his abilities to deceive, and a feeling of pride in his deceitful work took possession of him. By this time it had become noised about the city that some wonderful manifestations were occurring through him under test conditions, and many persons were clamouring for admission to the circles. It was denied them on the ground that to admit strange magnetisms at this juncture would have a tendency to retard the progress in development. So many of them importuned so lustily and incessantly that it was finally agreed that the sitters would ask Mr. King, the control, and be guided by what he said. Accordingly, at the next sitting Mr. King was approached on the subject with the following question: "Mr. King, do you favour the admittance to our circle of persons other than the regular members thereof?" The medium, being anxious to see what would be said of the manifestations by others than his developing sitters, caused Mr. King to reply that they could admit 4 at the next sitting, 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. They were to sit by themselves in a row back of the regular sitters. One of the ladies then asked Mr. King if he did not think it would be the fair thing to charge them an admittance of 25 cents for wear and tear on the carpets. Mr. King, after thinking a few moments, said he thought it would be about right. The medium knew his manifestations did not compare at all with those he had witnessed, but that they were worth 1/8 what was asked for the better ones. Besides, since burying his conscience, he was of the opinion that someone other than himself should pay the funeral expenses. The night arrived and with it the 4 persons privileged to attend. They were spiritualists, all of them, but exercised the privilege granted of making an examination of the cabinet. As the medium did not invite an investigation of his pockets, none was made. A 25-cent medium could not be expected to submit to such indignities and reflections on his uprightness. The hour for the séance to open arrived and the medium seated himself with the ropes in his lap in front of the curtains. One of the regular sitters assumed the management of the séance and announced that either of the gentlemen strangers would be permitted to bind the medium in any manner he chose. After some hesitancy and protestations that neither of them cared whether the medium was tied or not, one of them came forward and undertook to make him fast. The medium had learned a thing or two about this time about stealing some of the slack of the rope for future use, while being tied. By sitting well forward on his chair when the ends of the rope were made fast to the back rung, he could, by sliding back in his seat afterward, have the use of as much slack rope as any ordinary unselfish medium could wish. The coat falls close up to the back of the chair, thus hiding a move of that kind. When the wrists have been tied and are being drawn down to the knees, to the chair legs or together at the back, one twist of the hand and consequently the two ends of the rope, and by a reverse twist when the time arrives, or you should go out of the business. There is never any occasion to free but one hand. It will astonish you to know what a number of things you can accomplish with one hand, your mouth and elbow. If you fail to get in the twist, do not allow it to disconcert you and result in your being helplessly tied. But if they proceed to tie your hands to your knees, sit up straight, thus compelling them to tie it around the fleshy part of the leg. All you have to do to obtain the coveted slack is to lean forward and force your hands towards your knees where the leg is much smaller and the slack is yours to command. If they proceed to tie your hands to either the front or back legs of the chair, and you do not have an opportunity to twist on them without their observing, which sometimes happens, sit very erect and shorten your arms by not allowing them to entirely straighten, and by elevating your shoulders as in shrugging, thus making the distance from the point on your wrist where the rope is tied to the topmost rung about 4 inches. It will always be their endeavour to tie below the top rung around the leg. By slipping down in your seat you ought to have all the slack you could possibly make use of. If they are tying behind you, turn the inside edges of your hands together, and when they make the ends fast to the bottom rung, or any point below the hands, sit up straight, drawing the hands up just far enough to avoid it being observed, and there will be plenty of slack. You can, by reversing the tactics used to free yourself, get back and leave every rope taut and drawing by giving an extra twist to the ropes where they pass around the wrists. Never furnish a soft cotton rope or you are a goner, except your hands will permit of your drawing them out of any loop as large as your wrists. Even if you succeed in doing that, you cannot possibly get back again. The fact of the matter is, if you practice a few weeks, it will be an exceedingly difficult matter to tie you so that you cannot readily get out. More on this subject later on. As a matter of course, there are very few experts at tying, and the gentleman who tied the medium on this particular evening was no exception to the rule, and before he had finished his undertaking to his satisfaction, the medium was as good as free. Before he reached his seat the tea bell was violently ringing and the guitar sounding. Now a hand was thrust out at the opening and the fingers snapped. The trumpet was thrust out and an unintelligible sound made through it. One of the gentlemen strangers mistook the sound to be the word William and exclaimed, "William, is that really you come to see your old father?" "Yes," replied the horn, and the old gentleman stated it was the first time he had been able to get his son's name through a medium. Once more the medium made a noise through the horn that could be mistaken for Charles or Clarence or almost any name beginning with C, and again was it recognized as a son, this time one of the lady strangers. She mistook the sound to be Clarence. The horn was dropped and a communication written from Clarence to his mother. It proved satisfactory, and the medium concluded that was tests enough for the initial séance. An examination was now made of the condition of things in the cabinet, and the gentleman who did the tying stated that he was positive the ropes were in precisely the shape he had left them. Mr. King now requested that the room be made dark, as they desired to illuminate their hands. The lights were turned down and a screen put between it and the cabinet. The medium brought forth his cough medicine and, after wrapping his handkerchief about it to conceal the shape of the bottle, gave it a dash up and down in the front of the cabinet. This light was different from the former ones, being the size of a man's fist, while the first ones had been only small specks. The lights were the hit of the séance, and drew forth many expressions of wonder and delight. Especially were the regular sitters delighted. After showing the light 3 or 4 times, always in motion, he loosened up the handkerchief, making it stand away from the bottle on all sides, thus producing a light about the size of a human head. This he slowly pushed through the opening in the cabinet and allowed it to stop a few seconds, then he drew it back and put it away. The sitters now claimed that the last light was a human head and face, the features being distinguishable. It was set down as a case of etherealization, as they declared that they could look right through it and see the curtains behind it. One gentleman, a doctor, declared that he could see the whole convolutions of the brain. Thus they helped out the show with their imaginations and made a reputation for the medium. Another examination was made of the ropes, and all pronounced satisfactory. Another song, the medium is untied and the séance is at an end. Many were the congratulations received by the medium over the progress made and the wonderful manifestations just received. The strangers paid their admission fee and expressed themselves as well pleased that so wonderful a medium was being developed right there in the city, and they should not have to depend on the travelling mediums when they wanted communication with their friends. After his visitors had departed, the medium took the dollar from his pocket and wondered what he should do with it. He had made up his mind now to become a professional medium, and concluded that he would keep it for the purchase of articles he would require in his business. Since his sitters had mistaken his handkerchief for a human face, he had an idea that he could provide something that would not require so much of the imagination to make it appear a face, and to that use was put the dollar received at his first public séance. Repairing to a toy and novelty house, he purchased one of those wire gauze masks which would permit light to shine through it. This he trimmed down until it could be put into the breast pocket, and yet enough remained to make quite a good spirit face. By putting this mask in front of the luminous handkerchief, a luminous face and head was presented. It was bald, of course, until he discovered that with a small piece of black cloth he could put hair on the gentleman. That wire mask has been recognized by dozens of persons as fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, cousins, sweethearts, wives, husbands, and various other relatives and friends. None but the medium knew that it was only a 50-cent wire mask, and hence none but the medium could enjoy the humour of the occasion. His fame rapidly spread now, and the people became even more clamorous than before to get in. His first sitters had gone away and told wonderful stories of the strange phenomena they had witnessed at the séance, and it went from one to another until it appeared the whole city knew of it and wanted to witness it for themselves. The medium concluded that now was the time to make it pay in that particular city, if he ever intended to attempt it. Accordingly, Mr. King was made to say that he would admit 8 persons in future, and that the fee for admission should be 50 cents. He would also advise holding an additional séance on Thursday evening each week. He also selected one of the regular sitters as Master of Ceremonies, who was to have charge of the séances without other recompense than the glory he would get out of the position. He was much pleased at the confidence manifested in his ability and all that kind of thing, and accepted the position. Our medium was now in the business for what there was in it, in a financial way, and for several months he had all he could do. By that time, not having been detected at his tricks, he was fully persuaded to undertake his mediumship as his profession and make a living with it. Articles had appeared in different times in the various spiritualistic journals from the pens of those who had attended his séances, descriptive of what occurred and the conditions under which the séances were held, and the medium was in receipt of a number of letters, the writers of which were desirous of engaging his services as a medium in their respective towns. He gave up his position, had some cards printed, and set out on his career of travel and adventure. He has been continuously on the road ever since that day, stopping nowhere more than a few days at a time, and having never as yet figured in an exposé. To be sure, his séances are much different to what they were when he started out, they improving each time he sat. He met many mediums the first year, and from each one gained the admission that they were frauds. They would also tell him who to look out for in the towns from which they had just come. His manifestations were pronounced out of sight by every medium who ever witnessed them, and many were the entreaties to tell them how it was done. He would not reveal the simplicity of his operations, however, as he did not want any opposition in his particular line, and having the reputation now of being one of the finest physical mediums in the country, did not care to have to share it with anyone. He made it a point to learn all possible from the mediums which he met, but to give up nothing himself but what they already knew. By following up on this plan of taking all the information possible and at the same time keeping a still tongue, he came to know the methods pursued by a great many mediums, which was of much use to him in his own work. He will say just here that of all the mediums he has met in 18 years, and that means a great many in all phases, he has never met one that was sailing the very same description of craft as himself. Every one, no exception. Of course, the lecturers he has met, who do not lecture under influence, and who have no phase of mediumship, are probably honest in what they teach. They are not different to any other convert to spiritualism who does not lecture. There may have been a few of the inspirational speakers too, who were honestly mistaken as to the inspiration. It is a fact that he has developed inspirational speakers for a financial consideration who have taken to the platform and who believed themselves inspired. It is true, too, that in some cases he was not very proud of the quality of inspiration he had developed. He was proud of no part of it, save the financial considerations which reposed in his wallet. Reader, if you become a medium, be very careful to give the female professional mediums a wide berth, and no possible knowledge of the methods of your work. They are universally selfish and jealous, and they will leave no stone unturned to do you an injury. When you meet a female professional who is a lecturer and test medium, and who has a hall rented in which she gives her alleged tests and the harangue in poor English that she dubs a lecture, and advertises herself and her clairvoyant powers in her test and business sittings at her home, look out for her. She is as rank a fraud as you can possibly be, but is jealous of your powers to obtain physical manifestations, and although she may not say anything against you in public, be sure that every individual she meets will have a bug in his or her ear concerning the genuineness of your manifestations. Her tests usually are very rank, and all resemble the tests given by a married professional in a northern city, whose reputation was anything but savoury, and whose tests ran something like the following. To the gentleman sitting there, indicating the individual she referred to by pointing to him, there comes a condition of prosperity. I see that his business will be prosperous in the future, and he will not meet with certain unpleasant conditions that are troubling him. Now I see a white dove that circles above his head, and now it is alighted on your shoulder, indicating a condition of peace for you. I see that a change in business will be the cause of your prosperity, and that a change will be in... But if you desire to know more about it, you must come to my rooms, as there is so much of it that I cannot take the time in my public meetings. If he goes, it will cost him $1, and that is the purpose of the hall meetings. This same woman is supposed to be controlled by one of the ancient sun worshippers, and while under his control she is supposed to be fireproof. Anything she holds in her hands is supposed to be fireproof also. She handles heated lamp chimneys in her bare hands, holds her fingers in the blaze of a lamp for a few seconds, passes her little son's hair through the blaze, also a handkerchief, and borrows a gentleman's necktie, which also withstands the ordeal. During this performance she throws back her head, rolls her eyes upward until only the whites are visible, and contorts herself in various other ways, besides giving tongue to some outlandish gibberish, supposed, and claimed to be, the language of the aforementioned sun worshipper in his adoration of the sun. I will wager that if a sun worshipper should happen to hear the lingo she claims as his language, he would never again open his mouth and give utterances to an audible sound. In order to duplicate this woman's performance, prepare the following. Dissolve 1/2 ounce of camphor in 2 ounces of aquavitae. Add 1 ounce of quicksilver and 1 ounce of liquid styrax, which is the product of the myrrh and which prevents the camphor igniting. Shake and mix well together. Bathe the inside of the hand and the fingers in this preparation, allowing it to dry in, and you can duplicate the performance with the lamp chimney and hold your fingers in the blaze quite a while without any bad effect. You will also be able to accomplish it without any grimaces or gibberish or rolling of the eyes. For the remainder of the performance, dissolve all the salt a teacup of water will contain. In another cup, dissolve a tablespoon of soda in warm water. Now pour the two together. and after they are well mixed, wash the little boy's hair, or that portion you intend using in your experiment as a sun worshipper, combing it until dry. Now take the necktie of a gentleman friend and your confederate, and after washing it, allow it to dry. You are now ready to accomplish the feat in its entirety, the only other thing needful being to roll your eyes, throw back your head, and make sounds that would shame a Siwash Indian with your voice. You could go the lady one better by adding to the first preparation 2 ounces of pulverized red stone. After stirring it well together, rub the bottoms of your feet with it, and you can walk several steps on a bar of red hot iron. Usually these women have only clairvoyant and trance mediumships, which require no skill of execution, and which, as a matter of course, you cannot expose. You can state that nothing they have said is correct, and that mistakes of magnificent dimension have been made in what they have told you, but what matters that? They will tell you that conditions were not good, or that you came in a condition of deception yourself, and that they only told you what they saw and heard. They have not the nerve, or what is more probable, are not smart enough to attempt anything in which there is more risk, and decidedly object to anyone else doing it. Female mediums of the description just mentioned are generally the most depraved in their tastes and life behind the scenes. Many of them who have had much to say in opposition to the writer were themselves wrecking with fraud and morally rotten from centre to circumference, and if any of them discover the identity of the writer and want him to specify, he will do so in another book, in which the names will be given and most of the scenes laid in San Francisco and the cities on the railway lines between that city and the eastern states. The writer has not, up to date, met a female medium he would trust, nor has he yet met one who was not as fraudulent as himself. There are a few who are lecturing and giving platform tests, who attend their own business and are laying up something for a rainy day, but none of them give the satisfaction that the male mediums give in the same line, for the very reason that they cannot be entrusted with anything and are continually wondering how Mr. So-and-so manages to give so many positive and undeniable tests, full names, dates, incidents and places instead of doves, conditions of prosperity and symbols, being able to dispense with psychometric handkerchief readings and to give tests that are counted as such. Be wary, I say, of the female professional medium. She is as full of deceit as you are, but has not the good business sense that ought to keep her mouth shut when her jealousy is aroused. She will lay herself open to suspicion in order to excite a feeling against you. Not so among the boys. If they have a grievance, they'll punch each other's noses, but do not go and give away any professional secrets, thus lessening their opportunities for getting a livelihood easily and comfortably. The writer's séances had, by this time, grown to be quite wonderful exhibitions and attracted much attention and comment wherever he gave them. To be sure, the newspapers cried trickery and humbug, but they forgot to explain how he accomplished it, hence they only made more business for the medium, the people visiting his séance to verify, if possible, the newspaper statement that it was all a trick. The part of the séance that puzzled the sitters most was a new idea the medium had worked up. It was like this. After he had finished the work in the cabinet and had untied himself, he would come outside and, seating himself to one side, the left of the middle, with his back up close to the curtain, he would request that 2 of the audience sit with him. This would make 3 persons sitting in a row with their backs against the curtains forming the cabinet front, the medium being at the left-hand end of the row. He would now allow the middle man to take his left hand in his left, while he would take firm hold of the sitter's left arm above his elbow with the right hand. He would have the sitter at the opposite end place and dispose himself similarly. It will be seen that as they are now sat, the middle sitter would know if either of the others made a movement of any kind. After getting in this position in the sight of the audience and instructing the middle sitter to report if either of the others moved, the medium would have a curtain drawn across the front and pinned to the cabinet behind, thus hiding all of the 3 sitting there, with the exception of their heads. The man in the middle held both of the other sitters and was requested to report if either of them let go or moved. Manifestations would now occur in the cabinet back of the sitters. Tunes would be played upon the guitar, the tambourine, tea bell and other instruments would fly about the cabinet as though possessed of life. Hands would appear at the aperture between the curtains and also over the top of the cabinet which was 6 feet high. Those sitting next to the cabinet would be patted on the back and their hair and ears pulled by a hand through the cabinet. The middleman, on being asked, would invariably reply that the medium had not stirred and that he still had both his hands. Many would say that the medium had produced the manifestations while he was alone in the cabinet, but it was an impossibility that he caused the manifestations while being held on the outside. Certainly that appeared to be the facts in the case, but the right hand of the medium did all the work nevertheless. How did he get it away without the gentleman knowing it? Easy enough. You will remember that they took their positions in view of the audience and are not supposed to have moved until the close of the séance and the taking down of the curtain, but they have just once. While the curtain was being pinned, the medium let go of the gentleman's arm to indicate to the person putting up the curtain where to put a pin. His hand was away only an instant. The gentleman knew when he took it away, also when it was returned again. But when it was returned it contained a thin piece of sheet lead, cut to about the size of the medium's hand. When the medium's hand closed on the gentleman's arm, the lead was inside it, and as his fingers closed it was bent around his arm, giving the impression of the grip of a hand. You can see now how easily the medium could have the entire use of his right hand and yet have the sitter declare that his hand had not moved. As this medium had not yet arrived at that state of perfection in which he could allow himself to be searched, he went into his pocket for a small article resembling a lead pencil, but when rightly manipulated transformed itself into a tapering steel rod about 4 feet in length, with a small hook and slot in the end. Into the slot he slips a pasteboard hand that he has also fished from a convenient pocket, and the next you know it is visible just over the top of the cabinet, where, as the astonished spectators admit, the medium could not reach even if he were free. Next a hand is seen at the aperture and the fingers move and are filliped. The fingers of the hand seen at the top of the cabinet did not move nor were not filliped, but the last hand did, and if asked about it afterward 99 times in 100, either one of the sitters will declare that the fingers were moved and snapped in each case. There is a way to make the fingers on a painted pasteboard hand appear to spread out sideways and close again. To accomplish this, paint on a piece of cardboard an open hand with the fingers spread out. Do not cut out on the outline of the hand, but fill in between the fingers with black, just trimming off the card that is in excess of the width or length of the hand. Now turn the card over and proceed to paint the same sized hand with the exception that the fingers are not spread apart. Paint all of the card remaining black. Now put it into the slit of your reaching rod and by quickly turning first one side and then the other to your audience, in the dim light it presents the appearance of one open hand with the fingers spreading and closing. By the same means you can make a hand appear to be opening and closing. It is the same principle that causes a series of drawings in different positions in the act of climbing a ladder appear to be one image going through all the motions and actually climbing the ladder, when seen through a narrow slit and in rapid succession. After putting the pasteboard hand into view in different places distant from himself and snapping the fingers of his own hand, thus giving the impression that the fingers of the pasteboard hand were snapped, he hooked the bell to the end of the rod and it was rung, and shown in distant parts of the cabinet. After closing the rod and concealing it as well as the hand, he proceeds to shake up the guitar, tambourine and bell to present the hand in different positions, giving the impression of different sizes of hands. It is wonderful what a number of manifestations you can produce with one hand and not disclose your connection with it by a perceptible movement of head or body. If you think these are only theories of one who has never made use of the idea, try them and see how beautifully they will work, and the amount of astonishment they will create among your friends. The medium now requested someone to hold a slate up to the front of the cabinet. On being held as directed, a hand appears from the cabinet and writes "Good night." This ends the séance, and after the curtain is taken down disclosing the medium's hand just where it had been when he sat down, and the gentleman states positively that it has not been removed during the séance, the medium removes hand and lead, palming the lead, and reaching into his side coat pocket drops it, brings out his handkerchief, innocently mops his brow, replaces the kerchief, and is done. There are no really smooth, expert and finished female mediums for physical manifestations, notwithstanding the fact that they are eminently fitted to carry a great many articles about them without discovery, in their clothing or hair. They are universally bunglers, which accounts for so many exposés. It is not the male medium who has his materialization exposed one time in 100. The sharpest, quickest and most expert female materializing medium the writer ever met is a resident of the Pacific coast, not at this time in the business. She did her work without the aid of a confederate, and work good enough to fool everybody who visited her séances. People were there who could not believe it was the work of spirits, but who could not offer any other solution. It was during the 3rd year of the writer's travels that he became a member of an organization of mediums that discovered to him the manner in which the first medium visited by him came by the information he possessed regarding the writer and the writer's family. It was made clear to him how, without any mind-reading powers, he could probably have given a test to every spiritualist or investigator in the city who had ever received a test prior to his visit to the city. The writer was asked how he fixed for tests, and he had to admit that he had none that he had kept track of. Well, the organisation was for the purpose of keeping each other posted on tests in the territory in which we travelled. The writer was not long in discovering that it was an excellent organisation to belong to. He was supplied with all the tests known by from 1 to 20 mediums who had done the territory he intended covering, and was expected to make notes of any new tests he should discover. You can see, reader, what an impression a medium so prepared could make in Cincinnati. He would have, say, 500 tests for spiritualists and frequenters of séances in a city of that size, and could give 3 or 4 to a dozen wonderfully accurate tests each night so long as he remained. Here is what a page of these notebooks looks like. For Cincinnati, Ohio, G. A. Wilson, merchant. Spirit daughter, Elsie, died 76, age 14 months, diphtheria, blonde, blue eyes. Spirit mother, Eleanor Wilson, died 67, consumption, age 56, dark. Spirit father, Nathan E. Wilson, died 71, pneumonia, age 64, light. Spirit friend, Andy Nugent, schoolmates at Oberlin, O. S. O. Wilbur, shoe dealer. Spirit son, Albert E., 74, lung fever, 19 years, blonde, only child. His parents kept his book and clothing. He is always described as a student with book in hand. Good mark for private sittings. R. B. Young, rich. Spirit daughter, Alice E., age 19, pneumonia, 79, upper front teeth gold-filled, extraordinarily long hair, quite an artist, and one of her landscapes hangs in parlour in gilt and plush frame. Spirit painting of her in the sitting room that is kept curtained. She is an artist in spirit world, supposed to have a son in spirit that had no earth life named Egbert O. Spirit son. Egbert O never had earth existence. An inventor in spirit life and supposed to work through Thomas Edison, is especially interested in electrical work. Spirit father, Robert B., died 69, paralysis, manufacturer of machinery, 2 fingers off left hand. Spirit mother, Sarah, died when he was a child. Spirit brothers, James and Samuel. Spirit aunts, Lucy Wilkinson, Mary Wilkinson and Eliza Chandro. Remarks, a good mark for private séances at his home and will pay well. Dead gone on physical manifestations and materialization. Will get up lots of séances. Agree with everything he says and you are all right. A. T. Younger, spirit son, Albert F., drowned under suspension bridge, May 87, sends message of greeting to Aunt Mary and cousin Harry. Spirit father, A. O. Younger, died 84, railroad accident in Illinois, is looking for private papers supposed to have been left by him, sends love to his wife Kate in Covington. There, reader, is one page out of 63 similar ones, all relating to Cincinnati spiritualists and investigators. Could you not go to Mr. Young, having arrived direct from Denver or the Pacific coast, and never having previously visited Cincinnati, and astonish the gentleman as to your knowledge of his family and affairs, would it not be possible to give him a number of absolute pointed tests? Suppose you are giving a séance and should put out a face. Nobody recognizes it. Mr. Young is in the audience. All that is necessary to have a grand test out of the unrecognized face is to cause it to announce in a loud, laboured whisper the name Egbert O. Young. My father R. B. Young is present. If, as is sometimes the case, Mr. Young desires to make a still stronger test, he is likely to ask, "How old were you when you passed over?" The spirit now replies, "I had no existence on the earth plane." "What are you engaged in on your side?" continues Mr. Young. "I am still working on electrical problems through Mr. Edison." The spirit might now clinch the proof of its identity by saying, "Grandfather Robert B. Young and great aunt Lucy Wilkinson are with me tonight. Uncle James Young has something of importance to say to you at first opportunity." It may be that Mr. Young has heard nothing of the spirit Egbert for a year or greater length of time, and on your causing him to manifest his presence, it being the first time you have met Mr. Young, and your first time to his city, it is likely to place you higher in the esteem of that gentleman. As he is rich and in the habit of having private séances at his home and paying well for them, you will learn by referring to the whys in your notebook that it is quite desirable that you make an admirer and champion of him. Many will be the $20 séances given at his home by yourself, and frequently will you be called upon for slate writing if you are doing that phase at $2 per writing. If you are a close observer, you will manage to pick up many new tests. In looking through the family album you will probably find the faces of many of his friends and relatives. It is your duty to yourself and brother mediums to be at all times armed with the 25-cent cameras. These cameras are made of paper or pasteboard. In order to obtain a copy of a photograph, pull the two ends as far apart as they will go, which is the proper focus for an object 1 foot distant. Now place the photo to be copied in position and tear the small square of black paper from the aperture, retaining the end that hung loose. Count 15 and stick the piece of black paper over the aperture. It was already mucilaged. All you have to do is lick it. Press the ends together, put it in your pocket, and you have a fair copy of the picture. Copy all the pictures for which you can get the names and relationship. What for? For the money there is in it. In order to get your money out you must take them, with their names and relationships, to a spirit photographer, tell him all about it and give him the cameras. He finishes the work you begun by developing the copies and again copying them onto his own plates, leaving them undeveloped. Of course he does not copy them all at one plate, but perhaps one and then 4 or 5 other faces, including an Indian or two that may or may not be recognized. If they were all copied onto one plate, there would only be one sitting necessary, and of course only one $5 bill in the transaction. As it is, there are from 1 to 5 plates with 1 and 2 faces that can be positively identified. He will take sittings as long as faces are produced that he recognizes, and at times will pay for several after the medium operator has ran out of material. It is now the slate writing medium's play to cause the spiritualist's spirit friends to declare that they want to furnish him with their spirit photographs, and if he will visit Mr. Blank Blank, medium for that phase, he will get them. Of course he is delighted with the idea and is soon in your friend's studio. He sits. The first plate develops 2 of his spirit friends' faces. He is delighted, but all that promise to appear are not there. Another sitting is suggested by the operator, who declares that there are others present who are frantic for an opportunity to be photographed. He sits again. Another face appears that he recognizes, and more than likely he will sit from 4 to 6 times. If he has 4 sittings at $5 per sitting, he is indebted to the operator in the sum of $20. Now, on the next day you visit the photographer and receive $10 as your share of the results of the transaction. We will presume that the spiritualist becomes enthusiastic on the subject of spirit photography and sends to another spirit photographer in a distant city to see what success he will have. He sends his own photo and the fee. The medium applies to write to the medium living in the city and asks if he has anything for Mr. Blank. Of course he has and forwards them. He gets one half of the profits of the transaction, and in the language of the medium, the spiritualist is again nailed to the cross. Another benefit to the medium is a copy, life size, of one or more of the faces in watercolour that will answer to present from between the curtains at one of his séances. It will be recognized as a matter of course, and great will be the wonder and surprise. It is possible to palm off these paper faces in the dim light. When you quit the city, leave them with the photographer for the use of the next brother physic medium that stops in the city. End of section 3. Recording by Jordan Watts, Oxfordshire. Section 4 of Revelations of a Spirit Medium by A. Medium. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Spiritual Mysteries Exposed, Part 3. The writer was now in it all over. His séances were equally as wonderful as the one he had first witnessed. He could now have the instruments floating about in space over the top of the cabinet without visible support. He had also a guitar that would play on itself, and was a wonderful instrument in more ways than one. It had also the small hole bored in the neck for the music holder. It would contain a music holder, but was also useful for other purposes. He could, without any danger of detection, permit a thorough search of his clothing and person for apparatus that might be accessory to his manifestations. He could produce full forms with faces that could be recognized beyond doubt by various visitors to his séances. He could clothe his spooks with robes that appeared to have a great number of yards of material used in them, and still no piece of white larger than his handkerchief could be found about him. It had been long since his last lingering doubt, but what there might be something in it had disappeared. His guitar was an innocent appearing but wonderful affair. It was decorated by dividing the sides into small panels by gluing strips of ornamental moulding from top to bottom. The panels thus formed were further decorated by inlaid designs in pearls. One of the panels on the large end of the instrument could be displaced, leaving an aperture sufficiently large to comfortably insert the hand and forearm. Inside it was arranged for holding various articles, in such a way as to be impossible of discovery except through the defective panel. Besides this, the machinery from a small one-tune spring music box had been affixed to the wood forming the top, just under the strings. Wind this up, set it in motion, take your reaching rod and insert it into the hole in the neck of the instrument, raise it into view, slowly turning it round and waving it back and forth, and you present the strange phenomena of a guitar floating in the air and performing a tune upon itself. It does not sound exactly as though the music was produced on the strings, but near enough so that the true explanation, or any explanation other than the one the medium is supposed to offer, has never been advanced for it. In this guitar was kept the flowing robes with which the spooks were clothed. The robes were of white netting so very fine that enough of it could be compressed into a space no larger than an ordinary tin blacking box to furnish a full evening suit for the largest spirit. Enough more can be carried in a hollow boot heel to dress up a couple more with an abundance of clothing. In the other boot heel can be carried an assortment of netting masks with which to transform your own face half a dozen times. In the envelopes supposed to contain letters you have the watercolour faces for completing the forms, when their relatives are in attendance. If the reader is a spiritualist who has attended full-form materialization séances in New York, Brooklyn, Cincinnati, Chicago, Denver, San Francisco, Los Angeles or New Orleans, he or she will say, "Oh pshaw, that doesn't explain it at all. I have never seen any materialization in which the explanation given would answer in any way. In all the full form materialization I have seen, the forms have come out of the cabinet, walked and talked with the sitters, and the medium could be seen sitting in his chair. I have seen as many as 10 spirit forms out at one time and of different sexes and sizes. They were not all dressed alike by any means. You cannot stuff that down me as an explanation." It may be possible that you have not visited the writer's séances in years past, but he gave scores of them just as have been described, and he is personally aware of several others who gave the same manifestations. making use of the same apparatus and methods. However, he will come in due time to the class of séance you have seen. He has participated in many a one. Mission Street in San Francisco at one time harboured some very fine mediums for full materialization. It is possible you have shaken the writer's hand at some of the full-form séances you have visited and called him husband, father, brother, and possibly sister. Many rich stories could be told by various mediums did they dare open their mouths. The apparatus just described is quite costly for the reason that you must go to the manufacturer to have your guitar made. It would be a very simple matter to remove a piece of the guitar so that it can be replaced, but it is entirely another matter to so accomplish it that the instrument will not be ruined as to its musical qualities, and in such a manner as to avoid detection of the defect. It must be so arranged that the apparatus concealed inside will be immovable and will not rattle in handling the instrument, thus disclosing the fact that it is loaded. $75 will pay for an instrument that will be perfection in its way and defy detection under a most critical examination. The shoemaker for $20 will make you a pair of Congress gaiters with hollow steel heels veneered with leather by raising the insole of which discloses quite a roomy cellar. Of course these shoes are to be worn only while at work. The writer has also carried effective apparatus in his elegant gold watch. The watch was without a movement and a watch only in appearance. At one time in his career, the writer ran afoul of one of nature's sharp newspaper men in a southern city who proposed to stop all the horn manifestations given during one of his séances. He did not succeed in it, but tried to the best of his ability. In order to stop the voice through the horn, he brought one of his own, and after the medium was tied, he produced a flask of wine and had the medium fill his mouth. After the manifestations on the horn, if any occurred, he was to spit out the wine, thus showing conclusively that the medium's voice was not the one heard. Here is the means by which the medium beat the reporter's game. Freeing his hand, he obtained possession of the tea bell. Turning it upside down, he emptied the wine into it and held it between his knees. It is needless to say that the horn put in its best licks, and in addition a quick tune was performed on a mouth organ. The wine again taken into the mouth and spit out in the presence of the sitters, including the reporter. His conditions would not hold, and he went away wondering what did do the talking through the trumpet anyway. The writer, after some 3 years of physical séances, concluded that the phase of independent slate writing could be an additional source of revenue that would possibly be easily worked. He proceeded to investigate and soon he was in the swim. He did not confine himself to any one method, but in the course of time came to make use of a great many systems of obtaining it. The most successful for a long time was obtained through the use of acid. He will give the explanation and you can try it yourself. Procure 1 ounce of muriatic acid and into it drop about 1/2 ounce of pure zinc shavings. When the zinc has been dissolved, write your communication upon a slate with a gold or quill pen. When it dries it will resemble writing done with a pencil. Once the writing is on the slate, there is no such thing as getting it off. When your sitter comes, wash the slate containing the writing and it appears a perfectly clean slate. Allow your sitter to examine it, then hold it with one hand under the top of a kitchen table, keeping the hand in view. When the slate has dried, take it out and hand it to your sitter, who will be pleased with the beautiful, even writing thereon, and astonished that the full name of one or more of his relatives or friends are inscribed thereon. In order to give these tests, you must prepare in advance of the coming of the sitter. This is easy enough as you have your sitters make an engagement on their first visit. Look at your notebook and see what you have in the way of tests and names on the gentleman or lady and prepare your slate accordingly. If you have nothing, visit any other medium or mediums in the city and perhaps they can fix you. If not, write for him in one of the different ways that will be described or dismiss him by saying your friends cannot make use of your organism and refer him to other mediums. Another way is to make use of a silicate flap. To prepare for this method, procure a silicate slate and a pair of ordinary slates 4 by 6 inches inside the frames. Cut from the silicate a piece that will fit snugly inside the frame of one of the slates. Paste on one side of the silicate flap a piece of newspaper. In operating with this apparatus, you write your communication on the side of the ordinary slate that the flap fits. Now place the flap in position with the papered side next to the writing. Have a newspaper lying on your table. Pick up the prepared slate and wash first the flap and then the opposite side of the slate. Now lay it down on the newspaper, the flap side down, and proceed to wash both sides of the remaining slate. As soon as you have finished, pick up the first slate, being careful that you leave the flap lying on the newspaper. As the papered side is uppermost, one can stand quite close and not observe it. Now put the two slates together, writing inside, and request your sitter to assist in holding it. When you see fit, allow the sitter to take the slates and open them. While he is reading them, carelessly fold up the paper and put it safely out of harm's way. Another system is to exchange a clean slate for one that is written upon. The apparatus consists solely of a chair with a wooden seat, underneath which has been fastened two pieces of grooved wood, such as is used for sliding tills and small drawers. These pieces have two grooves. Into the bottom one has been placed the prepared slate. In operating this system, the sitter is given a seat on one side of a small square table. The medium takes a seat on the opposite side. Both sitter and medium are sitting with their sides next to the table, the sitter's left and the medium's right side. The medium now takes the clean slate in his right hand and thrusts it under the table. There is a cover on the table that falls about a foot below the edge. The medium now engages in conversation with his sitter and carefully slips the clean slate in the upper groove and pulls out the prepared one. After sitting a sufficiently long time, he withdraws the prepared slate and delivers it to his sitter. This and other change acts is the system principally used in getting variegated writings, or writings that are written with different coloured crayons. Female mediums have convenient pockets in their skirts for effecting the change of slates. Another feat that is astonishing and convincing is accomplished with two clean slates. They are thoroughly cleaned and laid side by side upon a table, of one side of which sits the sitter and opposite him the medium. The sitter is now furnished with a small square of soft white paper and requested to write the name of some deceased friend or relative and with it a question. This being done, he is requested to fold it up small, similar to the physician's powder papers. The medium has a blank one, folded in the same way and palmed between the index and middle finger of the right hand. When the sitter has folded his pellet, the medium reaches forth his right hand and takes it between the thumb and index finger and carries it to his forehead. While raising the hand to the head, he slips the written pellet down and the blank one in view. After holding it to his forehead a few seconds, he requests the sitter to take it and hold it against his own forehead for a moment. Of course, the sitter gets the blank pellet and the medium's hand drops to his lap. He now opens the pellet and reads it. We will say it reads, "John Smith. Will my business succeed? George." Having read it and palmed it again, he now requests to hold the pellet to his forehead again. He effects the change and says to the sitter, "You now hold the pellet in your left hand and I will write the answer." This time the sitter has the pellet he wrote and holds it while the medium takes up a slate and leaning well back holds the slate with his left hand and body and writes with the right hand in such a position that the sitter cannot see the writing. He writes, "Dear George, your business is sure to succeed beyond your expectations. John Smith." He now states to the sitter that he does not feel at all sure that he has written the correct answer and reads aloud, "The papers will never be found. Harry White." Of course it is not an answer to the question and the sitter so states. The medium requests that he open the pellet and see if it is plainly written with no omission of words. While he is doing so, the slate is deftly turned the other side up. When the sitter reports that the question is properly and plainly written, the medium apparently rubs off the line of writing and lays the slate on the table, writing underneath. He now announces that he will let the spirits do their own writing, and putting the other slate on top of the one containing the writing, lays his hands on top of the slate a few seconds when he opens them, and of course there is no writing. He now states that he does not believe he can get anything, but wait, he says, we will put the pellet inside, that may help them. The pellet is placed on the blank slate and the one containing the writing is laid on top. Now the writing is between the slates. In picking up the two slates together, he turns them over and the writing is on the bottom slate. He now allows the sitter to hold the slates alone and indicates when to open them. They are opened and much astonishment created by the pointed answer to the question inside the pellet. Another method that appears very wonderful is to produce writing between slates that are locked together. It is usually accomplished by placing a marked sheet of blank paper between the slates and the writing occurs on the paper after the slate has been locked shut. The slates are prepared by getting two of the same size. Around the frame of each slate, nail a strip of wood 1/2 inch thick and 3/4 of an inch wide, so that when they are placed together there will be a space between the slates of about 1.5 inches. Now procure a 3/4 inch drawer lock and staple. The lock is fastened to one of the slates and the staple to the other. You can put on the lock, but the staple must first be doctored. Doctor it by filing the staple until it will come out of the flat piece of iron it was fastened in. Save the piece it came out of and solder a piece of soft iron to the shank of the staple, about 1/2 an inch in length. This will make the shank about 5/8 of an inch long. Taper the point of the shank so that it will readily enter a mortise prepared for it. Now drill a hole large enough to accommodate a 1/2 inch escutcheon pin, about 3/16 of an inch from the point of the shank. Now take the flat piece of iron from which you took the staple and be sure that the shank will go through easily but fit snugly. Cut a mortise for the flat piece of iron in the frame opposite the lock. Screw it down and so mutilate the screw heads that they cannot be taken out again, for should the investigator take off that bit of iron he would immediately see through the whole business. You will now bore a hole in the frame through the hole in the flat piece of iron you have screwed to the frame, large enough to accommodate the shank of the staple. You will find when the shank is pushed into the hole until the staple comes snug up against the flat piece of iron, supposed to hold it in place, that it appears an ordinary staple, fastened in the ordinary way. Now that you have made the staple fit properly, you will bore a hole from the ends of the piece containing the staple to and in a line with the hole in the shank of the staple. The diameter of this hole must be the same as the one in the shank. The corners of the slate are to be strapped with thin sheet brass nailed in place with 1/2 inch brass escutcheon pins. Take one of the pins and solder to the end of it a piece of brass wire of the same diameter as the pin, thus making it long enough to reach through the frame from the corner and through the hole in the shank of the staple. Put the hinges on your slate and lock it. You can now open the slate by forcing the thumbnail under the head of the pin at the corner and drawing it out until it frees the shank of the staple. Others will find it necessary to first unlock it. This description of slate will admit a most critical examination at the hands of the scientific or professional exposer. The writer has a sentiment of deep disgust for the scientific, the reverend and the newspaper exposers. The scientist may be versed in certain lines of scientific subjects, but their knowledge in those lines will not be of service to them in their investigation of the medium. In what way is the chemist better fitted to discover the defect in the slate just described than the ordinary clerk or day labourer? The writer has a double slate of the style just described and it has passed scores of critical examinations at the hands of scientific and other investigators and came through them all with its secret undiscovered. The slate just described is suitable for private sittings, where you have made an appointment with your sitter previous to his visit for obtaining a communication. Its greatest value, however, lies in the peculiar fitness for public work. A description of the methods pursued in its employment in public spiritualistic meetings for the purpose of advertising the medium's power will be interesting. After the regular services, the medium announces that he will now give the audience an exhibition of his independent slate writing powers. He produces his double slate and passes it to the audience for their inspection. After a thorough examination has been made, one of the audience is invited on the rostrum to assist and keep both eyes open for fraud. After the investigator has been seated, the medium produces a pencil tablet about 4 by 6 inches in size. He tears off a leaf and, tearing an irregular shaped piece from the corner, hands the sheet to the investigator that he may satisfy himself that it is a clean sheet and perfectly clear of writing. After the investigator has satisfied himself that the paper is clean, he is instructed by the medium to fold it, place it in the slate and lock it, keeping the key. This he does, besides stuffing the keyhole full of paper and sealing it over with letter wax. He is now handed the piece torn from the corner of the sheet, which he holds for the purpose of identifying the paper or demonstrating that it is the same sheet he put inside the slates. The medium now takes the slates between his open hands and holds them out in front of him, and a curtain is thrown over both hands and slates. After standing thus a moment or two, he instructs the investigator to take the slates and open them. He complies and is astonished to find the sheet written full on both sides. It is possible, and more than probable, that the communication will be signed by someone well known to several of the persons in the hall, or it may contain a message to some particular one of the audience, in which from 1 to a dozen positive undeniable tests are given. To the investigator and the company assembled, this is a very wonderful feat. Admitting that the medium could open the slate otherwise than through the lock, how would it be possible that he write the communication standing in full view of the audience and without a perceptible movement of the hands or arms? More puzzling still is the tests given, and the full name of the spirit signed. The medium is careful to cause the recipient of the message to admit the truth of the statements made, the correctness of the signature, and the relationship claimed. He also draws from him the admission that he has at no time in the past met the medium or had any communication through him from any spirit friend or relative. These being facts, the medium's performance is certainly wonderful. The skeptic will probably say, "Oh, that's easy enough, he exchanged the sheet of paper for a prepared sheet, or the sheet was prepared with chemical writing that was developed after placing it inside the slate." How about the tests? How did the medium know that the one receiving the communication would be in attendance? How does he know about all his spirit friends when he has never before met the gentleman? Those are the questions that puzzle the skeptic. He may satisfy himself with the thought that the recipient of the message was a confederate, and will probably continue to flatter himself that that is the correct solution of the matter until he receives the same experience himself, when he will be forced to drop the confederate theory. If he becomes a regular attendant at the meetings, he is sure to get a similar dose of skeptical antidote. It is just such persons that the medium labours to convert, and once they undertake it, you may be sure that there will be some fine tests given him and no stone left unturned to bring him into the fold. Especially will this be the case if he be rich or has a good business. The more difficult it is to convert a man, the stronger will be his faith in spiritualism. As to the medium's having exchanged the sheet for a prepared one, that is an impossibility, since the investigator held the piece torn from the corner, and when the writing was taken from the slate, the piece he held fitted exactly, thus proving conclusively that no exchange had been made. You must admit that the medium's work was wonderful, but wonderful as it appeared, it was, in reality, very simple. His result was attained through an exchange of sheets of paper. You will probably say, "Why certainly, I knew that." But did you know it? I think not. You may have thought so, but you did not know it. Knowing would imply your ability to explain it, and after fitting the torn corner to the sheet, you would be at a loss to account for the exchange. Scores of people have felt sure they knew the means by which the writer produced his manifestations, but on attempting to put their theories into actual use, they found that they could not make them work. An explanation is now in order, and after reading it you will be able to tell the medium how he effects the change of sheets. Here is the way the medium does it. On his arrival in town he gets out his notebook. On one of its pages he finds the following: John Cordray, Publisher. Medium size, wears black clothing always, silk hat, dark complexion, brown eyes and hair, index finger off left hand at first joint and middle finger of same hand is rigid. Skeptical but inclined to believe. Solitaire diamond ring on right hand. Spirit father, John W. Cordray, died in Baltimore, 67, bilious fever. Manufacturing chemist, aged 54 at death. Gave his son John his diamond ring and his brother Charles his watch and chain. They are wearing them. Charles lives in St. Louis and is in the drug business. Spirit mother, Mary J. Cordray, died in Cincinnati, 74, was living with John, aged 66, had been blonde. Spirit daughter, Mary, died 87, croup, 3 years of age, blonde. Remarks. Has a son living 4 years of age, his wife affected with rheumatism. Mediums all tell him he will make a materializing medium. Our medium now sits down and writes the following message. My dear son, John, it is with great pleasure that I meet you at this place this evening. Continue your investigations of this philosophy and you will find the truth. We can and do return to earth and visit the loved ones we left on the earth plane. Your mother is with me and bids me give you her greeting. Little Mary is also here to see her papa. She is progressing nicely on this side of life, and although she loves her parents, she has no desire to return to earth life again. I am pleased to see that you still wear my last gift to you, as does your brother Charles in St. Louis. My dear son, the controls of this medium tell me that you would make a fine materializing medium, and I would advise that you get instructions from some medium and develop the phase. Your wife will have her rheumatism cured through spiritual healing if you will have her visit a medium for treatment. Goodbye, dear son. I and all your spirit friends will be continually with you, guarding you to the extent of our powers. Do not give up in the investigation of this subject, but go on until you have all the proofs of its truth. Your affectionate father and mother, John W. Cordray, Mary J. Cordray. P.S. Send our love to St. Louis. For fear Mr. Cordray may not be present at the meeting, the medium prepares another communication, purporting to be from his controls in which a knowledge of different members of the society is disclosed that it is not supposed possible the medium can know of. If Mr. Cordray is not present, the controls communication will be given instead. If Mr. Cordray is present, the medium tears a small corner from the communication. The small piece he places in his vest pocket. The communication he folds in convenient size, usually 2 folds across the sheet, and places it in his shirt cuff where it is out of sight but very convenient when the cover is thrown over his hands and the slates. When the time arrives for him to give his demonstration he takes the small corner from his pocket and palms it in his left hand. He now tears the sheet from the tablet and tears out of its corner a small piece and hands the sheet for inspection. When it has been examined and put into the slates he hands the investigator the small corner from his left hand. He now puts his right hand into his pocket, bringing out a nail to stuff the keyhole of the slates with, and leaves the corner torn from the sheet of paper contained in the slates. After the slates are covered with the cloth, he opens them just wide enough to admit his fingers, extracts the sheet and places it in his sleeve. He takes the prepared sheet from the other cuff, places it in the slate, locks it, and all is ready. When the investigator takes the paper from the slate, he finds the corner fits and must admit that it is the identical sheet he placed inside. Besides this, Mr. Cordray has received some very fine tests outside the physical part of the operation, thanks to the notebook of the medium. Another method, but a very bungling one, is to lock a pair of slates together with a small padlock. The slates are then held beneath a table and unlocked with a duplicate key and message written on the slate. It is so simple that it is scarcely worth a mention. Another dodge of the medium to advertise himself or herself that is effective is this. The medium advertises to give independent slate writing in the hall and instructs everyone to bring a pair of slates fastened together. After the usual exercises, the medium announces he will now attempt independent slate writing in public, but does not expect that more than one of all who come up will get anything. Those having slates are now requested to step upon the rostrum one at a time. As they come, the medium will grasp one end of their slate in both hands and stand a moment with closed eyes. If the owners of the slates are to get any writing, the medium will begin to writhe and twist and moan. They will be kept up for perhaps 30 seconds when the medium will sink into a chair as though he was much exhausted. On opening, the slates are found written full and many extraordinary tests given. Out of 20 attempts, the medium will have produced perhaps 4 to 6 communications between the sealed slates. It is needless to say that he would not have succeeded in obtaining a solitary communication were it not that his confederates were present with their communications self-written and sealed between the slates. A very effective and astonishing method of obtaining slate writing is through the carpet trick. We will say that you are seated in the medium's presence after having stated your desire to obtain a written communication from your spirit friends. The medium seats you at a small table on which is a damp sponge and dry towel. He now goes to the opposite side of the room and from a pile of slates that are stacked up against the wall he takes up 6 of them. He now stands at your side and partially behind you and hands you one of the 6 slates with the request that you clean it thoroughly and return it to him. When you have done so he hands you the second one to clean and so on until you have washed the 6 slates. He now throws them one at a time on the carpet in different parts of the room and sitting at the table opposite you takes your hand in his. He now proceeds to do the snorting and jerking act for the space of from 5 to 10 minutes. When he has snorted a sufficiently long time, he releases your hand and allows you to pick up the slates which he had thrown on the floor after you had carefully washed them and which have since then been under your eye. In picking them up you discover that 1 or 2 of them are written full, the writing having been done between the carpet and the slate. It may have been written with a slate pencil, or written with several colours of crayon, one line red, the next one blue, the next yellow, and so on until 10 or 20 colours appear on your slate. From whence came the writing, reader? I know what you will say. You will account for it through the acid writing, but not so. You will please remember the sitter cleaned the slates himself and they were dry when he received them. Hence it could not be procured by the acid or flap method. Some of my readers may have ran afoul of this method and have been unable to account for the writings through other sources than spirit power. That phase or method has made many a convert to spiritualism through the writer. However, he now has no further use of the secret and here it is. Prepare your communication, and if on one slate, let it be the 4th slate from the top of the pile, with the writing on the undermost side. Seat your sitter and pick up 4 slates from the top of the pile. The bottommost slate will contain the communication. Standing at the side of your sitter and a little behind, hand him the topmost slate to clean. When that one is cleaned, pass the second one, putting each one on the bottom as it is cleaned until you reach the 3rd. While he is cleaning that one, slip the 4th one on the bottom again. When the 3rd is cleaned, take it, put it on the bottom and hand him the top one. He has cleaned it before, but he does not know of the change you made in the position of the slates. Hence he cleans it as the last of the 4. Now scatter your slates on the floor and sit for a few moments doing any amount of snorting you may think the occasion requires. Allow your sitter to pick up the slates, collect $2 and you are ready for the next. If your communication is written in colours, you account for it by saying that the spirits wrote with a substance extracted from the colours in the pattern of the carpet. Of course you must know in advance of the coming of your sitter in order to give satisfaction in this phase. However, when you become a medium, your visitors will be amazed at the amount of business you must be doing, for they will find that in order to get a sitting with you, they must leave their name in your book and call it a day or 2. Your time is so fully occupied. This he will do, and if he has ever visited a medium before, it will not be very long until you know enough about him, through your notebooks and the brother and sister mediums of your diocese, to give him quite a testy reception. If you can find nothing regarding him, you may fix up some kind of a communication regarding his future affairs, which, of course, he cannot deny. Also write him that he will develop into an extraordinarily strong materializing medium, that his financial conditions are to change for the better, that will always be a pleasant bit of information, that he has incipient heart trouble, but by bathing his chest with salt water when the moon darkens his life will be spared, etc., elaborating and polishing off each piece of information until you have quite a lengthy communication. After witnessing the marvellous manner in which the writing is obtained, he will, more than likely, go away believing the whole thing true. Spirit pictures obtained on slates bring the medium many dollars. To get them you will visit a medium who is gifted with that phase, pay him or her $2 and he will produce the pictures of your spirit band and possibly some of your relatives or friends that have passed over. They will do so by seating you on one side of a table and taking a seat on the opposite side themselves. They will now hold, underneath a table, a slate that you have examined and found to be clean. After sitting a few moments the slate is taken out and handed to you. It is not clean now, but will have from 5 to 20 faces drawn upon it, with the names under some of them. The names are omitted from the balance for the reason that it is possible that you may find a resemblance among them to some relative or friend, and a name written underneath would show clearly you was mistaken, and the slate be less satisfactory. When the slate comes from under the table, it appears to have been covered with a white powder, and the faces are produced with black lines on this white surface, instead of white lines on the black slate. From whence came the pictures? You cannot believe the medium could execute the drawings under the table without seeing the slate. Yet they are there and well executed too. It may be that you know for certainty that the medium cannot draw or make a picture of any kind. Well, reader, it is another case of exchanging the slates. Any child can execute the drawings if they follow these instructions. Wash your slate clean and, with a pencil, rub it all over until it is white. Then with the ends of the finger rub lightly until the powder is evenly spread. Now cut from newspaper or magazine the faces you desire to copy. You must not cut out the face along the lines, but cut out a piece of paper with the face on it, leaving a margin of about an inch all around. Wet the side of the paper opposite the picture with the tongue, being careful to wet it evenly. Lay the paper on the slate, wet side down. Hold it firmly in place and with a round pointed pencil trace all over the lines of the face, putting a good pressure on the pencil. Now take off the paper and when the slate dries you will find an exact reproduction or copy of the face on your slate. The picture is made by the powder on the slate adhering to the wet paper wherever your pencil touches, and the surface of the slate shows where the powder is removed, making a black line through the white powder. Proceed as above until you have all the faces wanted on the slate. Slip it in the slide on the bottom of your chair and wait for a sucker. The writer knows of one woman who is laying up something for a rainy day from this one deception. She is called the picture medium. It would astonish you, reader, to know what a large number of faces are recognized as friends and relatives by the people who receive them. The writer knows of at least 5 people who have recognized Linda Pinkham's newspaper cuts as relatives, after it has been transferred to the medium's slate. Another phase of slate writing that has puzzled and converted many an investigator was the finger writing or materialization of a pencil on the finger of the medium. These séances were given to circles of from 5 to 30 sitters and investigators at $1 per head. He would arrange his sitters in a circle in a room and request each sitter to write a question addressed to some spirit friend on squares of paper furnished by himself. They were then instructed to fold them into pellets. When this was done he would have one of the sitters collect them in a plate, take them into an adjoining room and empty them onto a table. He would now work the dummy pellet until he had read 3 or 4 of them, when he would go to the door opening into the séance room and announce the answers to half of the pellets he had read, giving the names they were addressed to as the one answering. The ones he did not answer he would jot down in his memory for use later on. He would now take a different watcher into his cabinet room and repeat the above performance until he had read all the pellets and answered 1/2 of them. The watchers would invariably report that the medium had not seen the contents of any of the pellets, nor had he taken any of them out of their sight for a single instant. He read them all by the method described before. After he had read all the pellets, he would come into the room with the sitters and seat himself in the centre of the circle with 1/2 clean slates on the floor at his right and a pitcher of water on his left. Taking one of the slates on his lap and holding it in place with his left hand, he would offer his right hand for examination. When all was satisfied that his right hand and fingers were perfectly clean and innocent of any apparatus, he would close all the fingers but the index, and after swinging it above his head for a few seconds, he would bring the end of his finger down on the slate and proceed to write a message in answer to one of the pellets that had not been answered during the earlier part of the séance. When the message had been completed, he would give to some one of the sitters the small piece of pencil, about the size of a pinhead, that would be found clinging to the end of his finger. They were in great demand, for had not the lucky possessor seen it materialize from the air, another examination of his hand would be made and another message written. This would be repeated until all the pellets had been answered, and when there were those present who were mentioned in his notebook, a few tests independent of the pellets would be given. This medium had been repeatedly tested by investigators, but his trick was never detected. His fingers had been washed with acids so frequently that the nails were almost eaten off. He converted a great many to a belief in spiritualism. His trick was simple enough, the trouble being all with the investigators. They invariably searched in the wrong place for the bits of pencil. There was no use in washing the fingers of his right hand, for his pencils were not kept in that hand. The pencils were made by pulverizing a slate pencil and mixing the powder thus obtained with ordinary mucilage, forming a thick paste. This was cut into small squares about the size of a rice grain. These squares were allowed to dry perfectly hard. He also kept a few of the pencils made by simply breaking small bits off a piece of slate. When he seated himself to give the writings, he would deposit about a dozen of the mucilage pencils on his left knee. His pants were black, hence they were not visible. Besides, the slate was nearly at all times over his knee. They could not fall off, for he had held them a few seconds in his closed hand before sticking them on his knee. This warmed them and made them sticky so that they were stuck where he put them. 4 or 5 of the pencils not made with mucilage he put into his mouth. In picking up a slate with his right hand, he stoops over with his left hand on his knee. When he takes up his left hand, one of the pencils is sticking to his thumb. He grasps the slate with his left hand in such a way that the thumb is across the frame on the uppermost side. He now offers his right hand for inspection, and while everyone's attention is attracted to it, he scrapes the piece of pencil off his thumb onto the slate. Both the pencil and slate being black, the pencil is not seen in the dim light. All he needs to do now is to place the index finger of the right hand on the pencil and proceed to write. But suppose he drop the pencil and has no opportunity to get another from his knee, he will simply do a little snorting and contorting and drop one from his mouth and go on with the message. The reason he does not put the mucilage pencils in his mouth is because they would melt. The reason he does not use his mouth altogether is because he is too liable to detection. In order to add to the appearances of his act, he would usually drink a gallon of water during the hour and a half that his séance required. This man travelled all over the country on one deception and always had all the money he desired. He is now dead and his phase is being worked by others. He used to often remark to the writer that he wondered what there was for man beyond the grave if anything, and what kind of punishment if anything the mediums would receive. He is dead and it is the writer's turn now to wonder whether he knows any more about it than he did when he was playing his tricks in the flesh. Oh, for some absolute proof of a future existence, if there is one. The writer has furnished positive proof of life everlasting to scores of sceptical minds that the Church did not reach. It was very satisfactory proof to them, but the writer knew just how much it was worth, and for his own satisfaction it did not fit the bill. It is very pleasant to believe that you do not stop in the grave, if you can, but a large majority of the people do not want to believe it any longer, they want to know it. Many persons will tell you they have obtained slate writing from the medium, and besides furnishing the slates which were screwed together, they were not out of their own hands a moment from the time they entered the medium's room until they reached home. They will also tell you that a list of questions secured between the slates were answered. Your informant will believe that every word he is telling you is the truth, for he has himself been deceived. Don't laugh at his seeming gullibility, for were you to have the same experience he has passed through, it is more than likely you would be telling the same story. There are many men and women in the spiritualistic fold who are just as intelligent as you may imagine yourself to be. It is only the fool who will deny the truth of any proposition when he is utterly ignorant on the subject. The writer has had men, who were supposed to be intelligent, say to him that they would not believe in spiritualism if they knew it was true. Others have said it is not true because I cannot get manifestations. There is not much intelligence displayed in a statement of that kind. He might as well be saying there is no such thing as a watch because, being a car driver, I cannot make a watch. No man ever received independent slate writing between slates fastened together that he did not allow out of his hands a few seconds. Scores of persons will tell you that they have received writing under those conditions through the mediumship of the writer, but the writer will now tell you how he fooled them and how you can do so if you see fit. In the first place you will rent a house with a cellar in connection. Cut a trap door 1 foot square through the floor between the sills on which the floor is laid. Procure a fur floor mat with long hair. Cut a square out of the mat and tack it to the top of the trap door. Tack a mat fast to the floor, for someone may visit you who will want to raise it up. Explain the presence of the fur by saying it is an absorbent of magical forces, through which you will produce the writing. Over the rug place a heavy pine table about 4 feet square and over the table a heavy cover that reaches the floor on all sides. Put your assistant in the cellar with a coal oil stove, a tea kettle of hot water, different coloured letter wax and lead pencils, screwdriver, a pair of nippers, a pair of pliers, a pair of scissors, an assortment of wire brads. You are now ready for business. When your sitter comes in you will notice his slates, if he brings a pair, and see if they are secured in any way that your man in the cellar cannot duplicate. If they are, you can touch his slates with your finger and say to him that you cannot use his slates on account of the magnetism with which they are saturated. He will know nothing of magnetic conditions and will ask you what he is to do about it. You will furnish him with a pair of new slates with water and cloths to clean them. You will also furnish him paper to write his questions on, and the screws, wax, paper and mucilage to secure them with. He will write the question and fasten the slate securely together. You will now conduct him to your séance room and invite inspection of your table and surroundings. After the examination has been made you will seat the sitter at one side of the table with his side and arm next to it. If he desires to keep hold of the slate, a signal agreed upon between yourself and your assistant will cause the spirit in the cellar to open the trap door, which opens downward, and to push through the floor and into a position where the sitter can grasp one end of it, a pair of dummy slates. This dummy your assistant will continue to hold until the sitter has taken hold of it after the following performance. Your assistant lets you know everything is ready by touching your foot. You will now reach and take the sitter's slate and put it below the table, and under it tell the sitter to put his hand under from his side and hold it with you. He puts his hand under and gets hold of the dummy slate held by your assistant. Your assistant holds on until you have stood the slate on end, leaning against the table leg, and have got hold of the dummy. He then takes the sitter's slate below and closes the trap. He proceeds to open it, read the questions, answer them and refasten it. You will be entertaining your sitter by twitching and jerking and making clairvoyant and clairaudient guesses for him. When your assistant touches your foot you will know that he is ready to make the exchange again, by which the sitter will get hold of the slates he fastened. When you get the signal you will give a snort and jump that jerks the end of the slate from the sitter's hand. He is now given the end of the slate held by your assistant and you will allow the assistant to take the dummy. After sitting a moment or two longer you will tell the sitter to take out his slates and examine them if he chooses. Many times they do not open the slates until they reach their homes. This, reader, is the man who will declare that he has furnished the slates and did not allow them out of his hands a minute. The usual method of obtaining the writing is for the medium to hold the slates alone. When this is the case the medium passes the slates below and receives in return a dummy which he is continually thumping on the underside of the table for the purpose of showing the sitter that the slates are there at all time. It is not necessary that you should use a cellar to get this phase of independent slate writing. You could place your table against a partition door and fitting one of the small panels with hinges and bolts would have a very convenient way of obtaining the assistance of the spirit in the next room. It is also possible to make a trap in a room that has a wooden wainscoting. Another way is to have in the room a bureau and place the slates in one of the empty drawers, locking them in. Of course, the bureau stands against the wall and a sliding trap gives access from the next room. You must keep both eyes wide open if you would avoid all the impositions practised by the slate writing mediums. The latest "fake" that is being worked on the spiritualist as the evidence of the power of disembodied spirits is the work of Lulu Hurst, the Georgia Wonder, and Mrs. Abbott, the Electrical Woman. Her feats have recently been demonstrated very easy of performance by anyone strong enough to carry a 3-gallon pail of water, once they know the law of mechanics governing her feats. Preliminary to describing the tricks, attention is called to certain points. It is claimed that Mrs. Abbott cannot exercise this strange force when standing on the ground or on metal, and but slightly when on carpet. The surface must be dry, not wet, wood, or other similar substance. The reason is apparent when the tricks are understood. On earth, smooth metal, or carpet, the surface is unyielding and proper purchase cannot be obtained. The feet slip, and the conditions of muscular rigidity are rendered impossible or precarious. On wood, rubber, or other similar yielding surfaces safety is secured. This is of great importance. Again, she cannot work except with animate matter. Why? Because without animate matter she cannot get that concord of action, that unconscious or involuntary aid necessary to the performance of the tricks. The pushing of a man while holding a chair in his arms is a trick older than this generation, having been performed by all the old mediums. If the holder allows all the muscles of the body to become lax or limp and merely stands and holds the chair without attempting to resist any external force, the trick cannot be performed. He is requested to hold tightly, which he does. He braces himself to resist some strong force. She, by a slight and to him imperceptible pressure, takes deft advantage of his straining and he is thrown about by himself at will. Anyone can do it with a person not familiar with the two causes. The lifting of a man in a chair is equally simple. She presses the fingers against the sides of the chair and is supposed to raise it by her force. By gently pressing upon the back of the posts with the ball of the thumb, the chair rises, apparently lifted. No pressure need be exerted by the fingers. In fact, the hand of a third person may be placed between hers and the chair and no pressure felt, or an egg may be placed there and not be broken. The thumb which is behind the interposed hand does the business. In doing this, certain conditions are absolutely indispensable. First, that the sitter lean back so as to throw the centre of gravity exactly over the hind legs of the chair. Secondly, that the toes be braced in front of the chair and as near it as possible. And thirdly, that he grasp firmly the hind legs of the chair in order to bind the body down to the seat. If the chair rests on all four legs, if the man's feet are not on the ground, if they are on the floor but back of the front legs, or if his grasp on the chair is relaxed, or is on the front legs, or his body bent forward, the trick is impossible. The centre of gravity is shifted or the mechanical conditions so altered as to render it impossible. The toes are the fulcrum and that cannot be moved. If the force as represented were real, these changes would not be material. The following modifications might be suggested and could not reasonably be objected to were it not a fake, for they retain all the elements of contact and circuit claimed as essential. Let the sitter lean back as requested, and on the floor in front of him place a board resting on 2 wooden rolling pins, and on the board let him rest his feet. Notice now that the toes, the fulcrum, are not stable. As soon as any pressure is thrown on that point it rolls away, proving conclusively that it was upon that point she throws the whole weight of the body, and that there is no unknown force operating to lift it. It lifts itself and is self-supporting. The trick of pushing her off her balance, while more complicated, mechanically considered, is only mechanical. If she stands squarely on both feet, any child can push her over. Or if on one foot or heel, with the other in front instead of behind the leg upon which she stands, then she can be easily pushed over. The raised foot must be thrown back and used as a counterpoise to maintain the centre of gravity at the proper point. If her force were real, she could hold the cue horizontally and prevent it being pushed up or down, or she could hold it behind her and resist being pressed forward, but these changes alter the mechanical conditions and, of course, will not be entertained by the manager. The pressing of a cue downward through her open hand is the simplest of all. You must grasp the cue at some point between her hands and press hard. She then presses up at the lower end, thereby bending the cue and neutralizing your force. She will not submit to any of the following modifications since they destroy her mechanical advantage. Reverse the cue so the small end is up and it is less easily done, or use a rake handle which will not bend. If the one pressing grasps firmly but does not bear down, just pressing gently so as to create no leverage, its movement cannot be prevented, nor can it be pushed at the top with one hand or with both, or if merely pulled at the lower end. In order to be resisted successfully, one must press hard at some point between her hands. The trick of lifting her from the floor is that upon which they put special value as indicating the operation of the force, but, as in all the other tricks, there is a mechanical advantage taken by the lady which renders it impossible to lift her. The trick lies entirely in the position of the body. The elbows are thrown slightly out and back, the shoulder blades are slightly drawn together, the spine elongated to its full extent, and the body slightly inclined forward. In this position no man on earth can lift her or any other lady or person who has practised the trick until the proper position is learned. The trick of holding her after the chair on which she stands has been drawn from under her is likewise dependent entirely on the position of her arms. Her elbows are thrown either forward or backward sufficient to permit her easily dropping to the floor. Those attempting to hold her up are thrown out of balance and all power of lifting is lost. She will not submit to a straight, fair, vertical lift, but invariably drops out of the vertical line. In lifting her from the floor she will not permit any but one certain hold. If the lifter could put his arms around her, grasping her left wrist with the right hand and her right wrist with the left hand, then she could be easily lifted, for her power of squirming would be killed. All the element of flesh contact may in this case be preserved, but she will not permit it. So too in holding her up. If the lifter could have one hand under her arm at the shoulder joint, any two boys in the land could lift her up. The tricks where a boy places his hands on hers, or where he holds one end of a silk handkerchief and she the other end, while a person tries to lift the boy just as she is lifted, are the same as trying to lift her. She deftly manages to get the boy's arm in position so he cannot be lifted. In this trick she must use excellent judgment, but as a safeguard against possible failure, she announces that she cannot operate on all persons equally well. The trick of pressing her against the wall when her fingers only touch it, her hands resting on those of committee men, is purely mechanical, and one of the easiest tricks to do. Let any lady try it all right and no man or combination of men can press her against the wall if she supports herself by but the tips of two fingers. The trick of lifting a man at the top of a billiard cue is purely mechanical. The more men you can have to hold down the cue, the easier one can lift it. For when a man is on top, each holder lifts up although he intends to bear down and thinks he is doing so. Take the man off the top and the trick fails as it will too if a short cue is used, or if but two or three men grasp it, or if they grasp at the middle point of the cue. Finally there is the tumbler trick, which is the greatest fake of all and the easiest to perform. It will be noted that at each performance Mr. Abbott steps out prior to this trick and gets a fan for Mrs. Abbott, who thereupon holds it but does not use it. From contact with its handles, which have probably been covered with resin, her hands are coated so as to stick to a vibratory surface such as glass. When the glass is held between both hands, note that the axis of one hand is at right angles to the axis of the other, and that then, by an imperceptible twist in a rotary manner, the faint rappings are produced. When a glass is held in a silk handkerchief, the sound is still easier to produce by merely pressing the tips of the fingers on the glass and gently drawing them in a succession of pulls. A noteworthy fact is that Mr. Abbott always says that the vibrations of this force are irregular and less rapid than the pulse. This trick may be blocked in any of the following ways. Let the committeemen watch the hands closely and see that she does not move them or hold them or have the glass held by a companion. Read the explanation just given carefully so as to thoroughly understand the ideas the writer meant to convey and do a little experimenting on your own hook. See if your wife or sister cannot exhibit feats of wonderful strength or magnetic power without a very great outlay of muscular energy. You will be astonished at the apparent great strength she has suddenly acquired. End of section 4. Recording by Jordan Watts, Oxfordshire. Section 5 of Revelations of a Spirit Medium by A. Medium. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Spiritual Mysteries Exposed, Part 4. It is possible there may be some virtue in animal magnetism as an agent for healing the sick and diseased, but of all the spiritual and magnetic healers the writer has become acquainted with in 15 years, they were all as deep in the faking business as the writer himself. The most successful one he ever met did business in an eastern city. He was more than usually successful for the reason that he was more than usually clever in his methods of deception. His deception lay in his ability to cause his patient to feel the magnetic current during his treatment of them. He accomplished it in this way. Procuring a sheet of zinc about 18 inches wide and 3 feet long, he placed it under the carpet, just back of an adjustable reclining chair. The arms of the chair had strips of copper along their underside. The footrest was also covered with a sheet of copper fastened in place with large brass tacks. To the zinc beneath the carpet was attached the positive pole of a small electric battery, and the copper strips on the chair arms were attached to the negative pole of the battery. The battery was charged with some 5 or 6 grains of the bisulfate of mercury. When a patient was in the chair for treatment, the doctor would step into the battery room, drop the zinc into the solution, start the vibrator to buzzing, slip on a pair of slippers, the soles of which were pasteboard and dampened with water. Taking up a wet sponge and entering the treatment room, he was ready for business. He would proceed to slyly wetting the carpet over the zinc sheet and instructing the patient to lay out straight in the chair. In doing so, the arms of the chair were so convenient the patient invariably grasps them. If by any chance he does not, his feet, from which the shoes and stockings have been removed, at the doctor's request, are touching the plates on the footrest. You will see that the instant the doctor touched his patient he would experience a tingling sensation under the doctor's hand. The current was always a very mild one, so that the patient could only just distinguish the prickling sensation and no more. It was enough though to convince the patient that there was something in the doctor's hand not common to everyone. If there was something there not possessed by others, it was possible that it might result in the cure of the disease afflicting him, and he would generally give a pretty thorough trial at $2 per treatment in advance. At times the doctor would catch the patient by absently lighting the gas jet with the end of his finger while the prospective patient was looking his way. This act would generally excite some remark, giving the doctor an opportunity to explain that the agent that lighted the gas was animal magnetism, the same force that overcame disease in his patients. This doctor also gave alcohol baths and massage treatments. In massaging his patients he would pour into his hand from a small phial about a teaspoonful of alcohol, in which was 2 or 3 drops of the essential oil of mustard. He would now place his hand on the bare back of his patient, and by holding it there and excluding the air for 20 or 30 seconds, the hand would appear to the patient to become almost red hot. Our friend, the doctor, would explain this as a manifestation of his wonderful magnetic and curative powers. The patient must believe it, for he knew nothing of the transaction with the phial of the oil of mustard, supposing that the hand was wetted with plain alcohol, which he had been using. It may be there is something in magnetic healing, but the writer's experience would lead him to think not. He has made some wonderful cures himself in a magnetic way, when he knew for a positive certainty that the agent in the cure was the patient's own faith, imagination or mind. There is no doubt that many persons become sick or diseased through continual thinking they are, or dreading some certain disease. That being the case, it would naturally follow that the imagination or mind might be a factor in the cure of disease. It appears to the writer that gaining the confidence of the patient would be the difficult part of the transaction. It is a hard matter to talk yourself into another's confidence, but when you are prepared, as was our doctor, to demonstrate undeniably that you are gifted with some power out of the ordinary, it would seem that you are armed with a very effective advantage. Another source of profit to the magnetic healer is the sale of magnetized paper and belts for the cure of disease. These things are magnetized and kept in stock for sale to those who do not think they can afford the money for a course of treatments, for they come much cheaper than the treatments. Tissue paper is generally used and is supposed to be saturated with the healer's magnetism, so that if you have kidney trouble you can have a magnetic treatment by binding on the small of the back one of the sheets, wearing it about 10 hours and replacing it with a fresh sheet. Treatments are $2 each, while the paper sells 6 sheets for $1. The belts are usually made by folding a piece of white Canton flannel until you have a belt 2 inches wide, 3 or 4 folds of the cloth in thickness and 36 inches long. Quilt this and magnetize it and it is good for $5. Table tipping is accounted for by some persons on the magnetic theory. They cannot stuff that explanation down the writer, for he has tipped too many tables in his career as a medium. There is one strange thing about table tipping, it is this. You can hear wonderful stories as to how the table floated in mid-air or walked across the floor with no human being touching it. You can hear these things, yet you are never lucky enough to be present at a table tipping séance where anything of the kind occurs, although you may be in attendance on those séances almost nightly. It has been reported of the writer's tipping séances that the table walked without human aid when he knew better, although for business reasons he did not deny the entire correctness of the report. In the company of 10 or 12 sitters, even when there are no mediums present, it is no trouble to get table tippings. If there are not 2 or 3 who will do all in their power to produce the tippings, the whole company will unconsciously make the manifestations. It is possible the reader has read the scientific explanation offered for the rappings of the Fox girls. It was claimed that the raps were produced by snapping the toe joints and by throwing small shot against the walls and ceiling. The claim was also made that the ladies suspended leaden weights with elastic braids beneath their skirts, and by a slight movement of the limbs these weights could be set bobbing up and down, striking the floor on the downward movement, thus producing the mysterious raps. It is possible that such tactics would answer the purpose, but in view of the fact that there are much more simple methods, the writer is of the opinion that the learned gentlemen were entirely wrong. In fact, it has been demonstrated by the Fox girls that their theories were wide of the mark. When the writer desires to produce raps for the investigator, he does not find it necessary to make any special preparations in order to do so. He merely sits himself at a table, spreads his hands on the top, and the raps come without the least particle of trouble. You, reader, can perform the feat just as easily as the writer if, in spreading the hands on the table, you will be careful to bring the right thumbnails in contact one with the other. Press them together tightly and slip them a little at a time. You will find that every time you slip them, one against the other, a quite loud rap will be the result. Another way is to place your shoe against the leg of the table, and by slipping it backward or forward raps will be produced that will appear to proceed from the tabletop. Your knee will also furnish raps if pressed against the table leg and moved slightly one way or the other. You can produce raps on a slate or book by holding it in such a way that the nails of the forefingers are in contact one with the other and slipping them as in rapping on a table. In your own room it is an easy matter to so fix a chair or table that, by wrenching it in one way or another, you can get an elegant variety of spirit raps. However, raps are rather out of date now, since the medium has evolved so many other more wonderful manifestations. If you intend to become a professional medium, the most agreeable and remunerative phase is that of answering sealed letters. A few hints as to the manner in which others have got to the front in that phase may be of use to you. Sit down and write an article describing the wonderful phenomena you have witnessed at your own séances for physical manifestations. In this communication or article for publication by one of the spiritual journals, you will describe yourself as having been very sceptical previous to your having visited your own séances and witnessed the wonderful proofs of spirit return. After describing the wonders of your physical séances, you will mention the fact that you are a medium for answering sealed letters and describe some wonderful tests you have received from yourself in that line. Lay it on thick and be sure to get your name and street number incorporated into the article so that people will know where to address you. Now sign any name but your own and mail it to one of the leading spiritual journals. If your article is well written and you have described the phenomena as unusually wonderful, besides giving them to understand that you are now, through what is described in your manuscript, a firm believer in spiritualism, your article will surely be printed. As certainly as it is printed, just so sure will you be overwhelmed with letters of inquiry from all over the United States. The letters will be asking information as to your fee for answering sealed letters and the method they should pursue in communicating with the spirit friends in that particular way. You will receive hundreds of letters to answer at $1 each. You will receive letters sealed in all manner of curious ways in order to prevent your opening them. If you will exercise plenty of patience, no letter will come to your hands so securely sealed that you cannot readily open and replace it in its original condition so as to defy detection. The writer knows of a medium who, at one time, received a letter to answer that required him to earn his dollar before he had it in shape to return to the writer without danger of detection. This particular letter was enclosed in 3 opaque envelopes. The letter itself was folded to fit the smaller of the 3 envelopes and the edges glued together. It was now stitched with silk thread, red in the needle and blue in the bobbin or shuttle. It was put in the first envelope with 2 or 3 spots of glue on it causing it to stick to the envelope, and the medium to swear. Not being content to let this end their precautions, they now stitched through envelope and sheet and, after putting mucilage all over the side on which the seams were, inserted it in the second envelope. This envelope was mucilaged and placed in the third envelope, which was sealed with furniture glue, besides being waxed with letter wax and stamped with some kind of dye that the medium could not duplicate without going to more expense than it would be worth. The medium succeeded in getting the letter out and back again. How did he manage it? He began by prying the wax off the outside envelope with a thin knife blade. It came off in pieces from the size of a pea to pieces as large as a 5-cent nickel. He took good care not to break the wax containing the impression of the dye, the balance did not matter, for it could be melted again. Now he got up steam in the tea kettle and, after first dampening the seams, soon steamed off the outside envelope. When it came off it was put carefully to one side to dry. The second envelope was disposed of in the same manner. After examining the third envelope and finding he could duplicate it, he steamed and cut it from the letter. He now had a good hour's work to pick the silk thread from the letter. It was finally accomplished and the letter read and copied. The letter was folded on the old creases and taken to the sewing machine and stitched with red and blue silk in the same needle holes from which the thread had been taken. He now gets a duplicate for the envelope he had destroyed and after gluing the sheet it was inserted in the envelope. It was necessary to put the thread back into this envelope by hand for the reason that it must be held between himself and the light in order to see where the holes were in the letter inside. These could not have been seen with the envelope under the machine needle. You can imitate machine work very nicely by hand. The last envelope was now folded over it, after giving it a liberal coat of glue, so that it would be impossible to do much investigating without destroying the evidences, if any were left, of the medium's having tampered with it. Now comes the fine work. The wax has left a stain on the envelope which will guide you in putting back the pieces of wax on which are the impressions of the dye or seal. Give them a good coat of glue, stick them in place, being careful not to allow the glue to show between the edges of the wax. Allow the pieces to dry on before replacing the remainder of the wax. After they are fast, melt the remainder of the wax in a vessel and pour it where it had been before, being careful to make it cover all the stains and marks made by it in the first instance. See to it that the wax you have melted does not show a join where it joins the pieces that you glued on. This can be remedied by heating a knife blade and holding it close to the wax until the 2 edges melt together. This letter came from what is called a Bundyite spiritualist, namely one who believes that all mediums are frauds and all phenomena fraudulent until they have demonstrated it differently to their own satisfaction. His questions were satisfactorily answered and quite a complimentary letter was received by the medium. This, though, was not the only complimentary letter he has received from persons who had received entire satisfaction through the sealed letter racket. To be sure, he has received letters on the other side of the question, but the medium was entirely blameless in the matter. No medium can be blamed for not giving satisfaction when questions are asked that it is impossible that he can answer. Such questions as, "How old am I?" "Where did my father die, if he is dead?" "Did my father or mother die first?" "Have I any children, and if so, how many?" "Where was I born?" "Have I any children in the spirit worlds?" is calculated to knock silly any medium, especially when those questions are insisted on and there is nothing outside of them to talk or write on. If you think you can do it, try it. But in this case the medium had notes on the gentleman, and his questions were not only answered, but considerable information given on private matters that he had not mentioned, besides 3 or 4 names of his spirit relatives being given. Those notebooks are a grand institution. It is the writer's intention now to leave 2 or 3 of them at the office of the publisher of this book, that the curious or spiritualist who doubt the existence of such books may go and examine them and wade through the endless bits of information contained in them regarding persons and their deceased relatives in various parts of the United States. But the smoothest thing in the sealed letter reading, and the one that has puzzled the people for years, is usually done in connection with slate writing. The sitter is furnished a heavy white envelope of small size and a white card of the size of an ordinary visiting card. He is requested to write the name of a spirit friend on the card and to write 1 or not more than 2 questions on it. After he has written as requested, he is instructed to place the card in the envelope with the writing next the smooth side and away from the glue. This being done, he is furnished with letter wax with which he seals the seams to prevent the envelope being opened. The medium now takes the seat at the table opposite his sitter and near a window. Placing the envelope on a slate, he thrusts it beneath the table. After sitting long enough to do his work, raps a herd on the slate, and withdrawing it, he hands it to the sitter. The envelope still lies on the slate and there is no evidence of it having been touched. The seals are intact and there is not a mark or mar on it. On the slate is written the replies to his questions, and the name of the spirit addressed is signed at the bottom of the message. There is a manifestation of spirit power that is generally admitted to be a corker. Really it is wonderful, or would be were not so simple a performance once you know how. This is a feat performed by only a few mediums, as but few know the secret. It has captured many a dollar for the mediums who have worked it. In order to perform this trick, do just as the medium did up to the time he placed or held the slate beneath the table. Instead of holding it there between your hand, slip 1 corner between your leg and the seat of the chair. Thus you are holding it by sitting on it. Your hand is now free to do as you choose with. Your sitter cannot see your movements for the table is interposed. Put your fingers into the ticket pocket of your coat and bring out a small sponge which is saturated with alcohol. Dampen the envelope over the card and you can easily read the name in question. Write the answer and sign the name addressed and your sitter will be paralysed with astonishment. Nothing will serve to dampen the envelope but alcohol, nothing else will allow of your reading the writing on the enclosed card and nothing else will dry out quickly enough and leave absolutely no traces of any manipulation. Water will not dry out quick enough and when it does dry leaves the envelope shrunken where it was applied, thus leading your sitter to suspect that you have not played fair. This deception is also useful in giving clairvoyant sittings, for by its use you can learn what particular thing has brought your sitter to your presence. There are other methods for learning the contents of a sealed envelope that is written in your rooms. The next best one is accomplished by furnishing your sitter with a tablet of soft pencil paper and an extra hard lead pencil. You instruct the sitter to write the name of a spirit friend on the tablet, together with 1 or 2 questions, in a plain large handwriting. When he has done so, have him tear off the sheet and seal it in an envelope. You will now hold the envelope between your fingers, just in front of your sitter, and proceed to answer his questions by clairvoyantly seeing the answers written on the wall. You will know what questions he has written by examining the tablet from which he has torn the sheet. The paper being soft and the pencil hard, you will find that his questions are impressed quite plainly on 2 or 3 sheets of the paper. When your next sitter comes you must tear off all the sheets having the impressions, else it may puzzle you somewhat to read his questions. Here is a good place to give the blood writing test. Do it in this way. Wet the forearm with strong salt water, allowing it to dry. Now, after having answered his questions, give him the envelope and begin a nervous walk up and down the room behind him. Take a sharpened stick from your pocket and write the name on the arm, pressing hard on the skin. Wait until the red lines have disappeared and then announce to your sitter that the controls will write the spirit's name on your arm. Allow him to examine your arm. When he has satisfied himself that it is not fixed, rub briskly over the writing a few times with the open hand and the letters will appear in bright red letters. It makes a good finish to a sitting and this sucker gives up his money with more satisfaction. Try it, in the way of a joke, on some of your friends and see the amount of wonder and surprise it will create. Another way is to write the name on your arm with varnish that has been made very thin with alcohol or turpentine. Now have the sitter burn his envelope and taking up the charred paper, rub it over the writing. It will not stick to the skin save where it has been written on, thus giving the name in black letters. A sponge and a few drops of alcohol will remove it. Reader, have you ever attended dark circles? If you have, and were not convinced it was the work of the spirit world, the writer would enjoy hearing your theories as to how the manifestations were produced. You have probably explained them to your own satisfaction in 100 or more impossible ways. It is the simplicity of the operations that protect the medium from exposure, for the reason that you will think that such wonderful manifestations cannot be the result of any but the most complex manipulations. You will accuse the members of the household where the séance is being held of being accessories, and imagine that the room is strung with wires so fine as to be invisible and worked by someone in an adjoining room or closet, or even in a house next door or half a block distant. You will think that electricity or mesmerism is at the bottom of the whole affair. It does not appear possible to you that the medium can, alone and unaided, cause the manifestations you have witnessed. A description of a dark séance as given by a celebrated medium for that phase of manifestations will be given and explained afterwards. You will recognize the description as substantially the same as you have heard from others, if you are not a spiritualist, and set it down as a fabrication or the narrator as the most consummate fool you ever encountered. If the narrator happens to be a respected friend of yours, you concluded that he had been mesmerized, hypnotized or bamboozled in some way that he could not exercise his senses and only imagined he saw the things he described. If you are a spiritualist and have ever visited a dark circle, you will realize that the writer is not guessing at anything in the description, and if you read the explanation and experiment on the methods exposed, you will be forced to admit that he is correct as to the causes and had probably been there himself as the medium. You will be amazed at the simplicity of the means used to produce the phenomena that had seemed so marvellous, and astonished that you can so easily produce the same results. It is possible that you may feel disposed to hire a large, strong man to pound you on the head with a rail-splitter's maul for a few hours, or exercise himself by kicking you all over a 10-acre field. Do not swear vengeance on the poor medium who has fooled you out of $50 or $100, but give him the credit due him in having so completely deceived you. Do not come the baby act and ask the law to restore to you the money you had not brains enough to keep. Be a man and catch even by beating someone else. The best man is he who wins, and if the medium has beaten you, doff your hat to him and be careful in the future. There are few persons who will read this description but will recognize to what particular medium the writer refers. He is celebrated and his séances have been given and written of all over the United States. Into a room that has been darkened so that not a single ray of light can penetrate is placed a large dining table and chairs sufficient to seat the persons in attendance. On the table is placed a guitar and a tablet of pencil paper. The investigators are now seated in a circle around the table, male and female alternating. The person sitting on the medium's right, for he sits in the circle, grasps the medium's right wrist in his left hand, while his own right wrist is held by the sitter on his right, and this is repeated clear around the circle. This makes each sitter hold the right wrist of his left hand neighbour in his left hand, while his own right hand wrist is held in the left hand of his neighbour on the left. Each one's hands are thus secured and engaged, including the medium's. It will be seen that no one of the sitters can have the use of his or her hands without one or the other of their neighbours knowing of it. Directly behind the medium's chair is placed a musical instrument, usually a dulcimer on a stool. There is also a tin trumpet, tea bell, tambourine and accordion. The medium cannot use them for his hands are held. The light is turned out and after a song has been sung, lights are seen darting about near the ceiling. They fall towards the medium and disappear, raps are heard on the table and the guitar is twanged. The sitters are permitted to ask questions that are answered by raps on the table. Should you ask those sitting next to the medium, they will tell you that they still have his hands. Presently the trumpet is felt by those sitting farthest from the medium. It is travelled about the circle where the medium cannot possibly reach. Out of it comes a voice announcing a name. The name is recognized by one of the sitters as belonging to some friend or relative. The voice may or may not give a message, but after the horn has been heard scraping along the ceiling, it falls on the floor behind the medium's chair. Touches are now felt by the sitters and the table jumps up and falls down several times in succession, creating quite a noise. More lights are seen darting about and keeping time, in their motions, to an air being whistled by the medium. After the music or whistling has ceased, a light is seen over the table and the sound of writing is heard. Presently the sheet of paper is put into the lap of one of the sitters who will keep it until the séance closes before he can read it. Usually every member of the circle gets a message before the close of the séance. Some of them contain tests of an indisputable nature, while others are merely a name or some advice as to mediumship or business from the medium's controls. The tea bell is heard ringing in different parts of the room, against the walls and ceiling from 8 to 10 or 12 feet from the medium. It touches the sitters on the shoulders and head and skips about from one locality to another with remarkable quickness. Now a luminous hand appears above the heads of the sitters. Hands of different sizes are seen and finger snapping heard. The medium now begins whistling and the guitar strikes up an accompaniment and travels all about the room apparently. When the guitar stops its accompaniment, the dulcimer takes it up and continues to play along as the medium will whistle. When he has stopped, it strikes up a tune on its own hook and executes it in admirable style. At different times during the séance, the person sitting on the medium's left has been exchanged for another, so that no claim of their having been a confederate would stand. The changes would be rang on these manifestations until an hour and a half or 2 hours' time had been consumed, when the medium would announce the close of the séance. On turning up the lamp, the instruments that had been placed behind the medium would be found piled up on the table in the middle of the circle. From what you have read regarding the cabinet séance, you could understand how the medium accomplished these things if he only had the use of one hand. As each hand was held by a separate person, you cannot understand how he could get the use of either of them, except the one on his right was a confederate. Such was not the case, and he did have the use of one hand, the right one, but how? He took his place before the light was turned down, and those holding him say he did not let go for an instant during the séance. He did, though, after the light was turned out for the purpose of getting his handkerchief to blow his nose. After blowing his nose he requested the sitter to again take his wrist, which is done, but this time it is the wrist of the left hand instead of the right. He has crossed his legs and there is but one knee to be felt, hence the sitter on his right does not feel that she is reaching across the right knee and thinks that the left knee that she does feel be the right. He has let his hand slip down until, instead of holding the sitter on his left by the wrist, he has him by the fingers, thus allowing him a little more distance, and preventing the left-hand sitter using the hand to feel about and discovering the right-hand sitter's hand on the wrist of the hand holding his. You will see now that although both sitters are holding the same hand, each one thinks he is holding the one on his or her side of the medium. The balance of the séance is easy. His hands are made of pasteboard, painted black on one side and with luminous paint on the other. He fastens a hand to his reaching rod and elevates it. As long as the black side is towards the sitters they do not perceive it, but on turning the luminous side toward them it is immediately visible. The guitar is so tuned that the accompaniment to his whistling can be performed without any fingering of the strings being necessary. This is not impossible, for who has not seen the artists at variety shows play accompaniments and airs on his guitar and banjo with one hand? The music on the dulcimer was easy enough of production after he had secured the release of one hand. The séance, you will observe, depended entirely on the one feat, that of getting the use of his right hand. He has his notebooks and if any are present at any of his séances who are mentioned in it, he will be sure to get some fine tests. 1 or 2 good tests in a circle is enough. Of course, if you have more it is well enough to give them. The more the better, although 2 or 3 is sufficient to demonstrate your wonderful powers in that line as well as helping out the physical portion of your entertainment. There are other descriptions of dark circle that are not so difficult of performance and, of course, not so wonderful. There is the circle in which the medium sits in the centre of the circle and is secured with ropes. There is no use to describe the operations in this description of the séance, for the reader has already read the methods pursued in regard to rope tying feats. Then again, instead of the medium being tied, she or he is continually clapping their hands to show that it is not the hands of the medium that is being felt by the sitters in different parts of the circle. All that is necessary is to pat your cheek instead of your hand when you have use for one or the other of them. Another plan is to put a certain number of small shot in each hand and count them after the séance is closed. Put the shot of one hand in your mouth and go on with the show. You will have no use for both. Again, the medium's hands are filled with flour. Put all the flour in one hand and divide it again when you are through. Another plan, and a very satisfactory one, is that the medium allow one of the sitters to keep their 2 hands in contact. The medium seats himself facing the one who is to watch him and allows the sitter's knees to be placed one each side of his own. He now has the sitter spread his hands on his knees, palms downward, and places his own hands on the top. If he should remove either hand it is supposed the sitter will know of it and expose him. The deception lies in the fact that the sitter does not get both the medium's hands on his, but he only has one turned so as to lay across both of his. The medium accomplishes this by making passes downward from the sitter's shoulders to his hands with his own hands. After 3 or 4 such movements he turns the left hand so that it will cover both the sitters, and when he has reached the hands he allows it to rest lightly across them. The sitter now thinks he has both hands and will so state on being questioned. This is a test condition that gives general satisfaction, for no one is supposed to be so stupid that he cannot tell when a weight is removed from his hand. Yet he is. Under cover of darkness, many wonderful manifestations can be produced by one who has been practising for a year or longer time. Where one is not a member of the medium's brotherhood and finds it necessary to rustle for tests, there are many ways open for obtaining them. You know the names of a large number of spiritualists of the city in which you are stopping, and by a dint of careful questioning can learn the names of a great many persons who are regular attendants of the séances held by the travelling mediums. Armed with a list of such names, make it your business to visit the cemeteries, and it is more than likely you will be able to pick up considerable information that will be useful to you before you leave the city. It is always a fruitful piece of work to buy the back numbers of the newspapers of the city and carefully read all the funeral notices. The State Library will usually furnish you with much information regarding the old settlers and their history. Besides this, you can usually pump tests from one spiritualist or another by a little fine work on your part. We will say you are in search of information regarding the friends in spirit life of Mr. Brown. You meet Mr. Smith, who who is an intimate friend of Brown's, and after a little general conversation say to him: "The gentleman who was in company with you at the social last Tuesday evening would make a fine medium. I saw a great number of bright spirits about him. He must have a large number of friends or relatives in the spirit land. I think his father and mother were both with him the evening of the social. Have they ever told him he would make a physical medium, do you know? I believe that mediums do tell him occasionally that he could develop a fine phase of mediumship. I do not know what particular spirit furnishes the information, although it is probably his father, who was quite a strong spiritualist for many years previous to his death, and was the cause of many persons investigating it in his own town in Ohio," replies Mr. Smith. "Why, you don't mean to say Brown is a native of the Buckeye State?" exclaims the medium. "Yes, born and raised in Dayton, where his father died and his mother still lives with his sister," replied Mr. Smith, who is pumping wonderfully easy. "I think I have heard of him, or read articles from his pen in the spiritual papers. His name was Ebenezer Brown, was it not?" queries the bumper. "No, his name was Elijah," corrects Mr. Smith. "Oh, yes, now I remember. Ebenezer Brown was from Pennsylvania," says the medium. "But Mr. Brown certainly has a host of friends on the other side, and death must have many times bereaved him." "Yes, he has many relatives over there. He has 4 sisters and 2 brothers that I know of, and a great many uncles and aunts," states Mr. Smith. "That is quite a number from his immediate family," remarks the medium. "That must have been some hereditary disease running in the family. I believe they all went with lung trouble," assents Mr. Smith, and the medium has learned enough regarding Mr. Brown to make it interesting for him when he visits his séance room or calls on him for slate writing. He can now pump Mr. Brown regarding his friend Smith, with possibly just as fruitful results. The medium's ear is always open for tests, and not one escapes him. Family Bibles and albums are very interesting books to him, and if there are any children in the family he is visiting, he will await an opportunity and learn all the child knows regarding the portraits in the album. A good way to keep posted as to tests on the spiritualist is to subscribe for the spiritual journals and keep an alphabetically arranged scrapbook for the clippings you cut from them. The writer will probably bring down on his head the curses of many hundreds of mediums, for, if this work is very widely read, there will be few mediums, save the lecturers, who can do business, with any degree of safety from exposure. However, we will now explain to you the manner in which the lecturer and test medium give their wonderful tests. We will say that Mr. Stevens, a wonderful platform test medium, has arrived at the city and is to give tests for the month at the Spiritual Hall, wherever that may be, on each Sunday evening, beginning at 8 o'clock. This description will describe work that was recently performed by a medium in a certain city, but no names will be given. It will also describe work done by scores of other mediums, although they may, and some of them do, have different methods of arriving at the same results. Mr. Stevens arrived at a certain city in which a materializing medium had been holding séances for a month. The society had engaged his services at $25 per Sunday. He was to deliver a lecture in the afternoon and give tests in the evening. The first move Mr. Stevens makes is to hire 2 parlours in a good hotel. He is so fatigued on his arrival that he does not make or receive calls for 2 days, but confines himself to his room. He receives 1 caller, however, and that one is the materializing medium, who makes his calls in a very stealthy way, no one seeing him come or go. When they get together, they get out their notebooks and begin the work of editing the tests, getting them in shape. The first thing they do is take the notebook of the test medium and verify what is written therein. The materializing medium runs over the names and tests and sees to it that the tests agree with what he has learned of the party in the month he has been among them. If they are all right, they are copied on a sheet of paper in alphabetical order. If any of the parties have left the city, a note is made of the fact, giving his new place of residence. After the test medium's book has been made all straight, the materializing medium adds to the list all the tests he has been able to get together. The medium for tests will now have probably 100 sure tests. That will make 25 for each night. But this does not end the preparations, for these tests must be committed to memory, for it is not always convenient to have notes to refer to, and it is impossible to tell which of the subjects will be present on any given night. When everything is arranged, our 2 mediums repair to some previously mentioned rendezvous and meet from 2 to 10 men that the materializing medium has made friends of, and each one is told what name will be announced for him to recognise, and they are told to admit all that is said, but to do it in an unwilling way and rather make the medium force the admissions from them. Everything is now ready and the test medium repairs to the hall early, while the materializing medium puts in an appearance at a later time. When the materializing medium arrives, he seeks an introduction to the test giver and then proceeds to introduce him to those on whom he tests. Each one is anxious to be introduced and the medium comes to know just how many of his subjects are in the room. If any come who avoid an introduction, the materializing medium points them out and gives their names. They are sure to get tests. The confederates have all arrived and stationed themselves in different parts of the hall and the time for operations to commence has arrived. The medium requests the choir to sing and while they are doing so he is snapping his fingers and massaging his eyes. When the song is finished he steps off the rostrum and with his hands above his head, snapping his fingers, he paces up and down the aisle looking to his right and left, occasionally halting in an undecided or faltering way until he finally stops in front of a person he has singled out before he left the platform and says, "Madame, your husband J-W-D-", giving the full name, is here and bids me to say to you that you will find the papers you have been seeking. I now see a child standing beside you. The child is apparently 5 years of age, of blonde complexion, with long golden hair, blue eyes, and she says she is your daughter A-D. She says to you that she is happy with papa. This child passed away about 10 years ago and would have been 15 years old had she lived. She died of lung fever in Cincinnati. Now I hear the name of J-W-, who says he is your brother. The one who died in the mines along the American River in California in 1852. He says he is accompanied by your father L-W-. In each case he gives full names. When he had finished he would say, "Did I ever meet you before, madame?" When she had replied he would continue, "Is the names and relationship given correctly?" After she had admitted the entire correctness of his statements, he would resume his walk up and down the aisles. Without stopping in his walk he would announce, "There is the spirit of a young lady here who says there is in this hall a young man to whom she was engaged to be married but who is so prejudiced against spiritualism that he will not admit the test when it is given. I will give the lady's name and if the party does not admit the test I will hunt him out and let the audience see him. The lady's name is Gertrude Spinner. Does anyone recognize the spirit?" No one answers and the medium says, "I will find the man." He goes through the audience, touching first one and then another with his fingertips until he suddenly stops before one of the confederates and says, "You are the man. Do you know Gertrude Spinner?" "I do not think I do," answers the man. "Well, I know that you do and I propose to make you know her before I am through. Gertrude Spinner, who was your affianced, died in Chicago 2 months ago today. She died of heart failure and you attended her funeral. She was interred at Lakewood Cemetery in the afternoon of the 3rd day after her death. You have a photo of the lady in your inside vest pocket, cabinet size, that was taken in a studio in West Madison Street, Chicago. Do you know Miss Spinner now?" "Yes, sir," he answers, apparently very much agitated. "Have you a photograph of the lady in your vest?" continues our medium. "Perhaps," sullenly answers the gentleman. "I want no 'perhaps' about it," roars the medium. "Take that photo out and let the audience see that I am not mistaken. You must not attempt to make a monkey of me, for when I tell you anything I know I am right. Bring out the photo or I shall do it for you," howls the medium, apparently in a rage. The gentleman, appearing very much astonished and frightened, produces the photo and replaces it in his pocket. "There," said the medium, "you did know the lady after all. Ladies and gentlemen, when your friends announce their names you will confer a kindness by recognizing them without compelling me to drag it out of you. I say nothing but what I know to be correct and I must have your admissions." The gentleman with the photo gets up and leaves the room with a scowl on his face, as though he had had a very unpleasant experience. The medium follows this up with 2 or 3 tests from his notebook, in which he invariably gives full names, dates, incidents and places, and then rings in another confederate by suddenly stopping in front of one of them and saying, "Your trip last week did not pan out as you expected, did it?" "What trip?" asks the confederate. "Shall I tell you before these people about the trip you made one night last week?" he replies. "I did not make any trip last week in the night time," protests the man. "I say you did," roars the medium. "Yourself and two companions walked about 8 miles up the river and dug several holes in the ground searching for buried money that someone had told you is buried there. You did not find anything and never will." "I have never tried to," asserts the man. "What?" howls the medium. "I say you did and will make you say so too. One of you was slightly hurt by falling off a fence when you was returning to town. You told your wife that you had been with a fishing party. You were all drunk before you got home. You are a drinking man and have been drunk before and will be again. A fortune teller told you there was money there and you went to find it. Was you out looking for money last week?" "Yes," meekly assents the man, and he too leaves the hall. There was evidence of the medium's wonderful clairvoyant powers that was calculated to be a clincher. The next test was for an old gentleman who was in the hop raising business. He was down in the notebook as G-S- hop raiser, very comfortably fixed. Lost last crop of hops by not selling to buyer and shipping to a Jew in London, England. Spirit daughter Clara S., musician and fine pianist, 22 years of age, killed by being thrown from a horse. Spirit daughter Anna died at 2 years of croup. Spirit son Albert drowned when 19 years of age. Was drowned while visiting away from home. Approaching the old gentleman, he raises his hand to his ear and says, "I hear beautiful music about you. It is made on the piano and I hear the name Clara S. She says she is your daughter and was killed by being thrown from a horse. She appears to be about 22 years of age. Do you recognize the spirit?" "I do, and you are entirely correct," he answers. "Now I hear the name of Albert S. He says he is your son and was drowned while away from home on a visit. He says you had best sell your hop crop to the home buyers this year and not take chances on the English Jews in London. He says his spirit Anna, who died with croup when very young, is with him. Is this all correct, and did I ever meet you previous to this time?" asks the medium. "It is correct in every way, and this is the first time I ever saw you," answers the gentleman. After 2 or 3 more tests he would tackle another confederate by announcing a name when the confederate would recognize it. After a message in which business instructions were given, he would say, "I see on your back a scar made by your having been struck by a sign that had blown down. Have you such a scar on the small of your back?" "Yes, sir," replied the confederate. "I see also that you are a sufferer of inflammatory rheumatism, contracted in the army. Have you the inflammatory rheumatism?" "Yes, sir, and I contracted it in the army," he replies. "I see a tall gentleman with blue eyes and grey hair, bald on the top of his head, who says his name is Dr. James R. Hayes. He says further that he was your father's family physician when you lived in New York State 20 years ago. He instructs you to procure a quart of whiskey and into it put 1 ounce of gum guaiacum and 1 ounce of pokeberries. Take a tablespoon before meals and your rheumatism will disappear. Did you know Dr. Hayes and was he your father's family physician?" "I do know of the doctor and he was our family physician," the confederate replies. "Have you ever met me before, or is there any way in which I may know these things?" asks the medium. "I do not know how you could possibly know of them except in the way you claim," he replies, and the medium tackles another. When he comes around to another confederate he brings it about so as to make some startling tests out of him. He has been prepared beforehand and it is an easy matter to make the audience think the tests are very wonderful indeed. He gets at it in this way. Stopping in front of his man he says, "I see for you, sir, an agreeable and remunerative change in business. Your business will be travelling in some capacity or other. You have been contemplating this change for more than a year and now your desires are to be gratified. How do you know, or how may I be certain that you know, certainly, what you are saying?" asks the sitter. "I know by the same power that tells me that in your left hand pocket there is 3 silver dollars and an old bronze coin pocket piece, besides a white handled pocket knife with 3 whole blades and 1 broken one," answers the medium. "You have in your breast pocket a letter from the parties for whom you are to work telling you to come east at once and enter on your duties. You intend to start tomorrow morning, and in the pocket book in your hip pocket is a railroad ticket to Cincinnati. Your father, George W. Haskell, is here and says you are wearing the watch that was in his life. Your sister Alice Haskell is here and bids me to tell you she has just left your mother in Louisville, Kentucky, and that she is quite well. You have a scar on the calf of your right leg made by your burning yourself with concentrated lye. "Do you think I know anything about it now, or have I told you nothing that you know anything about?" asks the medium. "I am entirely satisfied," replies the confederate, "and every word you have said is correct. I do not believe in spiritualism, but you are a remarkably gifted man in some way that I know nothing about." "Thank you," says our medium, and he proceeds to paralyse somebody else. This business is kept up until he has given from 20 to 30 tests, when he closes his entertainment. He now leaves the hall, loaded down with floral offerings from his admirers, and goes to his room. After leaving his flowers, he goes out and meets his confederates, and a general good time is indulged in. Perhaps our medium may get a little mellow before morning, but that is no harm if the spiritualists do not discover it. He gives his confederates a couple of dollars each for their work. This is often causing an outlay of more money than he was paid for his services. What does he get out of it, you will ask? He gets some elegant advertising, and his parlours will be crowded from 10 o'clock until 6 with persons who will pay him $2 each for a clairvoyant sitting. It is not the spiritualist that he gets the big money from, but the investigator who happened to be in the hall through curiosity. On entering his parlour for a sitting, you will find one corner of the room draped with curtains all black, and a small table standing across the corner also draped in black. On the table is a wax candle, and around the base of it is scattered powdered lycopodium. There is also an empty plate on the table. To the curtain that drapes the corner is pinned various mysterious packages, tied around with black tapes. Photos are also fastened to the curtains, some of them upside down, some of them with the face to the wall, and all with black tapes tied about them in different ways. This is the charm working department for working the sucker that he can convince of his powers to weave spells and work charms that will bring about any kind of conditions that are desired. He catches many a man and woman in that corner of the room. The men are generally after buried treasures, mining claims, luck at the gaming table, or to beat some man in a business transaction, or to obtain lottery numbers. Women usually want conditions that will straighten out their love affairs. They sometimes want a condition brought about that will cause the death of their husband or lover, or an influence set to work out that will result in certain ones giving to them money or jewels or remembering them in their wills. All classes of people go against this corner of the medium shop, from the poor ignorant labourer who wants only a job at $1 a day, to the female members of wealthy and aristocratic families who will leave their carriages around the corner and make a sneak, heavily veiled, and who want to know all manner of things about husband or lover, or how they can get rid of rivals or disease. His charges for these things are on the sliding plan. If the person wears diamonds and rich apparel, he is liable to name $100 as the price for discovering whether she has a rival or not, and a larger price for bringing about a death condition. The man looking for work is touched for from $2 to $10, according to appearances of prosperity or his ability to take care of himself. Such mediums often find their work for 1 week to run up as high as from $1 to $500. He must, of course, make the culminations of the charm he works far enough ahead to give him 6 or 8 weeks in which to work, and leave before any of his suckers get around to kick because of the failure of his spell to work. None of these operations are attempted on the spiritualist, for it would not only go, but might result in his being driven from the city. The female lecturer and test medium are satisfied to get $10 per Sunday and get a dozen or two sitters during the week at $1 each. Their private sittings consist of visions of doves, crosses, bright or dark clouds, water, ships, and 100 other things which they interpret so as to best please their sitter. They do not give general satisfaction, for the reasons that they do not give full names, but see only first names and wait to see if they are recognized. One of the easiest fakes to work is the development of mediumship. Of course, you must have a physical or slate writing mediumship yourself in order to interest anyone in developing their own mediumistic powers. You strike every sitter that visits you, or rather have their spirit friends do it for you. If you are giving a slate writing sitting, and your sitter is very much interested in your wonderful powers, the balance is easy. After you have answered the questions he has asked of his spirit friends, write something like the following. "My dear son," presuming he has addressed his father, "within you lies the power to become one of the finest mediums for materialization, slate writing and physical manifestations that the world has ever known. You should develop those powers by all means, for you would not only be the means of affording comfort to thousands of afflicted mortals, but would earn a comfortable competence for yourself during life. Your mediumship would be so satisfactory that no test condition could be imposed that would at all interfere with the manifestations. Your name would be celebrated throughout both continents. You would be of great value to the spirit world, for, through your organism, the spirit world would find it possible to accomplish many things for the benefit of humanity that they cannot consummate through any other. If you will promise to develop the powers you possess, I will give you instructions that will bring about that end in a few weeks. Your father, John Douglas." He will say that he agrees to undertake his development. His father now writes, "Arrange with this medium for development. He knows the method to pursue up to a certain point, when I will take charge and see you through." He will now turn to you for information, which you will give in about the following language. "It will cost you $25. You will come to me twice a week for sittings in the evening. You will get further instruction at each sitting." He's likely to ask, "How is the payment made, in advance or after I am developed?" "My terms are cash in advance," is your reply. Now is your time to tell him of the wonderful mediums you have developed, and the large amount of money they are making. You want the money in advance, for you know that if you wait until he gets manifestations you will never get your pay. You will be surprised at the number of development sitters you will get that will pay you from $10 to $200 each. The writer knows of one medium who has had 40 persons sitting with him for development at the same time. When the time arrives for the first ones to begin to get manifestations, the time has arrived for you to pack your grip and skip for new pastures. If the reader has ever sat with a developing medium, can he or she say that they developed to any alarming extent, and did you not lose your medium through his skipping out? It was either that, or you tried until you was disgusted and gave up in despair. As a great many spiritualists imagine that the work of the Steens is the result of spiritual agency, an exposé of their work will not be out of place, besides the means used by others to obtain the same result. The Steens have been seen in the dime museums and their work has puzzled many a man. They call their work mind reading. Mrs. Steen is seated in a chair on one of the platforms of the room and Mr. Steen stands beside an easel on which is a small blackboard, the back of which is toward Mrs. Steen. He hands the boards to anyone in the audience who will take it and requests that they write 4 rows of figures on it, as though to add them. Mrs. S. has not seen the figures, for she has been thoroughly blindfolded. She is now asked to take the first column of figures, which she does, and announce the figure to set down beneath it and the number to carry to the next column. This is continued until the sum has been added. She is now asked to name the figures as he touches them. He will now touch each figure with a chalk, touching them at random. She correctly names each figure as she hears the chalk touch the board. She now tells the number formed by drawing a chalk line through any 2 figures on the board. This concludes their act, which is admitted by all who witness it as being very wonderful. However, wonderful as it may appear, it is, in reality, very simple of performance once you know the secret, and any 3 persons can perform it as well as the Steens. You will notice that the board is close to and facing the Punch and Judy cabinet. If you could look inside you would find the man who does the adding and communicates to Mrs. Steen the numbers touched, for he has a small peephole from which he can see the board and figures. How does he communicate with her? Electricity. A jar of battery fluid containing the necessary zinc and carbon is kept in the cabinet. A wire from each pole of the battery is carried beneath the floor to the leg of the platform upon which she sits, up through the leg and terminate in 2 nails, the head of which are on the top of the platform. The nails are close enough together so that the bottom of the chair leg will cover them. In this chair leg is 2 more wires that run out in the side of the chair to a point near the front and terminate in 2 tacks driven into the chair's frame. On Mrs. Steen's forefinger on the left hand is a ring and on the 3rd finger of the same hand another. These rings, when she grasps the side of the chair, come in contact, each one with one of the tacks, thus making her hand a part of the circuit of the battery. Inside the punch cabinet one of the wires is cut. So long as those ends are apart, Mrs. Steen will not feel the current, but every time they are touched together it will cause a shock to her hand. Mr. Steen touches the figure 4 and the man in the cabinet touches the wires together 4 times. Mrs. Steen feels 4 shocks, announces 4. A line is drawn through a 3 and a 5. The man in the cabinet completes the circuit 3 times, a short pause, and he completes it 5 times. Mrs. Steen announces 35 as the number, which is correct, of course. The chair in which he sits must be so placed that the leg containing the wire is over the 2 nail heads in the floor of the platform and the 2 wires each in contact with one of the nails. This is telegraphy by shock instead of by sound. After the act is finished, Mrs. Steen can arise and change the position of her chair, thus showing that she is not in any way connected with wires. These things are not practised by the mediums, but they are given because the writer imagined they would be interesting to the reader. No medium could use them in a private house, they are fit only for theatre work. End of section 5. Recording by Jordan Watts, Oxfordshire. Section 6 of Revelations of a Spirit Medium by A. Medium. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Spiritual Mysteries Exposed, Part 5. Another mind-reading feat that appears wonderful is worked by the operator taking down one of the aisles of the room a small table and 2 chairs. Placing the table on the floor and a chair each side of it, he requests the assistance of any one of the audience who desires to test the experiment. When one has been secured, he is given a seat on one side of the table and the operator sits opposite him. He now produces a slate and the gentleman is instructed to write on it the number of a bank bill or the number of his watch. When he has done so, the slate is laid on the table and the operator and the person join hands across the top of it. The operator instructs the sitter to keep his eyes on the number written on the slate and to think of nothing else. He calls the trick transmission of thought. The mind reader stands on the stage before a blackboard, blindfolded, and with his back to the audience. Without a word having been spoken or the operator having made any movement, the mind reader raises aloft his left hand and with his right slowly copies on the blackboard the numbers on the slate. The operator and his subject may be 50 feet apart. Any number written on the slate is copied by the mind reader. This is considered a very wonderful performance by hundreds who have witnessed it. Let us see just how wonderful it is. From the stage to the dress circle there is laid a strip of aisle carpet, the edges of which are bound with carpet binding. Across the end of this strip is a copper binding that is broken in the middle. Under this binding on the edges of the carpet runs a copper wire, the ends of which are soldered to the copper strip across the end. At the end of the stage the wire leaves the strip and is conducted to the room below the stage to the battery jar and a telegraph sounder. On the toe of the operator's shoe has been fastened a strip of copper long enough to reach across the broken place in the copper strip at the end of the carpet. It will be seen that every time the operator bridges that space with the copper on his shoe, the telegraph sounder will speak, the same as messages are sometimes sent by cutting a wire and tapping the ends together. The operator makes and breaks the current with his piece of copper instead of using a more convenient telegraph key. An assistant sits beside the instrument and every time it clicks he pushes on a wire which passes through the floor of the stage just under the mind reader's foot, thus conveying by tapping on his shoe sole the number the instrument has ticked to him. Extraordinarily wonderful, isn't it? Another mind-reading feat that has astonished its thousands and sent them away in quite a state of mind is performed by seating the mind-reader on a chair near the middle of the stage and, after he has been blindfolded, a large sack of heavy material is thrown over him. A number of gentlemen are now invited on the stage. After a screen has been placed between the gentleman and the mind-reader, the operator announces that the subject will tell the name of any article placed in his hand or held by others where he could see them. The investigators now hand him different articles from their pockets and, without a word being spoken, the mind reader calls out just what they are as, "That is a knife. Now it is a toothbrush. You have a watch. Now a button hook. A tobacco pouch. A piece of money. A card case. One of the gentleman's hands. A handkerchief," etc. If the mayor, chief of police, president of the board of trade or other prominent citizen happens to be on the committee, it is very likely the mind reader can tell him all about his watch, the number of movement and case and makers of each, the composition of the case, number of jewels in movement, etc. You will admit that if not a wonderful performance, it is at least clever. So it is, but so simple it will almost make you sick. The chair the mind reader sits in is not an ordinary chair, it is a high-backed affair, and one of the hindmost legs is hollow its whole length. The tops of those legs have an ornamental turning or knob. In the hollow leg this knob is used as a cork to conceal the hole, and the chair appears an ordinary one. When the mind reader has been covered by the sack he pulls out the plug and in its place puts an earpiece. In the floor under this leg is a small hole through which and into the leg of the chair is pushed a section of tin tubing. To the other end of this tubing is fastened a rubber hose. This leads across the stage and up through the floor behind the scenery where an assistant is stationed at a peephole, where he can see all the articles handed and whisper them to the mind reader. How about the watch number? He could not see that at the distance he is away from it. True enough, but it is not necessary that he sees it. He has been around among the jewellers of the city and on pretence that he wanted to buy a watch like the mayor's, found the jeweller who sold it, and from his book got a full and complete description of it and other watches of prominent men. Of course, if none of them attend, or if he cannot get them on stage, he has his trouble for nothing. When the act is finished, the mind reader conceals his earpiece and replaces the ornamental knob. The man below takes down and out the tube and inserts a plug in the hole in the floor. The sack is taken from about the mind reader and the bandage from his eyes, the chair carried off, and you might guess a year without striking the proper solution to the mystery. The writer cannot explain the work of Bishop, the mind reader, but is of the opinion that he too was faking, although he may be mistaken. Confederates are always useful in mind-reading entertainments, and in the last described exhibition one or two could be used to very good advantage, for the extraordinarily wonderful portions of the tests. Another feat that drove the people almost wild was performed in the following way. Performer shows slates clean and washes them to insure against having been prepared. He now binds them tightly together and coming down into the audience has some gentleman hold them above his head, in full view of the audience. He then produces a book of poems and allows one of the audience to open it at random by pushing his pencil or knife blade between the leaves. The book is opened and the performer reads the first 2 verses of the poem on each page, after requesting the spirits to write what he reads between the slates. After the reading is finished, the slates are opened and the verses just read are found copied between the slates. There, you will say, your silicate flap or acid writing will not work in this case, for the writing is done after the book is opened and read, which is done after the slates are fastened together. The writing was done through the flap method just the same. How did he know where the book would be opened? He did not care where it was opened, as the book was specially made for him and every page was exactly alike, with the exception of the number. Not very wonderful now, is it? The writer has heard all manner of impossible solutions offered for this trick. Some said he exchanged the slates as he came from the stage, but the question, by what means did he know what to write in the first place, was always the silencer to that theory. Others have said that the man who opened the book was a Confederate, and there was no way to convince him he was wrong except the trick was explained, which the author did not care to do. The writer once paid a 4-days hotel bill for 3 persons by convincing his landlord that the man who opened the book of poems was not a Confederate. The landlord contended that had anybody else opened the book my trick would have failed, and said, "I will bet you your bill at my hotel against $5 that if I open the book your slates will be wrong." His bet was taken, and that night found him in a front seat. When the slates had been securely fastened together, they were handed to the landlord's clerk to hold. On this night a different book was used, 6 being kept, so that no repetition of the verses may occur in 6 nights. The landlord was instructed to push 3 or 4 cards in different parts of the book, and then chose at which one he would open. He used 3 cards and took some time to decide at which one the book should open. When he had decided and opened the book, the operator read the verses on each page, and when the slates were opened, the verses he had read were found copied within. To say that he was astounded is putting it mildly. He was frantic to have the trick explained to him and offered $100 to be shown the secret. He did not learn it, and is probably still figuring on it. This was one of your cute men that know more than half a dozen ordinary men, and who had several persons present to see him stop the slate writer on that night. After all his boasts he must have been considerably mortified at his failure, and his friends will probably salt his stories in the future. While the writer is about it, he will explain the remainder of the stage people's spiritualistic illusions, at least the most mysterious of them. Table lifting is one of their feats, and there are various ways of accomplishing it. In order to lift a small round top table, the performer drives into the centre of the top a black pin, allowing the head to project a quarter inch. On the middle finger of his right hand he has a flat band ring. This ring has a slot fitted into it from the edge wide enough to admit the shank of the pin, but will not allow the head to slip through. After making a few magnetic passes over the surface of the table, he slips the pin into the slot in the ring and, spreading the fingers, bracing the table with them, he easily lifts it, apparently on his fingertips. The same means are used to lift chairs, blocks of wood, etc. In lifting large tables at which is seated a committee from the audience, the performer must have a confederate among the committee. The apparatus used consists of a small steel hook fastened to a piece of metal which fits and is strapped to the forearm under the clothing, so that the hook will catch the underside of the table when the hands are spread on the top. Both the operator and confederate is supplied with this apparatus, worn on the right arm. They sit opposite each other in the middle of the long way of the table. They get the hooks fastened and, after first moving the table a few times backward and forward between them, they rise to their feet and the table rises with them. They now get the table turning round and trip up or push over one or two of the committee, thus showing to the audience the great force the table is exerting. Another and more easy and convenient apparatus for the same feat is made by fastening a strong hook to a strap which is placed around the neck and hangs down in front under the vest in such a way as to make it possible to cause the hook to project from below the vest. When you are seated the hook is released and when you rise it will catch under the edge of the table, causing it to rise also. You acquire a confederate opposite you and you will balance the table with your hands. These persons do the sealed letter reading also. In this act the performer takes into the audience 20 or more small cards and envelopes. These are given to those wishing to write a question. The question written on the card, it is sealed in the envelope. These are now collected by the performer and placed on a table in view of the audience. The operator takes up one of the envelopes and after holding it against his forehead will say, "This card reads, 'What will be the price of wheat in May? Who wrote it?' Here," answers someone in the audience. He now opens the envelope and reads aloud, "What will be the price of wheat in May?" thus showing to the audience that he has read it correctly. He now takes up the second envelope and announces what it contains as before, and someone in the audience will acknowledge having written it. This he continues until the last one has been read. He has read them without a mistake and all have been recognized by the writers. They were all read before being opened. By what means did he read them? If someone has not told you, you will never guess it. When the performer emptied the envelopes on the table, he placed with them a marked dummy envelope. He has a confederate in the audience who answers for the first envelope. When he picked up the first envelope, he merely said anything he thought of as the contents, and his confederate acknowledges it. He now tears open the envelope and apparently reads what he had stated it contained, but instead of "What will be the price of wheat in May" being written on it, he finds that it reads, "What is my age?" After reading it he throws it to one side and taking up a second envelope announces that it reads, "What is my age?" Of course someone wrote it, who was not a confederate, and will signify it is his envelope. The performer tears it open and reads aloud, "What is my age?" but instead of that he reads, "Where was Moses when the light went out?" The next envelope taken up he announces that it contains the question, "Where was Moses when the light went out?" This is repeated until all are answered, he taking up the dummy envelope for the last one. You will understand the use of the dummy. Without it he would be compelled to stop before he had answered all the envelopes. You can do it yourself now and puzzle your friends with your clairvoyant powers. Another feat they claim as spiritualistic is to place the performer in a large muslin bag which is tied and sealed over his head. He is now placed in a cabinet and in a few seconds walks out with the bag on his arm. The committee examine the fastenings and find they have not been tampered with. A pocket knife and other articles that were put into the sack with him are found to still be inside. The bag is thoroughly examined and found to be entirely innocent of any break or rupture of any kind. How did he get out without breaking the seals put on by the committee? The fact of the matter is that he has not been inside the sack at all, and the writer can prove it. Before the performer gets into the sack, he is very careful to place a second one down his back and pants leg. His assistant takes from the committee the articles they desire to put in with you. These he lays on a table until he has placed the performer inside the sack. He now places the articles in the sack and, pushing the performer's head down, he gets the end of the sack that is concealed under his clothing, and drawing it up he gathers the outside sack around it and ties it with a large white handkerchief. The committee is now requested to further secure the mouth of the sack by tying, sewing and sealing with wax and putting on private marks. They do all their work above the handkerchief, and, as the reader will readily see, they tie and seal the sack that is under the medium's clothing. The handkerchief conceals the top of the outside sack. The articles were placed in the inside sack that are supposed to be in with the performer. When the performer is placed in the cabinet, he pulls the outside sack from under the cabinet and gets out. This sack he conceals, and pulling out the other sack, shakes it out and crumples it, and steps to the stage. It has not been necessary to tamper with the seals, hence the committee find them untouched. They may think that it is not the sack they tied until they examine the seals and take out the articles belonging to them that they saw placed in with him. That is generally convincing, and they go away talking of mesmerism and other occult forces. Their spirit cabinets are quite wonderful in their way, and one in particular is especially worthy of mention, so simple in its construction, and yet so very wonderful the phenomena occurring within it. The committee is allowed to make a thorough examination of it, and find it to be constructed of inch lumber. After thumping and taking measurements to be sure there is no private compartment in it, the medium takes his seat in front of the small square post that reaches from the floor to the ceiling in the centre of the cabinet. It stands on legs about 2 feet high, and the audience can see under it at all times. After the medium is seated, the doors are closed. After a few seconds they are opened again and the medium has vanished. The stool he sat on is there, but the medium has disappeared. The doors closed and opened again, and the stool had disappeared. The doors are closed again, and one of the committeemen's coats is passed in through the aperture in the door. It is opened, and the cabinet is perfectly empty. "Where do all these things go? Where is the man?" asks one committee man of another. "Well, where do they go?" After more opening and closing of the doors, all articles and the medium are produced. This is called the spirit vanishing cabinet. It stands any amount of investigation at the hands of the committee. The cabinet is supposed to be constructed of inch lumber throughout, but the sides are not. The sides are double and are made of lumber a little less than a ½ inch thick. The inside side wall is hinged at the back corner so that they can be swung from the front toward the opposite wall. These walls open out until the edge is just behind the square post in the centre. This encloses the back quarter of the cabinet. The cabinet is painted a dead black, with the exception of the post, which is white. Hence, when the doors are opened, the cabinet appears perfectly empty, yet the medium is in the triangular shaped space behind the swinging walls. Care must be taken to so place the cabinet that no light falls directly in it. Many have undertaken to explain this deception on the mirror theory, and others on the trapdoor plan. None that the writer ever heard of ever offered the correct solution. It is generally the case that a man will explain these things in so wonderful and complicated a way that, when he reviews his explanation, he is surprised at the wonderful amount of complicated machinery he has invented. The physical séance of the magician is dependent on a great many pieces of apparatus for its success. If he is secured with ropes, they are tied to rings, bolts and staples that are not what they appear. He does not become as expert as the medium in rope tying feats, and makes use of apparatus that is a sure thing as to his becoming free or obtaining the use of his hands. One of these pieces is a steel bolt with a ring on one end. The other end is put through the side of the cabinet up to a shoulder that has been turned on it, and a tap is turned on until the bolt is immovably fixed to the side of the cabinet. The bolt has been handed around for examination previous to having been put in its place and nothing wrong discovered in its makeup. Something is wrong, however, and if it were not, the magician would have no use for it. The shank has been decorated by turning 2 or 3 deep narrow grooves around it. After the bolt is fastened in place, a sharp twist to the left will make 2 pieces of it, as it comes apart in one of the ornamental grooves. It need only be turned halfway round to get it apart, when there will be one piece of it fast to the cabinet and the other to the medium's wrist. He can do his work, replace the bolt, turn it to the right until it stops, and call for an examination. While the bolt is free from the cabinet, no man is strong enough to twist it apart for the reason that he cannot get sufficient leverage. When it is fastened to the side of the cabinet so that it cannot turn, the ring in the end furnishes the medium the leverage he requires. There is another bolt in use that is quite clever and defies detection. This bolt is 7 inches long and 3/4 of an inch in diameter, and is so constructed that an iron ring screws over each end. In using this bolt, a piece of timber 5 inches square and 2½ feet long is fastened by one end to the floor between the medium's knees as he sits in a chair. Through the top of the post a hole is bored through which the bolt will slip easily. The bolt is taken apart and passed around for examination, different persons examining different parts at the same time. After examination, one of the rings is turned on and the bolt pushed through the hole in the post. Then the other ring is turned on. Sealing wax is now poured over the threads on the ends of the bolt so that the ring cannot be turned off. They could not be turned off after the medium was tied without this precaution, except his arms were twisted off, but the wax is put on for an appearance of greater security. As in the case of the other bolt, this one has a joint in its middle that a half turn will open, and the medium will have 1/2 of it pendant to each wrist. After doing his work he inserts the bolts into the holes, pushes them together, gives them a half turn, and he is ready for the committee. The bolt itself is perfectly smooth, but the joint is so nicely fitted that, after it has been rubbed around with a piece of coarse emery paper, the joint cannot be detected with a glass. Where the bolts and staples are used, the medium is tied either with wire or strips of muslin. Another piece of apparatus much used is the spirit collar. This is made of iron and fits close to the medium's neck. It is hinged in its middle and is secured by a padlock, the keyhole of which is then secured. The collar is decorated by having mock bolts along its edge. One of these bolts really is a bolt and can be turned out when the collar comes apart at the hinge. The stocks and pillory that is used are wrong at the hinge. Now that a great many persons know the secret of their table lifting with ring and pin, a new illusion in that line is out. It is called the spirit basin. The performer shows an ordinary tin wash basin to be empty, and pouring about a pint of water into it from a pitcher, places his fingertips in the water and the basin clings to them. There is no chance for the pin racket in this trick, for it could not be driven into the tin. Beside the basin is given for examination before and after the trick. It is accomplished by use of the suction hat hook, which is in the pitcher of water and is poured in with it. The performer pushes it down hard on the bottom of the basin and it adheres. He hooks the wire under his ring and the basin must cling to his fingers. When he has finished he pulls the hook loose and pours it back into the pitcher, giving the basin for examination. These feats are given as the work of the medium, but the medium can make no possible use for them. They are fit only for work on the stage and could not be used in a private house or at the medium's séance. Reader, have you ever attended a séance for full form materialization? Have you ever thought you had met your dead relative's spirit at these séances? If you have never had the pleasure of attending a séance of this phase, you have missed a rare treat. The writer has assisted at many a one and will relate to you some of the wonderful phenomena occurring at them and the means used to produce it. He will mention no names, but has no doubt that many will read these pages who will know who is referred to in the accounts of the manifestations. Many too may read who have been duped and deceived at the identical séances mentioned. There are hundreds of materializing mediums doing business in this country who are swelling a good-sized bank account. Their business sometimes runs into the hundreds of dollars in a single week. This phase of mediumship is considered by the spiritualists as the highest possible attainable, and if you were a clever full-form medium, your financial welfare is assured. Many and various are the methods employed by the different mediums in producing this phase. It is in Boston, New York and San Francisco that it is worked the finest. The full-form séances most often met with are the very simply worked and easy of performance by the medium. You are usually given a seat in a circle of chairs about the front of a cabinet made by hanging heavy curtains across the corner of the room. If you are a stranger, or one who looks or acts as though he would grab the spirits, you are seated at the further point from the cabinet, or if there are 2 rows of seats, you will be given a seat in the back row. There are usually 3 or 4 persons present who are regular attendants and who are placed in the front row and near the cabinet. These persons may not be confederates, but simply ardent believers in that particular medium, and, on account of their constant attendance, are admitted at half price. This is a very acceptable state of affairs for the medium or her manager, for they help to fill the front row with persons who can be depended upon to do no harm. After the spectators are seated and a song has been sung, an Indian control, or a control other than an Indian, usually has something to say before any manifestations occur, especially if the medium has not had time during the singing to get herself in shape to begin the manifestations. It is always a female medium who gives this description of séance. You will notice that before the séance begins, the manager takes a seat close up to one corner of the cabinet. The room has been made so dark that you can scarcely distinguish your neighbour. After the Indian control has unburdened itself of a lot of nonsensical trash, it will announce, "Me's maked up a pitty white squaw and she's tumin' out." The curtains part and there is a strip of white visible to the sitters. "Who is this spirit for?" asks the manager. The spirit will probably raise a hand and point in some direction, but it is hard to tell to what particular person, and it is necessary that the sitters ask, "Is it for me? Is it Mary? Is that Agnes?" etc. One of them will be selected by the medium. "Can you speak to me?" is asked. If the person is some spiritualist on whom the medium has tests, the spirit can usually say a few words and retires to the cabinet. The next apparition, it is likely, will be a child or some spirit smaller in stature than the medium. After it has been made known for whom it came, it will disappear. If a stranger or one other than a spiritualist has been claimed as a relative, the spirit has been unable to talk, except the sitter has inadvertently dropped some word from which a test can be worked up, as "Is Brother Willie with you?" or "Have you met Uncle Harry?" Now one of the medium's controls puts in an appearance. The control may be Queen Catherine or some less celebrated personage. However, when they make their appearance they are attired in snowy white robes with a golden crown glittering with gems. They are gorgeously gotten up and the wonder is, where did the medium keep the yards of white material in which they were clothed? She has no guitar to help her out this time. No, but the folds of her skirt will conceal much that she uses. Her stockings are very good receptacles for various articles, and if her manager is worth his salt in the position he occupies, there is no reason why he should not pass in a great many things she requires. Many persons recognise their friends in some of the make-ups of the medium. The writer has masqueraded as a spirit scores of times and has been recognised by 3 or 4 persons at the same séance as brother, father and even mother. A very little apparatus is necessary to make several changes in your appearance in the dim light that is furnished you to investigate by. The one robe answers for 40 spirits, and with 2 or 3 wigs and beards of different shapes, the colour amounts to nothing. As it is so dark you cannot distinguish red from any colour save white. A crown, a cap or 2, a piece of chalk, and you can by changing your height by stooping and getting on your knees to represent children produce quite an army of spirits, each differing in appearance from any other. A large spirit leading a child can be produced by the medium stepping out and holding at arm's length a piece of the white robe cloth. She has no white on the arm that is supporting the child. Her dress being dark and the curtain behind it dark, the arm is not seen and the child appears separate and apart from the large spirit. Of course no handling is allowed, and for all you can see the shape is a child. The medium simulates child's talk and the child is supposed to have spoken. When there are present a very particular lot of sitters, The medium allows the ladies to search her and takes off all white skirts. The manager loads up with the apparatus and after the light has been turned down, he either passes it inside as he sits in his chair, or the medium puts her hand out from underneath and takes it from under his coat. If he sits in an upholstered chair, there is no end to the apparatus she can lay hands on. It is ready for her at any time after the chair is in its place whether the manager is in it or not. Where an upholstered chair is used, the medium can have several different costumes. No one thinks of searching the manager or chair. There are no such things as rubber spirits that are blown up, although many hundreds of persons think there is. You frequently hear of spirits materializing from the floor and again disappearing through the floor outside of the cabinet. In this deception you will notice that the floor is covered with a very dark carpet. When the medium desires to make her appearance through the floor, she first puts on a glove that reaches her shoulder, and one that is about the same colour of the carpet or darker. She now takes in the hand a piece of the white netting that when shook out is about 3 yards long and 1 yard or 42 inches wide. This is easily concealed by the hand when it is rolled into a ball. She now gets down on the floor inside the cabinet, with her headgear on, and crawling as far to the front as the curtains will permit, thrusts out her arm as far as she can reach in front of the cabinet and on the floor. Her hand and arm cannot be seen. The white netting will show when she turns her hand over, appearing a white spot. She begins to shake it loose and the spot appears to grow. She continues to shake and release the netting, raising her hand all the while until it is about 4 feet high, when, with one big flounce, she darts from the cabinet and pulling the netting about her, there is your spirit. If she desires to depart through the floor, she gets partially into the cabinet, and getting hold of the netting so that she can dodge behind it, she suddenly raises it above her headgear and dodges behind the curtain. She now allows the netting to drop to the floor and slowly gathers it to her hand, when she so suddenly takes it into the cabinet that, in the dim light, it seemed to fade into the air. There are several methods of materializing a spirit from the floor, and the different ways will be given. The manager's described is very effective and in the dimly lighted room is very well calculated to deceive. There are better methods that will be described later on when writing of the medium's séance who use the better method. The séance just described is the work of the ordinary medium, one who is not at all clever and who depends rather upon the gullibility of her sitters than the excellence of her work to pull her through all right. She will go along and make money though, even if her work is raw and bungling. The writer has often been amazed that the mediums putting up this work should ever give a second séance in the same city. However, he was not looking with an unpractised eye or in ignorance of the methods and movements of the medium, and of course could see many things that the investigator would not observe. After all, it is not always the excellence of the work so much as the ignorance of the observer that makes many things appear wonderful. Persons who give this description of séance sometimes catch very nice suckers. What is meant is that some gentleman who is either wealthy or earning a large salary will become interested and finally convinced that spirits do return and materialize, and will be a constant attendant at the séances of this particular medium. When such a man is caught by the medium, plans are laid to relieve him of his wealth, of a goodly portion of it. The spirits give him to understand that they can work much better when he is present, and that the Princess So-and-so, his soulmate of affinity, is always at the séances to meet him. This affinity princess is supplied with an elegant costume that will glitter with tinsel and gems. She will wear a white crown, signifying purity, on the front of which blazes a star, indicative of the advanced sphere in which she exists in spirit life. This princess will conduct herself very much like an ordinary mortal. In the private séances she induces him to obtain from the medium at $25 or more per séance, at which time he is always welcomed with a royal kiss and embrace, and will sit on his lap a half hour at a time, telling him of the beauties of spirit life and the home they are to occupy together when he comes to her side of life. These loving actions are not always confined to the private séances, but the writer has been present when a gentleman met his royal spirit lover, and kisses and embraces were indulged in the presence of a public circle of as many as 20 persons. He would call her his pet, darling, sweetheart, and other endearing names, until he made the writer most outrageously tired. Others were tired too, judging from the smothered exclamations heard in various parts of the room. When he has arrived at the kissing and embracing point, he is ready to pluck. There are various ways of doing this. He is given to understand by the spirit lover that her medium must have certain things that she will not herself purchase, in order that conditions be made more perfect for their communing together. No sooner is this left-handed request made than a cheque is written, and the spirit sees to it that her medium gets it. There are a great many things now found necessary to secure better conditions, and a great many cheques written ranging from $10 to $200 or $300. When he has been bled until he will stand it no longer, or has no more money, the princess tells him she must return to her heavenly sphere again, not to return for a number of years, or he is sent to Europe on a fool's errand, to find something or to take his place in her family. If it is the latter, he is no doubt speedily shown the door, and possibly kicked through it. The reader may think such a thing as the foregoing never transpired, but it has. The man, in this case, appeared a thorough gentleman, and was suddenly educated and intelligent enough to make considerable money. He is now broke. You may think he was crazy, but he transacted business all the time that a crazy man could not handle. He was no more crazy than the women who become nuns or the men who will fortunes to the church, leaving their relatives out in the cold. He fell in love with the spirit and did no more than men do who are madly in love with a mortal woman. Men are continually doing crazy acts when they are in love, up to their ears. These love affairs between mortal and spirit have even gone to a termination in marriage, an account of which will be given later on. The writer knows all the details in this case, as he was an acquaintance of one of the spirits who brought it about, and also partook in the wedding supper that was given in honour of the occasion, at the bridegroom's expense. When a victim is being worked, he is always cautioned against ever speaking of the phenomena he is witnessing or telling any of his friends of the experiences he is having, as their minds being in conflict with any such ideas would utterly ruin the conditions, thus stopping any further benefits he would secure from their communion together. By securing his silence their victim will not be likely to be queered by any of his friends or relatives, for they will know nothing of the matter. Large sums of money have been secured by mediums from men who were wealthy, and men, too, who were highly educated, and had business qualifications sufficient to manage great mercantile and other institutions of business. It sometimes happens that the victim discovers the game that is being worked on him after he has been swindled out of hundreds or perhaps thousands of dollars. Does he ever prosecute the medium or attempt to recover any of the money? Not one time in 10,000. Why? Simply because he has a reputation to sustain. He is at the head of a large business, and it would not do at all to have his escapade made public property. He has the reputation of being a brainy individual by hundreds of persons, and would rather give up twice the amount he has been swindled out of than have his friends and business associates know what an ass he has made of himself. The medium is sharp enough not to attempt his or her games on a man who is not either wealthy or the head of some large firm or business that brings him a large salary or income, so that the money he gives up will not be very hard to spare. Should they work a man who has only moderate income or salary, without any great number of friends, and he tumbles to their game, he is liable to roar, and if the medium does not disgorge, will probably see to it that they are placed where they will do no more spooking for some months or years. The man of brains and fortune will say to himself, "Well, I have been taken in and nicely done for. Should my family or associates learn of this affair, I should be the laughing stock of several states, and my good name for business, tact and intelligence suffer a terrible blow. I will just drop the matter, hoping it will never leak out. I have had some experience that I have paid dearly for, but the price is nothing if I can keep it dark." The other man will probably think differently. He will say, "Of all the infernal swindles that I have ever heard of, this one is the most damnable. These people have preyed upon my most sacred affections in order to get money from me. Well, I will see to it that they pay dearly for it. But what will my friends say when they know what a fool I have made of myself? I don't like to have it get out. Let's see, how much have they got out of me?" He will now figure up the different amounts paid the medium and will probably ruminate as follows: "Great Scott! I had no idea I was spending that amount of money on the infernal swindlers. Why, in 14 months it amounts to over $2,000. That is enough to make quite an addition to my stock of goods, or would go a long way on my year's rent and expenses, or would make a comfortable addition to my bank account. They are making money faster than I, and they have nothing invested. I cannot afford to lose that amount of money for nothing, friends or no friends. I will first go to them and see if they will settle. It need not get out. If they do not, I will send a lawyer and see it through, no matter how much publicity my foolish actions receive." You will see that it does not pay the medium to pluck the small fry, for 99 times in 100 they would be compelled to disgorge, and all their hard work would be wasted. The only thing necessary to accomplish in order to get such a sucker is to convince the man of the truth of your claims and the genuineness of your phenomena. After that is made sure of, the remainder will be easy. When he is converted he can be led to believe almost anything that comes from the lips of a spirit. There are many plans that will bring money, or perhaps the sucker (they are called suckers by the mediums) will have some particular hobby regarding spiritualism that will suggest a scheme. Those plans based on some idea held by your victim are always the best and easiest, for you know that it is no trouble at all to "make a thirsty horse drink." If he be not thirsty, your success in making him drink will end when you have led him to the water trough. Just so with your sucker. You may present your bait, and while he may look over it and not run away from it, he will not take it. It is possible you could keep him in contemplation of it until he became interested enough to work, but that would be a tedious operation, and it is likely the money would come too slowly to be a good thing, and the chances are he would the sooner get on to your fake. Nothing is so good to give a man as something he wants. He will take more of it, take it faster, and pay more for it than anything you attempt to substitute for it. Some men want a spirit princess for a bride, and this man can be nailed to the cross, that is the way the mediums express it, for a good round sum. Others want tips on stocks, and pay a 25% commission to the medium on all their earnings besides a $5 bill for the sitting to get the pointers. When his deal is a failure, the medium does not return a 25% commission on what was lost. It sometimes happens that the medium is given $300 or $400 to invest for the sucker. He does not go near the stock board, but obtaining some of the stock blanks fixes them to show that he has won $400 and hands it to his sucker at his next visit. He now gets his 25% commission. In the course of a few days the spirits tell the sucker they have the points by which they can cause the medium to win from $3,000 to $5,000 from an investment of $2,000. The sucker had 400 won from 300 and will furnish the 2,000 required. The medium now has his $400 back besides $100 commission and $1,600 that he is to invest. One way to invest it is to slope. Another way is to return $400 or $500, saying the balance was lost. This actually occurred in one case the writer knows of. The medium took the money and by giving a large commission induced the bookkeeper of the bucket shop to fix the books and blanks to show that every dollar of 2,000 furnished had been lost. This netted the medium a clear gain for his day's work of $1,200. He having $300 in the money furnished and gave the bookkeeper $500 for his part of the transaction. When the medium wins, the sucker will make no investigation, but when he loses such an amount, things must be fixed to account for it. Some are working on inventions and want spirit assistance. Some want to secure a certain phase of mediumship. Some want to find certain valuable papers. Some want gold or diamond mines or buried treasures. Others seek the aid of the spirit world in securing the heart and hand of some lady or gentleman, etc. They are all worked to the limit by the medium, who delays on one pretext or another, through the spirits, the completion of the task undertaken, as long as the sucker will continue to produce. However, we will return to our materializing. The reader is aware that the only difficulty the materializing medium encounters is the getting into the cabinet of the apparatus and costumes used. The manager and chair method have been described, but there are others. One of them is to make a trap in the base or mop board and stowing the apparatus behind it. It is a very easy matter to cut out a small section of the mopboard and so arrange it that it can be replaced or removed at pleasure without danger of the investigator discovering it. A small trap can be made in the floor and your carpet so laid that you can turn back enough of it to get at the trap. These traps will be described in detail later on. Another way is to have a small snare drum in your cabinet for the use of your drummer boy control. In it can be kept all the laces and netting used by the medium. A small table is sometimes placed at one corner of the cabinet on which is kept slates and pencils, lead pencils, writing tablets and a pitcher of water. This table contains a drawer that is locked, apparently, but the medium needs no key for he or she enters it from below. This drawer, it is needless to say, contains all the apparatus needed. This table could also be very much in the way if one attempted to grab. When the cabinet used is a closet, the most convenient place for a trap is the door framing. You can take off the piece that makes the facing and hinge it so that it swings open from the floor to the top of the door, thus getting rid of a joint that may result in your detection. Now, you will be treated to a description of a séance given by a male medium, and where you will get your money's worth. The manifestations in this case are the work of an artist in his line and who is in the business for the money he can get and is doing his best to give satisfaction. The medium is a member of the Brotherhood and is sure to have the freshest of everything. The writer will describe the séance as though he were an investigator and will assume the personality of one who received just what he will describe as occurring to himself. Afterward it will be explained to you so that it will not puzzle you at all to account for many things you have yourself witnessed or heard of others experiencing. The location of this particular medium will be the city of San Francisco, perhaps on Mission Street. Previous to the narrator's having visited the San Francisco medium's place, he had been investigating the philosophy and phenomena of spiritualism for some months. He had attended their lectures and test meetings in New York City, where he resides. At one of these test meetings the medium had given a good description of a little boy child he had lost, and told him that a visit to a certain independent slate-writing medium would result in his having some word from others of his friends and relatives. The test medium gave the first name of the child, which was Eddie. I now repaired to the slate writer and received some astonishing tests. He requested that I write a couple of questions on a card and seal them in an envelope, writing on the card the name of the spirit I desired to have answer them. After sealing them in an envelope there was no way in which the medium could know what I had written. My questions were to my father, J. A. Smith, and were as follows. Father, are you present? If so, is there any one of my loved ones with you? The medium laid the envelope on a slate and placed it under a table that was draped with a curtain that hung nearly to the floor. He held the slate with one hand and in a few moments withdrew it, and on it was written in a handwriting that strongly resembled my father's the following. My dear son, George, I am not only present but am much pleased to meet you here investigating the glorious phenomena and philosophy of spiritualism. There is one here whom you have heard from before and who is a bright little spirit. I refer to my beautiful little grandson, Eddie. He sends his love to you and says that he goes every Sunday to the hall. I was more than astonished at the result of this trial, and acting on the suggestion of the medium, prepared other questions addressed to other friends. What I wrote this time read like this. If my sister Harriet Mansfield is present, I would ask her how she fares in her present state and if she holds the same religious opinions as while on earth. Your brother, George. The answer was in the following language. Dear brother, my religious opinions have undergone an entire change since I have passed to the higher life. Spiritualism is the grandest of all truths. Continue to investigate and you will find solace in its teachings afforded by no other religion. Abner is here. Harriet Mansfield. Here was a surprise indeed. My uncle, Abner Smith, was present, a relative I had not thought of in a number of years. I had not thought or written of my uncle, yet he came to me, making quite a good test. I now addressed a question to him, and as he died in San Francisco, I wrote, I am contemplating a journey to Frisco where you died and will visit your grave. Do you think my trip will prove successful? Your nephew, George Smith. The answer came as follows in a handwriting differing from the others. My dear nephew, I am pleased that you are investigating spiritualism. It will bring only contentment and will rob death of its sting. When you visit my grave away out on the western shore of the continent, my spirit will be with you. I knew of your intended trip and will accompany you. I can see no reason why you should not have an entirely successful trip. We spirits can sometimes advise in business matters, and if you will visit Mr. Clairvoyant and business medium at number M Street, we may be able to be of service to you. Abner Smith. This was certainly satisfactory, coming under such strictly test conditions as it did. I now wrote the following. If my wife Alice Smith is present, I should be pleased to hear from her or my brother Alex. This was placed under the table and elicited the following reply from John King, the medium's control. Dear Sir, your wife is not present. Your brother Alex is present, but the forces are exhausted and he cannot write at this time. John King, control. I asked the medium concerning the business medium in San Francisco, referred to by my uncle Abner, and he said he did not know him, in fact had never heard of him before, and requested that if I found such a medium there, that I should drop him a card, as it would be something of a test to him. The author should write Mr. Smith's spiritualistic experiences under the caption, The Fakes That Made Him a Spiritualist. On the next Sunday I was in attendance at the meeting held by the test medium, and was surprised and pleased to hear from my son Eddie, my sister Harriet Mansfield, and my uncle Abner Smith, each one giving their full name and evidencing a knowing of the business trip that was under consideration. I was surprised that I did not see the slate writer there, and on asking the test mediums why he was absent, was told that he was unacquainted with the gentleman and did not believe he ever visited the Sunday meetings. There were several Sunday meetings held in the city, and happening into one farther downtown the next Sunday, I met the slate writer. He was not taking an active part in the exercises, but sat in one of the rear seats. I sat down beside him, and when the medium who was to lecture came in, he introduced us. After the lecture tests were given and my son Eddie was among the first to announce himself, and expressed great pleasure at the opportunity of demonstrating to me that he followed me about. He said that his grandpa J. A. Smith was with him. Towards the close of the meeting my brother Alex made his presence known by saying he was sorry he had been unable to communicate with me on a late occasion, but would do so at the next opportunity offered, and said his name was Alexander Smith, which was correct. He also said others were present, but would not occupy the time from other spirits who desired to have a word with their friends. This was the first time this medium had ever met me, and I felt sure that my friends were in the hall. Else through what means did the medium give their full names? End of section 6. Recording by Jordan Watts, Oxfordshire. Section 7 of Revelations of a Spirit Medium by A. Medium. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Spiritual Mysteries Exposed, Part 6. I left New York the following evening for San Francisco and had a very pleasant trip. On arriving at my destination and registering at the Russ House, I repaired at once to the office of the medium I had been referred to by my uncle. On arriving at his office I was told I would have to register and leave an appointment, that Mr. was so busy that one could not tell when they might see him except they appointed a time beforehand. Accordingly I registered my name and left one half the fee. I found that I would not be able to get a sitting until the afternoon of the second day. At the appointed time I was at the medium's door and was admitted to his reception room. After sitting a few moments the medium made his appearance and conducted me to his séance room. He now instructed me that I observe great caution in my movements and conversation, that I give him no knowledge of the purpose of my visit or the names of any of my spirit friends. I was instructed to write a list of questions on a sheet of paper that he furnished me, and to address it to only the initials of the spirits I desired to have answer it. This I did, and was given 2 slates, a gimlet, and 6 screws and screwdriver. I was instructed to place the written page between the slates and to fasten them together. When I had done this the medium covered the screw heads with heated letter wax, which he stamped with a seal ring that he wore. He now lifted the drapery from a square table and asked that I make an examination of it. This I did and found nothing suspicious about it. The medium seated me at one side of the table and himself sat at the side opposite me. He now took the slates from my hand and held them beneath the table with his right hand. On the sheet I had written the following: "If the spirit of A.S. is present, will he reply to the following questions and write any further communication he may desire? 1. Have you communicated with me previous to this time? 2. If so, where? 3. Where did you die? 4. Can you give me any business advice that will be of use to me? 5. Will my trip prove successful? 6. Are there others of my friends present? 7. If so, will you give their names?" If those questions were correctly answered, there could be no doubt as to the source from whence the answers came. The medium kept up a continual knocking of the slates against the top of the table, and at one time took them out and handed them to me, thinking the writing finished. But a loud rap on the table caused him to again place them under with the request that I assist in holding them. This I did by putting my hand through a slit in the drapery over and around the table. I now held one end of the slates and the medium the other. While we were thus engaged, the medium said he felt as though he would see something clairvoyantly for me. He said he saw a child, a little boy apparently 6 years of age, with light hair and light blue eyes. His complexion, he said, was very clear and white, and he thought he could see a strawberry birthmark on the back of his head. He further said the child called me father and gave his name as Eddie Smith. "Now," said the medium, "I see an old gentleman, also light of complexion, of medium height, with a sandy beard and grey or light blue eyes. He says he is glad to meet you here and to know that spiritualism had enlisted your attention. He says that he is your father and that his name is J. A. Smith. He described a young man that I did not recognize and was told he would come again and identify himself." By this time the medium received knowledge that the writing was finished and took the slates out on his side of the curtain, as the slit on my side was barely wide enough to admit my hand. We repaired to another room and, after examining the fastenings on the slate, I opened them and to my surprise and delight one of them was written full. The writing was on straight lines, even and regular. The writing was as follows: "My dear nephew, the spirit of A.S. or Abner Smith is present, and it will please him to answer any questions in his power. 1. Most assuredly I have communicated with you previous to this time. 2. It was in New York City, and the last time quite recently. I will do all in my power to keep my promise, made at one sitting, to give you business advice. 3. I died here in San Francisco, and you will keep your promise to visit my grave. 4. I am not prepared at this sitting to give you any advice, but I will say that I can see you will be successful in your business. If you will come here again I will probably have some advice to offer. 5. Your trip will prove a success, and a material financial benefit results. 6. Yes. 7. Your father J. A. Smith, your son Eddie, your sister Harriet Mansfield, and your brother Alexander. If you will visit the materializing séances of Mr. Blank on Blank Street next Thursday evening, you will meet some of us face to face. It would please me very much to demonstrate to you our ability to make ourselves visible to the eyes of mortals. We will expect to meet you there. Abner Smith." By what process of reasoning could I arrive at the conclusion that I had not been in communication with my uncle? I had received the full names and the relationship of 5 spirits through the organism of a medium I had never before met, and who said he had never been outside the boundaries of the state of California. I had also received an exact personal description of my son Eddie, even to the strawberry birthmark under his hair, with a good description of my father, 2 persons the medium had never seen. On the following Sunday evening I was in attendance at one of the meetings of the medium for test giving, and my son Eddie was described, as was my father, and their names given. A young man was described as coming to me who was one of my regiment comrades and whose name was Richards. I recognized the description, but the name was Rickards. I presume the medium gave the name wrong, and he said it was possible he had misunderstood it. This medium told me of a scar on the inside my left hand made by a severe cut. There was no doubt but my spirit friends were present, for the evidence was ample. On the next Thursday evening I made my way to the materializing séance at which my friend hoped to materialize. I was admitted to the séance room and found about 20 persons already assembled. I was seated in the front row of chairs. The cabinet used was a closet about 6 feet long and 4 feet wide. The ceiling of both the room and cabinet was of wood. After a thorough examination had been made of the cabinet by all those who cared to do so, the sitters were rearranged to suit the medium. There were present now 35 persons. The séance room was very large. The door had been taken off the closet that served as a cabinet and in its stead was hung heavy curtains. The floor of the room was carpeted with a dark carpet, as was the cabinet. The light was furnished by a lamp placed in a box that was fastened to the wall some 8 feet from the floor. This box had a sliding lid in front, controlled by a cord passing into the cabinet. By this means the spirits could regulate the light to suit themselves, without any movement on the part of any of those in the séance room being necessary. When everything was in readiness the medium entered the cabinet, seated himself and was tied and so secured to his chair that it was impossible that he could have any use of himself. He was most thoroughly secured to his chair and his chair was nailed fast to the floor by passing leather straps over the rounds in the side and nailing the ends to the floor. After it was shown to the sitters that he was utterly helpless, the curtain was drawn. The manager now placed an ordinary kitchen table in front of the door of the cabinet, so that it stood away from it about 2 feet. The table contained no drawer. On the table was laid writing material, a guitar and small bell. The manager seated himself close to one side of the cabinet entrance and started a large Swiss music box. Before it had finished the first air the lamp was shut entirely off, making the room inky dark. An illuminated hand and arm was now seen to come from between the curtain and played an accompaniment to the music box on the guitar. We could see plainly the movements of the hand, arm and fingers as it manipulated the strings of the instrument. It did not appear necessary to finger the strings of the keyboard, although the air was in a key that made it impossible to tune the guitar so that an accompaniment could be performed without fingering. However, but one hand was visible and it was picking the strings. After the tune was finished the hand left the instrument and moved out into the room to the front of the table, and from the sound we knew it was writing on the tablet that had been placed there. The arm was of bluish light and appeared to end just above the elbow and to have no connection with the body. It finished writing and seemed to float into the cabinet near the top. The light was opened and the manager requested those who had tied the medium to examine his condition and see if the ropes had been tampered with. The examination was made and it was evident that the fastenings were undisturbed. The communication was read aloud to those present and contained the following: "We are pleased to meet so many seekers after light and truth here this evening, and from the conditions as we sense them, we will have a satisfactory and pleasant séance. The way to obtain the best results is for each person to maintain a passive condition and take what we are able to give. You may rest assured that our best efforts will be put forth to give you entire satisfaction. The Control." The writing was exactly on the ruled lines, although written in absolute darkness. The hand and arm, although luminous, did not give out a particle of light. The arm had been at least 5 feet from the cabinet opening and 7 feet from the medium. Surely it was not he. The message read, the light was again shut down and the music again started. Once more a hand appeared and, floating out to the table, again began writing. Of a sudden the hand disappeared and, after a few seconds, I was astonished to feel a hand thrusting a paper into my top coat pocket. Now appeared 2 hands and they played an air on the guitar. Now came 3, then 4 hands were visible, bright as the day. 2 of them began writing again, and when they had finished 2 more sitters were the recipients of sheets of paper. Soon the light was opened for an inspection of the cabinet, which was made, with the conclusion that the medium had not moved. Those of us receiving communications were afforded an opportunity to read them. We found them nicely written as before and all contained tests, of which I will give my own. On my sheet was written: "My dear brother, I cannot express the pleasure I experience on this occasion. We will, before the séance closes, endeavour to so materialize that you can see and recognize us. Spiritualism is a most glorious truth. Continue to investigate until you are so positive of your knowledge that nothing can shake you. Spiritualism will answer both to live and die by. Your sister, Mrs. Harriet Mansfield. One of the other gentlemen receiving communication had been investigating spiritualism for a few months, and this was his first visit to this medium, while the other was a spiritualist and had visited this medium once before, although he had not received any communication on his previous visit, nor seen any spirit he recognized. This time his communication contained very fine tests. After the light went out again, more hands were seen. The table was floated about over the heads of the circle, as was the music box, which weighed at least 50 pounds. 2 more satisfactory communications written. Another examination of the cabinet was made, and everything was found satisfactory. This time the light was not put entirely out, but a very dim light was allowed. The music box was again set playing, and while yet it was playing the first time, a tall figure, robed in creamy white with gleaming sparks in her hair and on a sort of crown she wore. She was recognized by a gentleman present, a spiritualist, whose spirit guide she was, and who addressed her as "my queen." She stood a few seconds behind the table and then stepped out in the open space between the sitters and the table. The gentleman now arose from his seat and standing beside her, holding her hand, conversed in a whisper with her for some seconds. This was most assuredly a lady, if appearances go for anything. Her hands were quite small and were warm and lifelike, as several, including myself, can testify, having been permitted to shake hands with her. At last she started to the cabinet, and as she went appeared to grow shorter until, as she disappeared between the curtains, she was not much taller than the table. The manager now explained that the spirit had remained out rather too long, and came near materializing before she reached the cabinet. Now came the spirit of a young man, dressed in a light suit of clothes, who gave his name and said his mother was present. She was, and had a few words of conversation with him when he disappeared into the cabinet. The lady said it was unmistakably her son, but there was something that was not as he had been, but what it was she was unable to describe. The next spirit to present itself was my son Eddie. He came from out the cabinet calling "Papa, Papa." The manager asked, "Who is your papa?" and he replied, "Mr. Smith." All this time he stood between the table and cabinet, and only his head and shoulders could be seen. The manager told him to step out where he could be seen, when he came around to the front of the table. It was rather dark, but I would swear it was my son. He was just the right size, with long flaxen hair, with a very pale face. He wore a light coloured waist and darker knee breeches and stockings, with a large black bow at his throat, just as I remember seeing him last in health. While Eddie was standing in front of the table, a large man came out and took him by the hand. Eddie spoke, saying, "Must I go back, grandpa?" The form turned towards me, saying, "My son, this is a great pleasure to us, but we must not remain, as it is our first attempt at materializing." He turned to go when the manager said to him, "If the gentleman is your son, you ought to give him your name." "The name of the child is Eddie, and my own is J. A. Smith," replied the former as they vanished into the cabinet. The manager suggested it would be well to examine and see whether the medium had been out or not. The cabinet was examined and everything found satisfactory. Spirit after spirit came from the cabinet, 1 and 2 at a time for an hour. Some of them came to friends, and others were controls of the medium. Many of them were recognized by different ones of the sitters in the room. I for one could swear to the identity of my own son Eddie, while my father was plainly recognizable. The control announced from the cabinet that a very distinguished spirit would now present itself, if the music box was started. Accordingly the manager allowed the box to start, and but a few bars had been played, when there appeared from the cabinet and to the front of the table a tall, spare man. The light was made a trifle brighter, and each one present recognized the form and features of Abraham Lincoln. He spoke a few words relating to the progress of the country since the troublous times at his death. He was dressed in a black suit with a white shirt to which a rolling collar was attached, and around his neck was tied the old-fashioned black choker. It was certainly Abraham Lincoln. After speaking he retired to the cabinet and was seen no more that evening. When he had disappeared into the cabinet the room was again made dark. Suddenly there appeared on the floor in front of the table a light about as large as a baseball. It moved about in a circle of perhaps a foot in diameter and grew larger. It soon lost the shape of a ball and appeared to be a luminous cloud. Seemingly we could see into and through it. In the course of 30 seconds it had become as large as a 6-year-old child. Still there was no definite shape, only a fleecy, cloud-like mass, turning, twisting and rolling. At the end of perhaps a minute it was the size and shape of an adult person. The face could not be seen, but bright luminous spots were visible, as though the hair and ears were decorated with gems. The shape spoke and requested light. As the light was turned on, the luminousness disappeared and we beheld a beautiful young lady clothed in a dazzling white costume. Her arms and shoulders were bare and about her neck was a necklace of what appeared to be very brilliant diamonds. Her feet were encased in white slippers with straps across the instep. In her ears and hair glistened and shimmered beautiful diamonds, her face and arms were as alabaster, and altogether she was one of the most beautiful women I had ever beheld. She was recognized by a lady and gentleman present as their daughter. They had met her here before. They were from the East and were wealthy. The spirit requested that they come to her, which they did, and were each kissed and embraced by it. They held a moment's conversation with her and resumed their seats, when the lamp was slowly turned down. As the light became dim, the spirit became luminous, the face and arms disappeared, and the body became as a cloud again, turning and twisting and growing smaller until it was nothing but a small light spot on the carpet, which of a sudden disappeared entirely. Immediately after this manifestation an examination of the medium and cabinet was made, and it was certain the medium had not been away from his chair. The light was again turned out and the music box started, when 2 bright spots appeared on the carpet, one at either end of the table. These went through the same process of development until, when the light was turned on, there was another beautiful female spirit at one end of the table and a child of perhaps 8 years of age at the other. The child was recognized by a lady present as her daughter, while the adult spirit was recognized and rapturously greeted by a gentleman who sat near me on my left as his darling angel guardian. They had quite a long conversation in which they made use of very endearing language, each to the other. I supposed it was the gentleman's wife. The spirit's name was said to be Isis, and he was said to be a denizen of the planet Jupiter. More about them later. These spirits did not disappear as the first one had, but when the light had been turned off, the luminous shape revolved a few times, and on 2 occasions assumed the garb and shape of men, and when the light was turned on again, there stood the men with beards and men's forms. After some 8 or 10 of these materializations and dematerializations before our eyes, the last couple completely disappeared. The light again turned down and a luminous shape came from the cabinet, followed by others, until 7 of them stood on the floor. The light was turned up until we could see the 7 spirits. 5 were females and 2 males. They were of different sizes. The curtain at the door of the cabinet was pulled aside and we could see the medium sitting in the chair in which he was bound. The forms now filed into the cabinet again while the music box played. After they had disappeared, the light was turned up, an investigation made of the cabinet, and the séance was over. There, reader, is a truthful description of what can be witnessed at the séances of mediums who are artists. None of your bungling amateur work here. The work of such a medium is always satisfactory for the reason that if a man feels sure that the medium is a fraud, he has been so well entertained that he does not regret the money paid for the opportunity to witness it. This is the class of medium also who frequently succeed in getting large sums of money from wealthy persons they have converted to spiritualism. Did the writer not give you the true explanation of the manner in which these things were produced, you would probably say it was a fish story, conceived by a very fertile imagination. If you believed that he saw these things you would perhaps offer the preacher's explanation by saying it is the work of the devil, or of the scientist by asserting that it is the mesmerist's power over your mind, or the operator has discovered an odd force in nature, or go off on a long dissertation on hypnotism and 4th dimension of space problems. However, it is not the work of the devil, neither is there any but natural laws necessary to its production. The séance described actually occurred and was described in writing by Mr. Smith in the language used, although it was not printed, and the writer was one of those who assisted in its production. He will now proceed to explain this particular séance, and in order to do so, will find it necessary to begin back in New York City at the public meeting where Mr. Smith was told through a test medium to visit a certain slate writer. You will remember that he was requested by the slate writer to address the spirit by the name on the question cards. The medium read the card by the alcohol method and copied them on his cuff or a card. The communication which mentioned in the information that Abner is here was a feeler for more names. If Abner had not been recognized, the spirits would have written that he was a distant relative and one of Mr. Smith's controls or guides. It happens that Mr. Smith had an uncle by that name and admitted it, besides inadvertently supplying the medium with the information that he died in San Francisco and was buried there. You can see how the names and information was obtained, and although the answers were satisfactory to Mr. Smith, it will be plain to you that anybody could have written all they contained. The medium discovered that Mr. Smith intended visiting Frisco. In fact, he gained all the information from Mr. Smith that Mr. Smith has since gained from the different mediums. Our slate writer now hastens to the test medium who has sent Mr. S to him and gave him all the details of the sitting. The test medium is now prepared for him and gives him a couple of the names. It would not do to give them all, else Mr. Smith might suspect a connivance with the slate writer. When Mr. Smith remarks the slate writer's absence, he is told by the medium he is unacquainted with and has never met the gentleman, thus nipping in the bud any thought of collusion. When Mr. Smith visited the downtown meeting the following Sunday and met the slate writer, the names of his spirit friends were written on a card and slipped into the hand of the test medium by our slate writer. Of course, Mr. Smith gets a test. He intends visiting San Francisco and his uncle has named a medium there through whom he and others will communicate if Mr. Smith will visit him. All the information possible to be obtained regarding his friends and business, along with a personal description of Mr. Smith, is mailed to this medium, with the information that he will visit Frisco in the near future and has been instructed to visit him by his spirit uncle Abner. On his first visit to the San Francisco slate writer and business medium, he is made to leave his name and come 3 or 4 days later. This was done that the medium might have time to look him up. Again, he may have been sent from another city and information may be coming in the mails concerning him. By delaying 3 or 4 days, the mail, if there is any, will come to hand and the medium will have time to fix it. When he gets in his sitting with the medium, he is instructed to be careful to conceal from the medium any knowledge of himself or spirit friends. Oh, the honesty of that medium! He instructs his sitter to be careful. He already knows enough to paralyze him, and will perhaps know more before his sitter gets away. You have read the questions he asked and the answer he received. The slates were screwed together and stamped with the medium's ring. The sitter held the slates a great portion of the time, and it does not appear possible that the writing could be accomplished by other than spirit power. Another and more convincing proof of its genuineness is the information contained in the communication. By what means could the medium know the full names of the spirit friends and that his uncle Abner died in Frisco? How was it possible that he knew of the promise given that uncle to visit his grave? The writing was obtained by the trap-door system that has been described. The assistant in the cellar had the New York medium's letter of information and finds it an easy matter to answer the questions propounded. While the writing was being done, the medium has clairvoyant visions for the sitter, thus attracting his attention from the time consumed in getting the slates prepared for him. Besides, it was possible he would stumble on some new test. That was the idea in mind when he described the young man Mr. Smith could not recognize. After Mr. Smith has gone, and it is sure that he will visit the materializing séance as requested by his spirit friends, the medium makes out a list of names of his spirit friends with the descriptions of those he had described and takes it to the materializing medium and the test mediums who do public work. Mr. Smith can now visit but few mediums in San Francisco who cannot give him tests that are clinchers. We will now see how the materializing medium produced the wonderful phenomena Mr. Smith witnessed at his séance. It will be remembered that the room and cabinet was carpeted with a dark carpet, and that the ceilings were of wood. The ceilings were decorated by being put on in panels. The ceiling of the cabinet would not have been like that of the room, had the closet been part of the architect's plans for the house. It was not, but was made by the medium. He simply built a lard and plaster partition from the corner of a wide chimney to the wall, thus enclosing a space 6 by 4 feet. The panel in the ceiling of the closet was 20 inches square. This panel was doctored and could be displaced, leaving an aperture large enough for the spooks to get through with perfect ease. A light ladder that reached within 3 feet of the floor of the cabinet was hooked fast above and furnished the means of getting down and up again. There were 8 persons connected with the séance described by Mr. Smith, 7 upstairs and the medium in the cabinet. Of course, it was not necessary that the medium get out of his fastenings, and the facts are that he did not. The table was placed across the cabinet door, not to lay the instruments on, but to be very much in the way would anyone make a rush and grab for the materialized forms. In case this occurred, the spooks above would close the light, making the room perfectly dark, and the manager would do his utmost to turn the table on end or side with the legs out in the room. Before the grabber could get the lay of things and get past it, the spooks would have gone through the trap, pulled up the ladder and have closed it. The grabber would have found the medium writhing and groaning and bleeding from the mouth. The bleeding was for effect and would be caused by sucking very hard on his teeth or gums. The table also served a convenient purpose in the materialization and dematerialization through the floor. You now know where the spooks came from in this particular house and how they got in and out. Now let us see how they managed the manifestations and the properties used to produce them. The trap and ladder were practically noiseless in their operation, but the music box made assurance doubly sure that the least sound from the cabinet should not be heard in the séance room. When the box began its first air, the trap door opened and down the ladder came a young man clad in a suit of black tights. He was entirely covered with black with the exception of his right arm, which was bare to a point a little more than half way from the elbow to his shoulder. The bare arm glowed with a luminous bluish light. This condition of things was brought about by powdering his arm with pulverized luminous paint. If you are not told the method of transforming the sticky paint to powder, you will not be able to do it, and conclude the writer was romancing in this case. The most essential thing to you will be to know where you can procure this paint. The writer has been unable to procure it anywhere except of DeVoe & Company of New York City. It is put up in a package resembling 6-ounce jelly glasses, and you will get 6 of them for $5. In order to reduce it to powder, thin the contents in one of the glasses with 1 pint of turpentine. When it is thoroughly cut and incorporated into the turpentine, soak strips of muslin in it and hang them up to dry. When thoroughly dry you can shake the powder from the cloth. In order to powder one of your arms, gather one of the cloths in your hand and use it as a powder puff on your arm. You will not be able to get all the paint out, but the pieces will make luminous crowns, slippers, stars and luminous decorations for your robes. You will be under the necessity of perfuming your robes each time they are used, for the odour of turpentine will always remain to a greater or less degree. To illuminate a robe or costume, the mediums always say robe, you will proceed the same as in the powdering process, except that to the pint of paint you will add a wine glassful of Dama varnish, which will prevent its falling or being shaken off in powder. You are not to make the robe of muslin, but of white netting. Every lady will know what the netting is. It is the lightest, thinnest material the writer ever saw sold in a dry goods store. 10 yards of it can be put into the vest pocket. Do not scrimp the material, but get as much of it onto your robe as possible. When he of the luminous arm steps from the cabinet into the dark room, no part of him is visible save the arm. He picked the strings of the instrument with the illuminated hand and fingered the keyboard with the other. He makes the sound of writing on the tablet and tears off a leaf which he conceals and, drawing a long black stocking over the luminous arm, places in the pocket of the sitter a communication that had been written upstairs in a good light. This accounts for the even beautiful writing, supposed to have been done in the dark. He covers the luminous arm so that anyone so inclined could not locate it in order to grab when he is near enough. By mounting the table, that luminous hand and arm can be made to show as though it was floating about near the ceiling. When 4 hands were visible, there were 2 spooks at work with both arms illuminated. You already know where the spirit got its information regarding Mr. Smith. You can readily understand the forces that floated the music box and table above the heads of the sitters, and an explanation is useless. When the first female spirit appeared, it was, in reality, a young woman, dressed in a gorgeous white costume without paint, hence the light was turned up instead of down, in order that she be visible. Rhinestones and Sumatra gems being cheap, she was plentifully supplied with diamonds, although many of those who were the queens or spirit guides or controls of wealthy spiritualistic fanatics wear real diamonds, the gift of their wealthy charge or king as they usually call them. When she started for the cabinet, she used her hands to keep her robe from under her feet, and as she went stooped lower and lower until as she disappeared in the cabinet she was on her hands and knees. This is what caused the appearance of dematerialization. When Mr. Smith's son, Eddie, came from the cabinet, he was represented by a boy about 8 years of age, the son of one of the female spooks upstairs. He receives $2 a night for his services, the same as the larger spooks. He was powdered until he was very white, a blonde wig put over his own hair, and dressed as most boys are at the age Mr. Smith's son died. Mr. Smith recognized him by his size, his light complexion and flaxen hair, and the fact he called him Papa and gave the correct name. His father was made up from the description given by the medium and acknowledged by Mr. Smith as correct. Of course he knew his own name, for it was given him by the slate writer. Mr. Lincoln was represented by one of the spooks who could easily make up for him. These materializations of illustrious persons are only fancy pieces and used to fill in with. Now we come to a part of the phenomena that all spiritualists who have witnessed it will swear by. What is referred to is the materializing and dematerializing of the spirit from the floor and before your eyes. In this you will see first a small light which grows larger and larger until there stands before you a fully formed lady or male spirit, as was described in Mr. Smith's experience. In order to accomplish what he witnessed, the same spook, who had before been recognized by a gentleman as his queen, prepared herself in the following way. Divesting herself of all clothing, she donned simply a long chemise that reached her shoe tops. She drew on a pair of white stockings and over them a pair of white slippers. In her hair and ears she put rhinestone diamonds, and around her neck a necklace of the same beautiful but valueless stones. On each earlobe and around her neck were put small spots of the luminous powder to represent the diamonds while it was dark. Her face was powdered and her eyebrows and lashes darkened, while a dark line was drawn under each eye. She now took a black mask that covered her head and her robe in her hands and went down to the cabinet. Arriving there she put the black mask over her head to prevent the luminous diamonds being seen until the proper time. She carried her robe in a black bag. Crawling from between the curtains and under the table, she exposed on the floor a small part of her robe. This she shook and moved about, allowing it to escape from the bag until it was all out. She was now from under the table and on her knees, and it was time the head show on the form, so getting close to the robe she threw off and under the table the black mask. The shape was now the size of an adult. She adjusted the robe to her person and rapped for light. As a matter of course, when any light was made, the luminousness of the robe was drowned, and she appeared in simply a white costume. The necklace and eardrops could now be seen, but when the light was such as to reveal them, the luminous spots had disappeared, leaving the spectator to think the ones he now saw were the ones he had seen in the dark. The process of dematerialization will now be apparent, and a description will only tire the reader. One small spook was all that was required, as he could be made to represent boy or girl as was desired by clothing him in the garments of either sex. At the close of the séance the full force of spooks came into the room. After disappearing they shinned up the ladder, drew it after them, closed the panel and the trap in the floor above it, replaced the carpet and pushed over the place a heavy bedstead from which they took the casters. They now carried the ladder downstairs and concealed it in the coal house as they went through it on their way home. They will get their pay next day. Should ever so close an examination of the cabinet be made, you would not find anything wrong. This particular medium has taken investigators into the cellar beneath the cabinet and the room above it scores of times, yet nothing was discovered. You are not always to search for the trap in the ceiling, nor yet in the floor. A trap is not possible in the ceiling except a closet is used as cabinet and the ceiling is of wood. Where this condition of things does not exist, you must search elsewhere. The floor is a very likely place when it could not be made in the ceiling. If you do not find it there, examine the base or mop board. If it is there in the mop board, you will find upon examination that there is a joint in it near the corner of the cabinet, but you will find it solidly nailed with about 4 nails each side of the joint. This appearance of extraordinary solidity will be absolute proof that it is not solid. The nails are not what they appear, but are only pieces about 1/2 inch in length and do not even go through the board. The piece is fastened on the other side with a couple of bolts that hold it very firmly in place. There is a corresponding opening in the mop board in the next room, although no attempt is made to so carefully conceal it as no one is ever admitted to it. Through this trap the spooks enter the cabinet by crawling and wriggling. It is not a very desirable trap, for the mop board is scarcely ever wide enough to permit of a trap that the spook could get through in a hurry. Besides, they must assume their costumes after they get into the cabinet or tear them to pieces. You can see how this would make it very inconvenient. If the room is wainscoted, this spook will have all the sea room necessary in his trap, for it will extend from just below the moulding on the top of the wainscoting to the floor behind the strip of quarter round. 4 of the 5-inch boards will be arranged to double together from the middle and open by swinging inward. This would give a space 3 feet high and 20 inches wide, through which the spook could make good time and not disarrange or tear his or her costume. It is next to an impossibility to detect these traps by examining in the cabinet. They were constructed to avoid discovery and no pains spared to make them absolutely perfect that not one chance in a million is taken. The proper place to seek for traps is in the adjoining room, upstairs or in the cellar. One is foolish to undertake to find a trap by thumping the walls or floor, for if you happen to thump, one of the mediums who is smart enough to make use of a trap is also smart enough to make provision for it being thumped, and your sounding method goes for naught. Bear in mind that when you are examining the cabinet you are seeking the very place that is prepared most effectually to withstand your investigations. In the cabinet of the medium who does not use spooks, but do the personating themselves, and through the use of dummies, it is well to expect to find the traps in the cabinet, for if they could not be opened from the cabinet, they would be of no use to the medium. If they open it from the cabinet, you will be able to do so, providing you find the means. The trap will be either in the mop board, the floor, the door jamb, or a chair or table on the outside. If you find it in neither place and have searched thoroughly, take the manager into a room and go through his pockets and clothing. You are sure to find an assortment of robes, wigs and various articles of spiritual apparel in one or the other of the places mentioned. Do not forget the manager in your search. He or she is never searched, or never has been up to date, which has been the cause of many a failure to find the properties of the medium when the séance was given in a room and cabinet furnished by a stranger and skeptic. Do not be deceived into a belief that each one of the sitters are strangers to the medium. There may be from 1 to 5 persons present who pay their money the same as yourself and may appear to be the most sceptical of anyone in the room. They will generally be the recipients of some very elegant tests and weep copiously great grief-laden tears when they recognise the beloved features of some relative. They are the most careful of investigators, and when the medium's trap is located in the door jamb, will pound the walls and insist on the carpet being taken up, when they will get upon hands and knees and make a most searching examination of the floor. They are the closest and most critical of investigators, but they are very careful to examine everywhere except where the defect is located. Because 1 or 2 men seem to be making such a critical investigation, do not allow that fact to prevent you from making one of your own responsibility. Wait until they have finished and then examine not only where they did, but most particularly where they did not. Their examinations are only for the purpose of misleading others. Their tests are received in a way that cause those about them to think they admit them very unwilling or because they were so undeniable that they could do nothing else. They are not by mediums who are not smooth enough to produce that which appears so wonderful as to make a good business for them. The writer would advise those mediums who give such rank séances to employ a few floor workers, they are easily obtained, and see what a difference it would make in the amount of business they will do. Get good ones, those who know human nature, and know when they have said all that is necessary. Most of them are inclined to say too much, thus causing the ordinary man to suspect that he is a confederate. There is only a few cities in the United States where the expert and artistic mediums are to be met with, men who invest considerable money in the business and do business with the intention of puzzling every class of man who attends their séance. It is true, though, that hundreds of mediums are to be met with all over the country who carry several test or notebooks and who furnish much information to the located medium. Once let a man get into the hands of the Brotherhood and he will have no trouble at all in receiving tests all over the country. The writer agreed to give the details of the courtship and marriage of a mortal and spirits, and this is a fitting place to give it. The real name of the gentleman will not be given, but the name of the spirit was supposed to be Isis, and she is an inhabitant of the planet Jupiter. Mr. Smith, on his visit to the materializing séance, witnessed a meeting of the gentleman and his spirit bride. The conditions that led to this marriage were as follows. The bridegroom, whom we will call Mr. Brown, began an investigation of spiritualism in one of the eastern cities. He was a man of wealth and travelled much as a means of pleasantly passing away the time. He was educated a bachelor and held that all the planets were inhabited by races of human beings similar to ourselves, though much in advance of us in everything. He believed that the inhabitants of Jupiter were once the people of this earth, but that since death they may have lived on several of the different planets, and as they progressed were placed on planets that contained everything and every condition that their state of development entitled them to. How much of this strange belief was obtained through the medium the writer cannot say. However, when the Frisco medium learned these views he at once set to work to make them pay him. He, Mr. Brown, was first convinced that the medium was genuine. His own views were then made to appear as correct, thus he was certain to continue his investigations with this medium. At one of the materializing séances, one of the female spooks was made as handsome as a new robe trimmed with satin and other things, a rhinestone necklace, eardrops, hairpins, bracelets and brooch, along with plenty of powder and pencil work would make her, and she came for Mr. Brown. It was no one Mr. Brown remembered, and he was told that it was a spirit from Jupiter and was his spirit guide or guard, and his affinity. He was also told that he had just begun to attain a spiritual condition that would permit her to communicate with him. In her make-up the spook was certainly very beautiful. Especially was this true when she was looked upon in the very dim light of the séance room. Mr. Brown fell in love with Isis, very much in love, so much so that he was present at every public séance and had one or two private séances each week. It may not have been so much the physical beauty of the spirit as the supposed exalted sphere of progression she existed in, and the thought she was his guardian angel. Besides this, her conversation with him was always of spiritual sciences and matters that were of interest to him. She also gave him to understand that they had always been affinities, and that some time in the future they would be mated. He was informed that the reason he had never married was because of her influence, that had she remained on earth they would as certainly have met and married as it was that the sun rose and set that day. Also that it would have been infinitely easier for both to have reached the perfect state if it had transpired that way. He was told that these communions together would materially aid him in his progression when he came to that side of life. This was kept before him so constantly that he finally asked if it would not be possible to consummate the marriage between them. This was rather unexpected, and the medium and spook consulted on the matter and concluded they could get a little extra perhaps by getting up a mock marriage ceremony. The medium set his wits to work, and when Mr. Brown had his next private séance he was told that the marriage could be consummated if it could be arranged so as not to kill or injure the medium. It was satisfactorily explained to him why there was a danger of anything of the kind occurring, and that the medium ought to be handsomely rewarded if he could be persuaded to sit for him for that purpose. It was left to her to name the amount and she made it $500. She bade him make the arrangements with the medium and confer with her again next day. This he did, and the medium, after much persuasion, was induced to accept a cheque for $500, the séance to occur at any time named by the spirit Isis. At the private séance the next day, Isis informed Mr. Brown that a large amount of fine silks and jewellery would have to be purchased and placed in the cabinet so that she and the company would have abundance of material from which to materialize their clothing. He was told that the occasion should be honoured by a grand supper after the ceremony, and would he see to it that it was arranged for. She said there would be 6 materialized spirits present and 20 who would be invisible. The date for the wedding was named and the number of private séances to be had previous to it. He was instructed to give the money to the medium to purchase the silks and other materials they were to draw from. These things were to be touched by no hand save the medium's, else they would receive a magnetism that would prevent the purpose for which they were furnished. The astral magnetism would control all the proceedings, and none other must be allowed to contaminate it. The wedding night came around and the séance room was decorated with flowers and shrubs, besides a long table being laid for 21 persons. It will suffice to say that the wines and viands on the table cost close to $300. No one was present save the medium and Mr. Brown. The medium entered the cabinet and went into a trance. Soon there stepped into the dimly lighted room a tall and magnificently gowned and crowned person who appeared to be a priest or a high functionary of some sort. He was followed by the bride and she by 4 other beautifully costumed spirits, 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. The writer will only add that the tall spirit performed the marriage ceremony, after which all sat down at table although nothing was eaten. As Mr. Brown had not yet been brought to a point where he could believe a spirit could eat and digest solids, they were supposed to feast on the aroma or essence or spiritual part of the feast spread for them. The medium had fine wines and high living for several weeks after the wedding. He did not purchase silks and laces with the money furnished, but placed in the cabinet some bundles of paper. All the properties furnished for the wedding went to the medium. He made in the entire transaction, including private sittings, more than $4,000 in 6 months. This from one man alone. He may have had 3 or 4 suckers beside Mr. Brown. To be sure, the sucker is cautioned to secrecy regarding all these occurrences, for were it to become known to any of his friends, it might result disastrously to the medium. The recital of Mr. Brown's experience will not be believed by a great many who read this book, but it is a fact. The writer knows of another case of mortal falling in love with a spirit, in which the spirit, too, became smitten. This resulted in the spook going to the gentleman and confessing that she was the spirit. They are married now, and as the gentleman is wealthy, the medium has levied blackmail on the poor spook wife until life is a burden to her. The medium threatens to tell the public how she obtained her husband. Perhaps the reader witnessed or read of the wonderful spirit paraffin moulds that created so much astonishment some years ago in London. It was supposed that the spirits materialized and in the presence of the sitters made paraffin moulds of their faces, feet and hands. They would prepare for this phase by placing in a basin of hot water a large piece of paraffin wax. This would melt and float on the surface of the water. This would be placed on a table in front of the cabinet with a basin of cold water. The spirit would come from the cabinet and, bending over, apparently dip their faces in first the paraffin and then the cold water. It would require 3 dips to have the sheet of paraffin sufficiently thick to retain its form. After dipping, the spirit would stand erect and apparently pull the mould from the face and hand it to one of the sitters. This was all performed in a very dim light. The explanation is simple enough and lies in the medium's having prepared in advance by making paraffin masks from plaster of Paris moulds. When the spirit came from the cabinet it had fitted over its face the prepared mould, and reality did not dip into the paraffin but did dip into the water, so that when the sitters got them they were wet and dripping. Many persons have these moulds mounted and framed hanging in their apartments, thinking them the work of the spirit world and prize them highly. Usually they cost enough to be obtained that they should be prized. Many were the attempts to solve the mystery of their production, but all resulted in failure, for the reason that they were supposed to have been made before the eyes of the sitter and pulled from the faces they were moulded over. As the mediums were men with beards, it was impossible that they may be moulded over their faces. The reader can perform some wonderful works with the guitar when both his hands are held, if he will experiment a few times and follow up the following instructions. Place in your room an oval dining table and on it place a guitar, tea bell and a tambourine from which the head has been cut. In your top vest pocket place a long lead pencil. Now seat your sitters around the table and have them clasp each other's hands, including your own. Seat yourself so that the end of the neck of the guitar is lying towards you and quite close to the edge of the table. Have the tambourine lying close to your edge of the table, while the bell can be placed anywhere. Make the room perfectly dark and begin operations by catching the edge of the tambourine frame in your teeth and by leaning well back put it over your head. It will settle down around your neck. Now draw the neck of the guitar out over the edge of the table and by leaning forward the tambourine about your neck will hang down as to allow you to get the neck of the guitar through it a few inches. On straightening up you will find that the guitar will bind against the ring and your chest so that it will rise from the table. It lay on its back on the table and the strings must be on the side towards you. Now take the pencil between your teeth and proceed to thrum the guitar. By moving it about your sitters will think it is travelling about the room. In order to disguise your movements in causing the manifestations, you will find the jumping and jerking tactics of all mediums to quite effectually fit the bill. Now we come to the sack test that has caused so much astonishment among the uninitiated. This test is in use today by a great number of mediums and is the one the magicians were attempting to expose when they invented the sack trick already described. You will readily perceive the difference between the two feats. In this test, the medium is placed into a sack of heavy material, usually dark canton flannel, that is just long enough to admit of its being tied around the neck. Before he gets into the sack, each of his wrists have tied and sealed about them pieces of coloured braid. These have ends long enough to be put through holes in the sack and tied to the back of the chair in which he is sitting. When he is secured, he is inside a flannel sack that has a drawstring in its top which is pulled up until it brings the mouth of the sack snugly about his neck and the ends tied and sealed with wax. The knots and seals are at the back of his neck. The tapes on the hand are pulled through small holes in the sack behind and tied to the chair back. Thus his hands are firmly tied behind him. In this condition, the poor, helpless medium is placed into the cabinet and expected to aid the spirits to produce physical manifestations. Of course, the investigator has a sure thing on the medium not being able to perform any tricks except he breaks the tapes and seals. It is impossible that he have any use of any of his members or get away from the chair. Notwithstanding all these test conditions, the manifestations occur just as though the medium was entirely free. Hands and faces are seen, instruments are played upon, and full-form materializations walk from the cabinet. After the séance is finished, an examination will show you that the medium's condition is the same as before the manifestations. Not a tape or seal has been touched. Full forms have come from the cabinet. Yet here is the medium tightly tied up in the sack, and it is not possible that it was he. Of course you know what it was that walked out of the cabinet and spoke. It was a rubber form that the medium blew full of wind, and being a ventriloquist, he threw his voice into the form's mouth, thus causing it to appear to speak. Was that it? Or did the medium have a confederate come up through the floor? If you cannot solve the mystery satisfactorily to your own as being either of the above explanations, nor a result of mesmerism, or that the medium sprayed the room with a liquid that robbed you of your senses for the time being and caused you to imagine you saw the form, go to a preacher and ask him for the explanation. You will get it, for they ought to know everything, and if you believe all they say, they do. The preacher will look wise, just like the doctors do, and after turning your question over in his mind for a few seconds, will turn upon you a face expressive of pity for you and horror for your late experiments, and say to you in a voice solemn as death and calculated to carry conviction of truth behind it, "My dear man, it is the work of the evil one. It is the devil's work in leading mankind astray from the truth." I suppose he would be right if he did not happen to be wrong. The devil is a very convenient person for them. What they cannot explain they lay to him. In this case they would be wrong, as usual, for it was none other than the medium who came from the curtains all robed in white. It was not the devil, nor a rubber form, nor a confederate, neither were you mesmerized or drugged. I might add that it is not necessary to the medium's success that his sitters be crazy either. Here's an explanation that entirely wrecks the devil theory. We have said it was the medium, now let us prove it. As we know how he accomplished it, it will not be a difficult matter to demonstrate the truth of our explanation. The sack has withstood the closest inspection and has been pronounced perfectly straight and sound. In fact, the mediums will sell these sacks to the investigator, and they can take them home and make a most thorough examination of them and yet discover nothing wrong in their construction. However, because the investigator discovers nothing is no proof that the sack is faultless. The sack is perfectly sound with the exception of a small hole in the hem around the top of the sack. The hole is made by ripping open the seam made in sewing up the side of the sack, inside the hem around the top, through which passes the tape that serves as a drawstring. When the medium is placed in the sack, the seam is in front of him and he gets hold of the tape, drawing in and fastening to a vest button enough of it so that when he releases it, it will permit of the sack being opened wide. It is now easy enough to get out and in again if his hands were not tied. The hands are not tied. The tapes were tied and sealed around each wrist separately, leaving ends sufficiently long to put through the holes in the back of the sack and tie to the chair. When the medium gets into the sack, he gets out of his pocket 2 pieces of tape of the same colour as that on his wrists. He doubles one piece and puts the ends through one of the holes, keeping tight hold of the other end. He does the same with the other piece, and the investigator ties them to the chair, thinking them the ends of the tapes that were around the medium's wrists. You can see now, reader, how easy a matter it is for the medium to get out and in again without the aid from the devil or anybody else. When the séance is at an end, the medium's assistant cuts the tapes that are supposed to bind the hands, and the medium puts the pieces he holds into his pockets. The assistant now cuts the tapes around the neck and, pulling out the slack that the medium used, cuts it off and puts it in his pocket, leaving the tape just the length it should be. In conclusion, the writer does not wish to be understood as maintaining that there is nothing in the spiritual philosophy. Far from it. Although he has cursed the teaching of the Religio-Philosophical Journal, while travelling about the country giving his séances, he is free now to admit that in the journal in question it is pretty generally sound in its doctrines and opinions, and is the paper par excellence of the entire number published. While it may appear severe or too general and far-reaching in its accusations of fraud among the mediums, the trouble is the editor does not lay hands on but a very small percentage of the fraud and dishonesty practised. Were there more papers published on the same principles, spiritualism would soon reach a more elevated plane, and the hundreds of rascals who are coining money at the spiritualists' expense would be compelled to stop their miserable work. It is not the writer's desire to deprive any spiritualist of the comfort they must certainly derive from their belief in spiritualism. There is nothing so calculated to give the believer such solace in their hours of trial and tribulation. No church deals out to its congregation anything so satisfactory, so comforting, and so much in accord with our ideas of almighty and indiscriminating justice. The author's entire family are spiritualists, made so from the mediums who were frauds, but the writer would no more take their spiritualism from them, even though he knew it was a farce from beginning to end, than he would deliberately set to work and take their lives. What he has undertaken has been to convince the reader that there are thousands of persons earning a dishonest living through the practice of various deceptions in the name of spiritualism. He feels satisfied that what he has written is done so in such a manner as to be convincing that he is not writing fairy tales, but of things that perhaps you have spent many a dollar on, under the impression that it was very different. He has attempted to show that the professional medium is to be watched, and that few, if any, are what they claim. He hopes that he has so fully explained their tricks that the fraudulent rascal will find it a hard matter, indeed, to capture your silver, and that if you are ever nailed to the cross, it will be through means other than those used by the gentry treated of. The author sincerely hopes and firmly believes that wherever this book is read, it will result in a general purging of the ranks of the spiritualist of all unclean mediums and hangers-on. The writer is, perhaps, more spiritualist than anything else. He believes that he will live again, although that belief was not the result of listening to the sermons of the preacher, nor through anything read in the Bible. If the writer live again, he is sure others will, and it is probable that he will meet the friends that have preceded him, and it is more than likely he will be able to see and visit his friends on earth. If it does transpire that he can return to earth and visit those he loved, he is positive he will not do so through performing feats with heated lamp chimneys or controlling a lecturer and attempting to deliver an impressive oration in the language of a coal heaver. He would not attempt to return through a medium, through whom an Indian control, who is at least 68 years of age, converses to an audience in the language of a prattling child, through fear that his relatives and friends would not believe the medium, even though she were genuine. He does not believe that he or any other spirit can or would return through the organism of any man who is a habitual drunkard and depraved in other ways, nor through a woman who is worse than a common prostitute. Many such persons are to be found among the mediums. It is not at all probable, either, that he would go into the business of materializing lace for the entertainment of a number of sitters at 50 cents or $1 a head, although he is familiar with the methods employed in that manifestation. No religion is so satisfactory, nor so reasonable and just in its teachings, to the writer's best understanding, but his own career and the fact that he has met no other professional medium, male or female, in his long experience and extensive travels, who were not crooked, leads him to the conclusion that from the professional you are to expect nothing genuine. Reader, investigate spiritualism. It will do you no harm, but may do you much good. Do not investigate through the professional medium, but form a circle of your own family and admit none other. If there is anything for you, you will get it in that way as easily, or more so, than any other. Do not set out with the intention of getting rich in worldly goods through their aid, nor attempt to find buried treasures, pots of gold, mines of silver, or in fact anything you can better attend to yourself, but to receive anything that it may be their pleasure or license to give you. Do not attempt to develop the phase of materialization or any physical manifestations, for the chances are you will sit in vain. Subscribe to the Religio-Philosophical Journal, edited and owned by John C. Bundy of Chicago, and you will get as clean, honest literary work and opinions among the articles from the pens of clear-headed, able writers and correspondents as it is possible to obtain. You will gain much that is not misleading and will materially aid you in your investigations. Bear in mind that men and women may be mistaken in regard to a great many things and still be of sound mind. You will find also that spiritualism numbers among its believers hundreds of persons against whom no breath of scandal has been ever breathed and who are learned, and many who occupy positions of honour, trust and responsibility. Read the history of the various denominations of Orthodox Christians, and you will find that all that is said against the spiritualists has been said of them. Remember that no matter what manner of man or woman the medium may be, that it does not follow that the spiritualist has the same tastes and desires. If you must have it that there is nothing in the spiritualist's belief, do not set him down as a fool or knave, or as one who is insane, but say simply that he holds mistaken ideas. You would not accuse a man who was colour blind of all these things because he mistakes red for yellow. This work will receive unlimited amounts of abuse at the hands of the medium and some of the spiritualistic journals, but in the case of the medium it will be found that they will no longer attempt to produce certain phases or manifestations which have before been a feature of their séances. Yet do not despair, you will find in the chaff that is so plentiful some good grains. Because one does not find it, does not signify that none will. The writer could tell a strange story regarding the origin of the desire to write this book and circumstances surrounding its production, but as not one reader in 100 would believe or understand it, it will be left unwritten. No one should allow this book to stop their investigation of spiritualism, but should continue their investigations with the book in a convenient pocket. End of section 7. End of Revelations of a Spirit Medium by A Medium. Recording by Jordan Watts, Oxfordshire.